Hello, and welcome everybody to yet another day of VCT China, and brought to you by the wonderful Project Horizon. I am back once again. I am with Echo once again, and it is an absolute blast to be here. How are you doing?
I am a little bit tired, but I'm very excited for this game. It's going to be an incredible matchup. Both of these teams fighting in the lower bracket to get as far as they can. And for TYL, it is so important that they keep on pushing.
It is indeed. It needs to be now or never for them, realistically. I don't believe if they go out today, they have enough points to qualify. So, has to be now.
Yeah, like for TYL, this is pretty much not just the last chance saloon, but they need to be making it into that top two to really secure themselves. And this is going to be a tricky matchup, right? We thought, okay, all gamers expected that, they'd get through, but all gamers now versus Gilai in our second matchup, it's going to be a tough one there. The winner of that goes into lower round 3. So even if TYL make it past EDG, they've got a long road to go. Obviously, they did lose out against Billy to get knocked down into this lower bracket. Maybe expected. I think I predicted for Billy to win that one. I can't lie. Sorry, TYL fans. But now coming in here, this is yet another tough matchup for them to get through.
It is indeed. Let's take a look at the caster predictions, actually. Funny enough that you mentioned them. This one was a bit difficult because my usual strategy of whoever has least votes is not working very well, because everyone's kind of agreeing that it's neck and neck for a lot of this.
I think that's a fair thing to look at as well, because it feels like both of these teams have been heating up, right? The start of the brackets for them, yes, okay, for TYL beating out all gamers relatively easily in that round 1 of the upper bracket. And for Edward Gaming, they lost against DRG. A big shock to a lot of people. So I think EDG Preds, their stakes, they're going down just a little bit at the moment. But EDG beat out Trace, and now they're here. And it feels like EDG have been slowly powering up during this playoffs. And I think TYL, it's relatively similar. Their Billy game was such a close match, right? Like it was just back and forth. Okay, maybe the scorelines weren't that close, but being able to keep it together for TYL, it showed that they can bring it, and now they've just got to bring it against the current reigning world champions.
Yeah, that they do. And I mean, that's a bit of a bold statement, isn't it? Oh, they've only got to do it against the current reigning world champions, Nothing too serious, just a little bit of light work for them. But I mean, the fact that the predictions seem to suggest that everyone's kind of in two minds about it, and given how the group stage went as well, means that both of these teams feel fairly evenly matched, given the overall context of what we've seen so far and in recent weeks. So that's quite exciting. Lower bracket is always a scary prospect, so it is going to be do or die for these teams. I mean, I don't really have a horse in the race. I always root for the underdog, so, and when there's less of an underdog to talk about, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't really feel like there's an underdog that's quite set. Obviously, EDG, I think they have locked in champs at this point. So for them, this is just trying to get as far as they can, right? To try and get another trophy in China. But to continue on for this, to kind of get them all the way, it would feel so good for them.
It would indeed. And oh, sorry, I'm experiencing a little bit of a tech issue, but I think I'm still here. Am I still with you guys? Discord's been a little bit funky. Oh, here we go. I am loving the Tactifriend plushies.
Gonna get all the Tactifriend plushies in. But yeah, so to continue on about this first matchup, it feels like hopefully we are back in and working now. I think the key thing for me looking into this is EDG's map pool is very all or nothing, right? They are either pretty good at a map or they never want to go there, right? We look at something like their Icebox or their Lotus. They do not want to be going to those maps. Whereas, Ascent, Bind, Haven, Corrode, Sunset not so much, but those maps they are really happy to go to, and they they've shone there in the past. Whereas for TYL, their map pool is much more spread. They don't really have a home ground that is like 4-0 for them, right? They've got the 2-0, which is Icebox, which if we go to, I think they should be winning out against EDG on that map, but EDG probably going to be banning it out. The key thing for me now is exactly how this map veto goes.
Yeah, and actually we talk about this. Both of our starters are live in La Veto Loca. Talk me through where you think this might go.
Yeah, if we're going to live the Veto Loca here right now, I think we're imagining Icebox should be getting banned out. It could be Lotus by EDG, although they've been relatively happy going there in the past, despite the fact it is an abysmal map for them. So I'm imagining we will probably get an Icebox or a Lotus ban. I'm hoping, for EDG's sake, they ban out the Icebox, sorry, because I don't think that TYL are going to be picking Lotus, at least in the first round. So they should ban out Icebox. It's TYL's best map. That means TYL will probably pick Corrode. And then both of these teams are relatively happy on that map. So I think then the veto, as long as EDG ban out Icebox, the veto should heavily lean in the favor of the world champs right now. However, they have to do that, right? And if I'm looking at their maps so far, I'm looking at their Icebox or their Lotus as that first ban, and it could easily be the Lotus, but I think it's got to be the Icebox to set themselves up.
Yeah, and also you got to get the reps in whilst you can, because I believe the teaser was dropped the other day suggests that Icebox may not be in the map pool coming very shortly.
Yeah, so for champs, we do have Icebox leaving and Abyss, for better or for worse, coming back into them.
Don't say for better or for worse like this is a question for 99% of people.
For EDG, they love that map. They were one of the pioneers of the double dome composition last year, which was such a key aspect of how they made it to champs and how they won out at champs. So I think for EDG, they might actually be very happy with going with Abyss coming back and Icebox going out, and they are locked in for champs, so they're going to be feeling very comfortable going to champs now. So I think banning out Icebox, there's no point going back to it. You've only played it once this stage anyway. Just ban it out. Don't worry about it. Just continue focusing forward.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the best way to look at it. And it gives an interesting element of that, the talks and conversations that they need to have at this stage going into champs, because most of the season everything's fine. When you don't know what the upcoming map pool is, you just play to your strengths, you play the veto as best as possible. When you know that a staple map for either yourself or the team that you're playing, or the teams that are remaining that you're likely to go against, is being either taken out or added back in, that does change a little bit about where your focuses lie, because you need to be doing that preparation work already. Now that you know what's happening, you've got to be getting ahead of the game. And if you can get a couple more official reps in on some of the maps that you're going to have to fall back on potentially with all of the changes, then that's going to really, really set you up for success going into the future. Especially if, as we said, EDG, the pressure, a lot less here right now.
Yeah, the pressure's not necessarily on, although I think this is a team really that shines under pressure. They remind me of kind of T1 from League of Legends, where, when the pressure's off in the regular season, they have upset losses. They don't perform as well as we think they should. Whereas, when the pressure is on at champs, at internationals, it does go well for them. And as we see them coming out onto this beautiful stage, I mean, look at this. Cool. This is what VCT China does. It's incredible.
I'm going to ask you the same question because you've had time to think about it now. What's your pose? I need your pose. You've had time to think about this now.
I mean, nothing I do could bring anywhere near as much aura as can, right? Like, there's no way. I genuinely can't think of a pose that I could do that would anywhere near get close to how incredible the aura, not just of Kang, but the entire team of EDG. They look so locked in and so hyped, so ready to just perform for this crowd.
Okay, and Tyler's turn. I mean, we're getting some new posters coming out here as well.
Like all of this kind of like beautiful like stage work, the audio visuals here, it just looks so good. And This is just for the regional finals. Don't forget, this is, you know...
I want to nerd out about this production so much. Because they're matching the lighting to the teams. That's a very simple one. That's a very basic one, but it's really effective. They can't use probably the red that they would like to for TYL because they're probably saving that for things like during rounds. I know a lot of the time when the spike is about to go off, red flashing. And also deep red lighters are very difficult to make look good when you're trying to do these amazing crowd shots. But everyone looks so locked in today.
Yeah, and I think as they're walking up onto this stage, you can see and you can start to now feel what this means to TYL, because you can see they maybe don't have the stage presence that it realistically just Kang does from the side of EDG, but you can see that they're wanting to put their all into this, because this is, as we've said, do or die for them. They need to win this. They need to continue on in the lower bracket. We get the fist bumps. And we're ready to go in. Hopefully we'll be getting the map veto soon. Like I said, I'm expecting and hoping EDG ban out this icebox to start with.
I'm loving the turnout from the crowds as well. Like, that's been one of the things we've talked about a lot throughout the whole of the season, is that the crowd showing up, always being there, always being really hype, always having the coolest signs, and there's cosplays. It's just a really, really amazing sort of environment. And the fact that it's even bigger and better for the regional finals is amazing. That's what you love to see. You love to see the support for and from the local scenes. I think is super important.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We've got our veto.
We've got the map veto, and we do have EDG banning out the icebox. So I've immediately got to say I think this veto is leaning heavily in their favor. TYL picking Haven, it's a pretty good map for them, but it's also very good for EDG, so that's relatively even. And then EDG picking out Ascent, and you know it's Kang, right? You got Kang, you got the up on the defense. You're just going to be absolutely fine. They've run the standard comp, nice and boring. And Lotus is an interesting float because this is EDG's worst map other than their icebox. So I do think if this goes to Lotus, this could be going TYL's way, but they've got a mountain to climb to hope to get that far.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's a little bit of a difficult one. Realistically, you don't want to say it needs to be closed out into here for a victory, but it's feeling pretty certain that if it does go to that, it's skewed very heavily in one team's favor. I guess we could talk about, you know, if you can win out that knife round. I believe they're knife rounding to determine... Do they knife round to determine sites for the third map?
No, that's just a CS thing.
Why is that not a universal thing? Is it a coin flip? I genuinely don't know. I have not read the rulebook.
Yeah, so it's just a coin flip. It's just a coin flip, or the higher seed gets to choose which team they are, which means they can then choose the maps as it goes on. I'll talk you through the vetoes between the breaks. It's slightly different in Valorant. We don't have the
I know how the veto system works up until that point. I've never asked about how the third map... Genuinely, it's never occurred to me in 3 years to question it. Just because I come from CS where the knife round... Like, it's not even a question. Like, you're like, oh yeah, there's knife rounds happening. Sorry.
I do think the knife round should happen. It's very fun.
I don't even say it's brain rotted of me, but... Shorty round to the side.
Oh, that would be so much worse than a knife round. That'd be so much worse than a knife round. ISO 1v1s, 2 ISOs versus each other. Oh, okay, now that I'd be happy with, especially with the power of TYL's ISO, right? Like, they are running this comp, and it is such a good comp for them. Like, we look at someone like Scales, who, you know, not necessarily getting exactly those pop-off moments, especially against JDG, which is part of the reason they lost there, but Scales is an incredible ISO. So going into this, I'm very excited to see how this works out for TYL, and if they can beat, you know, the much more, not standard, you got that neon in there, but, you know, the slightly different comp coming out from EDG.
Oh, that's sick, having the map on the floor there. Okay. Loading into our first of potentially 6 pistol rounds of the day. And I love that they're already holding, waiting for the utility to come across. Smoke comes out to allow them the ability to take long. Slowly they're starting to have a little bit of a look.
I do love this one way. It does enable a lot of that positioning. You can see TYL. It's a classic defense with the ISU Euro composition. Take a little bit of space over towards B main. Nothing much else.
The ISU?
The ISU.
Okay, I'm gonna have so many voice cracks there. You can already tell me as well. I've got to find my moments of insult where I can. I'm, you know, starting early today.
Although, so I will say, whilst we've got this lull in the first pistol round, we do have that comp switch from EDG, right? We've got Kang over towards the Yoru now instead of on the Neon, where we've got Genie 7 very good on the Neon, but it is that little bit of a switch. Chichu though opening it up. What a nice first pick.
Nobody even nearby to trade can take all of that controlled hops on up, and wanting to push for a little bit more information. And Sword on the other side of things, waiting, holding, knowing the possibility. They're going to try crunch on this, and actually, Ninebody, if they don't get a move on, might leave their teammate vulnerable, but alas, just slightly ahead of the curve, and that's going to force everyone to back away, but only 24 seconds, and yeah, they've got somebody back sight, but they need to get everybody else on over too, and a single setback here could be, you know, lights out.
Oh, that's not good. Genie 7 though, the Neon gets the second and no scales. Clean for it in short. The paranoia comes on through. The planet doesn't go down.
That is devastating. It looked so close, milliseconds in it. But we said that a single setback could be lights out, curtain call. And yeah, TYL do it. They find the exact pick at the exact second. The paranoia to come on through as well. Just very well played there.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Chichu opened it up nice and clean, as we had the push over towards A, short wasn't checked. And there were two people down there. Yo-Yo spotted, so could pull the reinforcements over from C and from B. And then, yeah, immediately shut down. TYL's pistols so far. Not incredible, but they are better than EDG's overall. And now, TYL, they've got to buy a couple of... So they've got a Stinger, they've got a Ghost. It's not a full force over here. But they're just prodding and poking to start with. EDG, Kang, he's got that Sheriff. So expect something from him, but it's still better guns on the other side.
Exactly. Ooh, lining up the shots a little bit messy. Going 1 for 1 there is not amazing. Gets a little bit ballsy and bites off more than they can chew, and that's going to buy them the site. Yeah, reinforcements are nearby, but the smoke goes out. It's going to cut them off. Spike's going to go down without contest, and there's weapons being picked up amidst all of this too.
Yeah, Kang's 18 HP did get one. Oh, the shock dart kill onto Chichu. But this retake, it's still going to be so difficult as the guns, like you said, are being picked up.
2 versus 3 with the spike down is going to favor that attacking side, and still going 1 for 1 right now. Shotbot round the side is going to tag up a couple of these players. Nobody with the first, and look at that. Soggy with the second. Lovely to play off of each other, and a round stolen away.
Yeah, what a steal. It comes down to that, you know, the Sheriff shot from Kang that obviously wasn't the opening pick, but it just shut down the C site. And as soon as you're set up, as soon as you can pick up those weapons, the stings in those close ranges in the post plant over towards CT, it just locks it down. Nobody. Perfect timing on the peaks. Does get the classic out, but Smoggy is there. He opened it up and he closed it out. EDG winning out on their essentially eco round. They had a Sheriff and a Ghost, and that was it.
That was all they had available. Now this time, I mean, I'm not one to diss the back-to-back eco thrifties, you know. I'm not gonna slate them. I'm not gonna hate them, because we've just seen them work, and they've just found the opening pick as well, mind you.
Yeah, Ninebody yet again looking strong, but oh, what is this from EDG? Out over towards B.
That is very lucky that Scales doesn't find another pick, but he's just gone and found Jenny.
A site's open. The spike's got to go over there though. Chichu. He's got his cam up in any second, so they can lock down the site, but the flank, they're being wrapped so quick.
Okay.
Is Kang ready for this?
Don't think so. Maybe. Might be able to get... Did you just miss the timing?
Oh,
no, okay.
Scales wasn't ready.
I was going to say, I thought, did he miss the timing? Had he just seen something? The fact that there isn't a secondary peek off the back of that to find the trade kill, I'm not 100% sure, but Spike goes down. They are unfortunately not able to take any space beyond the side. They are being pushed and pressured from all sides, and the retake's coming on through. Chichu manages to find two, make this a 1v1, but slowly has picked up the Vandal. Back-to-back thrifties.
Oh, this game is already starting out to be a banger. Back-to-back thrifties. It looked for a second like Chichu was going to have that on lock. He's so good on the defense when you're running on in. He will just dance around his cages and get the kills, but Ninebody opening it up, and this push over towards B from EDG, it's just a little bit risky, a little bit dangerous when you're up against a thrifty, when you've got the better guns. Why are you taking those close range fights against the ISO and the Yoru? Because you know they're going to be wanting to peek out of B on their thrifties. And now EDG. What a weird buy. Sheriff, Stingers, and a couple of rifles.
They want to keep this magic going. They want to keep this game of cat and mouse with rounds going. And you know what? Who can blame them?
I want to see it.
I want to say we might see it, but with the opening pick, 2 for 1, buy one get one free deal on the opening picks. Back off now. Good. You have the player advantage. It's not forget.
I like Scales' positioning there though. He does just note Jenny. Oh, and the double swing is so clean. Sword though. No,
they're keeping this humble, at least. Okay, well, maybe not anymore. Lovely two-piece there. Lovely two-piece from Sword to close on out the round. And they put to bed any shenanigan in the mind of another thrifty round. And that is going to be a little bit of a funny one for the economy now for EDG. They forced up into this. They found not the greatest amount of success there with 3 players still being alive at the end, which means they are just going to have to sit on their hands a little bit. I say, and actually they don't sit on their hands. There's a couple of bits of utility missing amidst this. And a couple of light shields, but it's not too bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's not the best buy. We see the little combo over towards A. Shocks and vulnerables try and find something, but EDG, they're ready for it. Not going to fall foul. Now, slowly is the key piece for me here. Not being noted over towards C long, and the cam is there from the Cypher as well to try and bait the attackers over towards C long, but no. They're just going to go mid, explore. This hasn't worked out well for them before, so the drone from nobody to try and force Sword9 off of the line, but he peeks into it, and Chichu's there. Now B site surely open 9, but he can't find anything.
Yeah, and that paranoia is absolutely huge. Can't even have a look at this as the smoke comes on out. They are just going to have to go for the retake. ISO ult comes out, Pocket Dimension. 1v1, we talked about this being a decider of the greatest, and Chichu is incredible. Jenny has found one amidst the madness as well. And that's left us in a 5 versus 2. And look at this ironclad defense. They almost line up there, but Ninebody finds the shot, but this feels very much like just buying themselves the space to back away. They've already sent Kankan on a little bit of a wild goose chase to go save that up, but even that's not safe because look how far Slowly has pushed. Turns the attention for the second shot there as well. Can't quite connect it though. 10 HP is being pressured and they're not going to let this go without a fight. Round the corner, a single classic bullet's all it takes at that point. And alas, maybe not the thrifty that we've seen, but still the weaker buy going into this is going to prove far superior.
And I think that shows how both of these teams are treating this. Okay, it's not a must-win for EDG, but they are shoving everything they can. And the quick switch there, as soon as they take down Sword on top of the box on B yet again, to push out in, to take the space, and then to continue pushing, to try and take down the op. It's confidence from EDG, and now TYL down to a thrifty. We've seen them before. The combos over towards A main.
Down to a thrifty. That's the second worst phrase after just a thrifty. The round that we have seen here, the series we've seen so far, all glorious 5 rounds of it. Yeah, you know what? I'll put my prediction in. You know, they've got it. It's done. There's no... Next round. It's 4-2.
I mean, at least right now, TYL, they made the right call for the beginning of the round. Didn't get much chip damage, only onto Smoggy, though, with the little combo piece. and they've left 2 people lurking. So TYL, will they sniff out the Neon and the Omen here over towards A main as the rest of EDG? They go poking and prodding towards Garage and C, and Ninebody's waiting. Guardian in hand, but he's hit the Sheriff shot, so I think he can hit the Guardian shots as well. I think he just got noted there, surely. Yeah, there we go.
So I love the aggression here, and a lovely adjustment from Can to find Scales. That is going to be a little bit of a problem for them, but they've got this space that they can pivot off of over towards A. And we can just full send Can into the back lines here with the Dimension Drift. Ooh, has to get back out. Does indeed, and actually lovely information play. Jenny will find 1, but slowly, and Yo-Yo managed to find 2, make that 3. It's starting to come together a little bit, but slowly HP solo Can needs to hit the shot, a single missed shot, and it could be that, but it's long range Shorty to find it. 1 versus 2. Spike does just about go down, and now hopping back on up. But if you're Ninebody, I mean, it's not the greatest weapon to save, but even trying to throw your name into the clutch ring here is being gate kept very nicely by this setup. The 2 duelists getting it done, and Can has got the right angle, has the shot as well. And they put to bed my silly idea that could, but there was a moment, and I saw your reaction to it, Echo. There was a moment where you believed as well. It's the 3 pieces they break onto, well, they stop anybody breaking onto site between Slowly and Yo-Yo.
Yeah, I mean, Yo-Yo's recon there was so crucial to be able to get those shots, and you can see EDG, they did learn from the pistol, they did clear out short, okay? They lost quite a lot of lives for it, it did bring it a little bit close, but TYL, no luck on that relatively low buy. They can buy up here with light shields, and one of your favourite guns, we've got the Judge over on Slowly. Oh, he's in Garage as well.
Oh, this is so good. Please go Garage. Please go Garage. Please go Garage. I don't think they're going to go Garage. I think they just want a full frontal B assault. The Judge might be able to, if you can sort of like get close enough when the smokes fade, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's a not great weapon, especially if Jenny can take any further space or just hold this angle. Spike's going to go down. I love this position. Just holding for anybody rotating from window.
This is almost unbreakable. And they've got the backup in the backline as well from EDG. They've got nobody's ult.
Isolate the first fight. Oh, Scales finding 2 here gives them a foot in the door, but again, still these smokes causing so many issues. The drone going out, bit of a problem because it means that you can't stay anonymous for long, and Chichu is going to be mercilessly abused by this Hunter's Fury. Not going to be taken down, mind you. Slowly's found another pick amidst all of this. Low HP. There's no cover to try stop this, but Scales has found both, and time for the defuse amidst all of this. And they get it done. It shouldn't have been possible. No! That must have been photo finish.
0.76 seconds as Scales with a 4K. Scales has leveled up since the game against JDG, where it did not go so well this ISO, but look at him now. So clean, composed against the Neon. And then the spray down here at the end is Chichu and Nobody swinging together, but no time, and the TYL timeout comes out. And this is needed. Not just, I think strategically they're playing the defense pretty well, right? B has been a point of abuse for EDG. They've been really taking advantage of the relatively weak hold and how typically you've got Sword on these high boxes where he can be taken down relatively early. So I think this makes sense. Try and reinforce B that little bit more. But also after losing a round like that, you need a second to breathe.
Yeah. The clutches, you can get a little bit shaky, the adrenaline's high, so just taking a second to bring the level back down to base and have a bit of a chat. The fact that they did, that's the worst one, is that you could do everything basically perfectly and it's still just not quite be enough by a matter of 0.76 seconds, you know. It's heartbreaking. But at least you can take heed in the fact that you broke through what we were talking about as nearly impenetrable defense.
Yeah. Like, you still feel good about it. It looks like there's a set play being set up here. Oh no, it's just a paranoia. So here we go. TYL on their relatively low buy, wanting to take control of a main, but EDG, they might just be running it down towards C, and this is a great call from the coaches if this is what goes down.
It looks like it's maybe not going to be a rundown, but a bit of a slow meander down. Food for thought with the being spotted and with the smoke. Still seem to want to go for it, and there's the fast lane to buy them the space onto site, and space they have in spades, leaving Chichu here as well as all of these players come behind, and I don't hear anything just yet. Footsteps, I'm assuming going to get cut. Actually, no, they're not, so he can just tuck in, have this hard right angle, but going to get spotted by the drone, and immediately needs to adjust, has no backup or support out here. Vulnerable goes out, Scales will capitalize. Now they've bought themselves a foothold to look back into long. And has to hold the angle, flash to go in deep there, and it is absolutely stellar. Scales has found yet another, but they're running low on forces, they're running low on time here as well, and as all the players back up, Jenny's just going to tuck on in. They need to clear this. They do in fact clear this, but the issue is Smoggy is there, and going 1-for-1 at a disadvantage is never going to favour you. Nicely played, but just not enough to get back onto site.
Yeah, and it's one of those rounds that you're not expecting to win. You're not expecting to come out on top there, really. But Scales is putting on a performance. This man has warmed up into this match. And I don't know, it might be the stage, it might be the crowd. Something is working very well for him. But now EDG up to 5th, looking to try and secure themselves, at the very least, an even half. But they are up against a good buy, and they've only got a Bulldog in the hands of Chichu, so there's that little bit of a weakness on the attacking side, especially on someone as crucial as your Cypher. Trades over towards A main, pretty typical, and now B. This is where TYL are waiting, and Soul9 again from the boxes, but it trades evenly, 3 and 3. Phenomenal. Smoggy.
Punishing Paranoia, really wanting to capitalize on the Neuro theft and won't quite be able to do so. In fact, quite the opposite there. Smoggy chance for the 1v1 again and will indeed do so. Scales has been an absolute menace on the battlefield until he's in the pocket dimension. And can to close on up there. I mean, they bring it close. Only one surviving player in the round, but I mean, when even losing in the ultimate there, it gives everyone an idea as to, or a chance to reposition to go and capitalize as you get brought back to reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the funniest thing for me here is we had 2 of the EDG attackers in the defender side spawn there, which I think is always very interesting. The Omenol and then Kang somehow making his way there. Only sheriffs now for TYL's EDG. They secure 6. So now TYL looking to try and keep it at 6, but only sheriffs. And Soul9's on top of a box once again.
I mean, why not, you know? In a world where you can be on top of a box, be on top of a box, you know? You
sound like a cat.
It's one of those inspirational, like, Instagram quotes, isn't it? Like the, if you can be on top of the box, you should. I'm going to start posting really stupid stuff like that. That's going to be my timeline from now, is I'm just going to spam it with really, like, meaningless quotes.
I'll use that as my morning affirmations from now on as well.
Like, in a world of shorties, be a judge.
Oh, you're the short one and the judge. There we go. And Scales actually opened it out.
You said only sheriffs, and I was like, hold on.
What?
And then slowly with another one, they could make this happen. They almost line up. Chichu does need to reload, does so in the open. No one's going to push. They have managed to bring this back into some repair, but this is Can alone applying that pressure to allow them. But Ninebody has a Vandal, and Scales still in the server. Here we go. There's the shot for the first. One tap. Chichu is going to be holding it, and now Ninebody needs to capitalize. There's the first. No information on where the last is. Now Can has been an unknown entity for the last couple of seconds, and there pops out at the right second to stop things getting too scary. But alas, commendable eco there.
TYL are really making me scared.
Just sheriffs.
Just sheriffs. But it's slowly, and slowly he's going to hit those headshots. Scales as well.
There was nothing slowly about that. Respectfully, those openings, there was, how do you contend with instant death?
This is one of the things I think about TYL that's always really interesting. Is they will always be getting kills. It's very rare that there's a flawless against them, because if they, regardless of what guns they have, they're going to be finding some kills, some damage from the timings and from the aim, as now they've for once taken full aim control. There's no Cypher trips to watch the flank as the shock dart comes in to break it, and now EDG, oh, you're moving back to B, you're moving back to A, because A is reinforced and secured. This is, they should have the drone on the attacker's side, but they're going to hear this drone from the defenders, and Can you can clear it out with his ult.
Immediately Hunter's Fury, and it's such a bottleneck location, so they all are going to get tagged by that. Nobody does find one. Scales has managed to find two. Actually, Dimensional Drift is going to keep Can safe. Not Can, sorry, slowly safe for the time being. The moment he pops out of his ult, he is dead, however. They've taken the space. Messy spray means that Sword is going to keep them off for just a second. Recon to go over just to cover nobody on the plant here. Chalk darts just to jump on over top by the opportunity in the window to reposition, and reposition he will, tucking in. Hard to clear angle here, and the two of them going to have to play perfectly off of each other, but there they go. Nobody finds one, but that's where Chichu activates, and they keep things rolling for an 8th.
Yeah, getting up to 8 here as well. This is such a good spot for them. I love the idea there on the retake with the Omen TP up onto the box to try and pull the crosshairs to get the swing. The EDG's fundamentals. This team has been together in some form, the core at the very least, for such a long time. They know how to play off of each other. They know how to keep their advantages, and nobody... Yes, he gets the first, and then Chichu, sorry, is in for the second. And EDG, like you said, up to 8.
Say it with me. It's the trading Toblerone. It's the trading Toblerone.
It is the trading Toblerone. Scales, will he finally win an ult?
Come on. Yes,
he
there we
does!
go.
Yeah, let's go!
All eyes on him, and he will rise to the occasion. Slowly found two, but amidst all of this, the kill feed floods red as EDG bleed TYL of all of their remaining players, but slowly still alive, low HP, but it's about the presence in the server that matters. Drone's going to go on out, isn't going to spot anything, and that's going to allow the room for Yo-Yo to flank, but the issue is going to be the timing between these two blades of the scissor. Can they close simultaneously? They can't, especially with slowly going down like that, and Yo-Yo left to themselves. Do they, I mean, last round of the half, they've got to go for it. Gets caught by the trip. All eyes going to be on them as they peek out. Are actually allowed past the choke point and allowed further into sight than you'd maybe expect, but Spike gets tapped. Chichu going to hop on out, and that is going to be it. A 9-3 half for EDG.
And that's exactly the half that they wanted going into this. They're going to be feeling so comfortable switching sides now, because at the end of the day, this is a great map for EDG's Scales. We did see him finally win out on some of his ults in the end, but TYL, a lot of thrifties, but I think 2 of their wins were thrifties, maybe 3.
What's weird as well, just because we talked a little bit about qualification and what's on the line, we've just been sent a wonderful tweet that's explained it very nicely, which is if EDG beats TYL today, they qualify for champs. If TYL beats EDG today, XLG qualifies for champs. So that's what the stakes are on this game, is that EDG wins, they qualify.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna.
For the stage one, I mean, like, if we're thinking about food, I think, you know, the hot pot is definitely a good place to look, right?
It's a lot more wholesome, because the top one, is it a duck? Is it a goose? Is it a swan? I'm not 100% sure what bird it is. It's got a very long neck, okay?
What is it, some weird duck giraffe hybrid?
There's some weird animals out there, okay? Like platypuses glow under UV light. You know, the animal kingdom is wild. But it's got a face and it looks really at peace, but it's... I mean, I don't know. It just seems kind of, you know, macabre.
Look, not to preach veganism on the stream, but, you know, come on. Like, you're kind of sounding like one now.
Well, so I thought you would have been on my side with this one. Also, that hot pot looked so damn good. That hot pot looked amazing. And also, Sage buff's coming soon. Yes,
True.
please. Absolutely yes, please.
I feel like Sage would know how to make a banging hot pot as well, right? Like I feel like
absolutely.
that's kind of like it's partly just on her. But yeah, like Sage buffs coming soon, especially going into champs. It's not huge buffs, I will say, but I don't think it will really change her place in the meta. But she's at an incredible win rate. But now as we switch sides, let's focus on this match. TYL now switching onto the attack. The Isu Yoru usually pretty good on this side as well as EDG. They flood down B, and the spike has been left alone. So as Solan looks to pick it up, he might get caught, but no, Nine gets caught first.
There's no way you're expecting the kill onto Ninebody. The fact that he gets Yo-Yo as well is daylight robbery. And Jenny is in such a lovely angle here as well. That they're very paranoid now. You know, it was 20 seconds into the round and they're already be killed essentially in their own spawn. Scales has found one to try tip the balance, but tip the scales, I guess you could say. It feels like a low-hanging fruit pie, but we continue dancing desperately with the bullets. Can finds his third in the round and now slowly is left. Has managed to find a little bit of a timing, maybe able to catch nobody off guard, but no, not going to happen. Was being slowly wrapped as well, and it is a wonderful pistol round to kick this off.
Yeah, a 10-3 start as well going in. Double digits already on round 13. As EDG, you're feeling very comfortable, very happy. And like you say, that first pick, it made a lot of sense, relatively easy. The timing was very quick from Can, but then the second, I wish my classic did that. That's all I'll say, because it doesn't. But now, we do have some sheriffs from TYL, and it's not only sheriffs, it is their sheriffs. So Scales and Slowly, do we see another Thrifty?
Side note, it was a goose. The bird was a goose, by the way.
It was a goose, yeah. Do we see a Thrifty?
Yes. Next question. I don't even know why you'd ask that. Like that.
Come on, Slowly.
Like that.
No.
Like exactly like that. And there's no trade, and Choo-Choo is at half health.
He's got the regen shield. He's up to 75 at the very least.
Is that going to be a Thrifty, you ask?
And EDG's now spread so thin to cover the gap after the Omen goes. No smokes. So you have to bring the Neon over to A, and now this leaves this massive gap. Okay, they do have the reinforcements in the right place, and nobody is here. Genie is here at the very least.
Double peek. Oh, they needed the trade there. Okay, Jenny is single-handedly brought this round back into... I need to stop bullying you about asking about the Thrifties, because you're spot on with the fact that it probably wasn't going to be. But that glimmer with that opening bit, and the best player to have found onto. But yeah, you're right. The reinforcements were in exactly the right place. The issue is that nobody's holding this angle. Oh, okay, I was about to say, did they get the timing to go on side, but they're not expecting Jenny to be able to do this. Actually, manages to back away, but it's still not far enough to find cover from both sides. And now Sword left alone with a classic. Ooh. And now suddenly no heads and a 4K on the flip side. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, I mean, slowly open that up and we were thinking for a second it could have been. Again, TYL players show that when the pressure is on, they can also shine. What a shot from Slowly. It always feels like the Omens over towards B get taken down, but EDG, despite the fact they were split across the map.
Is if Jenny doesn't get the 2K to start that off with, that round is a Thrifty. So if they manage to do that, because they managed to then get onto site and start planting the spike with more players alive, and Jenny isn't there to do the wrap to stop the spike going down.
Yeah.
So Jenny finding both there and not getting traded wins the round.
But if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. So doesn't really matter as we now head over towards C, just breaking trips, putting a bit of pressure. The spike's not heading over here urgently, so this might be a little bit of a bait, a little bit of a pull from the side of TYL, trying to get the EDG rotators over, but there's still two in a main. The Neon and the Omen, they're ready to receive.
Ooh. Good damage over towards Sword there, but Ninebody ultimately to find the first pick there. Can done so much already. Knows that there's one player at least was long, and that they are tagged up to the 9th. Jenny, there's the first tucked in. There's the slide to try find the second through the edge of the wall, and that spike drop. Weapon upgraded. An absolutely picture perfect way to play this. Goes for Sword as well, and now it's just slowly peeking in to nobody. Will find the first kill, but oh, okay. Lovely shot to Jenny. Still so much more required here that it wouldn't necessarily be reasonable to us, but it has been whittled down to a 1 versus 2. Pre-firing the corner, that's going to give them an idea about whereabouts and how far they've pushed so they can get ready here. I love this little bit of an elevation. They are just going to crush from both sides, but it's going to be Can first point of contact. And that will be the round done and dusted.
Yeah, the bonus round from EDG. Heroics from Jenny just to stop that push. After Smoggy was taken down by 9body there, over towards the A site, it looked like it could have happened, but Jenny, even with a Bulldog, are so clean with it. And yeah, that last little bit as the spike was down in A main, completely shut out, and now TYL. Okay, 3 Guardians, 2 Vandals. They're up against an Odin from Smoggy because this window's been beat so much. Nothing found to start with, though.
Okay, wild random haptic spray just to cover the angle and hopefully get a bit of chip damage. Unbeknownst, nothing has been found. Oh, look at the aggression of this, though. They're expecting it, but they're not ready for it.
No, they're just so quick on the peaks of EDG. They're confident. They know that they've got this in the bag now.
And gonna wait for the drone to be able to peek. Drone gets spotted, so they actually decide just to back off. Neon gets caught in the tripwire, so Jenny is just going to be known. Oh, they're not expecting Scales to peek out quite as under their nose as it was. Smoggy gets 1, and look at the pace on this. Neon, Jenny runs through, storms through as they storm through this first map. And you can see the passion. I mean, absolutely deserved hype there. What a map.
What a map. And don't forget that was TYL's map pick as well. As EDG, they show that, okay, we can win this in 2. We floated Lotus because we are not afraid about even going to there, because that map, it felt unstoppable from EDG. And I love the switch of Jenny over with the Neon, this slightly newer composition that they're running, the double duelist. It allows EDG to go for more timings, right? To be able to take aggression on the defense, to be able to, on the attack side, duel wherever they want to. They look so clean overall with this new comp.
And it's always a risk on, a 3-sided map to run that double duelist, because you don't necessarily on the defense side have the same level of capability to just passively hold. If you need to switch up the pace and hold a little bit less proactively, then it can throw some questions. But I mean, when they're finding picks like that, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. On the flip side, to give credit to Scales, found some very, very important frags, and just individually was looking stellar. Not quite enough to drag them to a couple more rounds, but you've got to highlight the moments of brilliance where you see them, especially in a 13-4 game like that. The silver linings sometimes few and far between, so we really got to harp on them where we see them, and Scales had some really, really highlight moments.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk up Scales a lot, but I think I'm going to talk up the Champions MVP from last year, because Kang,
yeah,
his timings were so good. He wasn't maybe popping off in the way that we've seen him in the past, where he is getting 4K after 4K into an ace, into a 4K into an ace, but he was still there every time EDG needed him. But Jenny on the Neon also looked incredibly comfortable. And now, as we're looking over towards Ascent on map 2, I'm excited for that too.
ISO 包后 ，ISO 包后，他什么枪啊？没不知道。答对了，nice，来，等一下我一手推黑，能打 ，nice，我就这反个黑，杨烟，小梅有烟吗？拿枪稳一点，没有，我们封烟了，这边我们补烟了，没事，警察能顶，Stingo，有枪。你们有血吗？万志？没有，我没血。后面有血。我这把枪没血了，把烟上了。标点有枪，标点有bulldog，还有烟吗？捡不了，没有烟，15秒才有烟。最大烟的了。我顶近点。我跟你一起。他要推黑的，他要推后面黑的，应该我顶近点。nice， 2个，可以点上。
Whoa, absolutely incredible to see. We got to see a little glimpse of what was going on there. Our wonderful translator giving us a couple of updates. And from the gist of what we saw, a lot of communication going on. And we talked about the trading Toblerone, the trade space Toblerone. seems to have been very at the front of their mind, with a lot of talking about I'll hold with you, communication about who had what guns as well, which, you know, communication is always been what separates, you know, the tier 1 and the tier 2. That's really the defining factor of those really top teams of communication. So being able to get little glimmers of insight into what that looks like is truly something special.
Yeah, I mean, as we've got MVP from map 1, GNE, it couldn't have been anyone else, really. I think this makes a lot of sense. Incredible player, and you can see so many pop-off moments from him throughout the entirety of that map. It's
a very difficult balance as a Neon to know when you're going too far, and when the game plan is to be super hyper-aggressive early round, and to go for those really ludicrous and outlandish wraps, to be able to know where your limits are and when to peel back. And to constantly dance at the very edge of that line of aggression so perfectly that you're punishing, but never really getting punished in reverse. It is amazing. Like, you look at that, you know, only 11 deaths across the whole map. One of the most of the team. But again, when you're that duelist, you do put yourself into that unfortunate position.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of scales, right? Almost up there in terms of kills. Obviously, nowhere near as many rounds. 10 less, but getting 19 kills as scales, like, it still shows the amount of firepower that TYL do have on their side, because as you can see here, that, you know, if we look over here, First Bloods, they're still incredibly good with things like First Bloods, but everything else just kind of falls apart as EDG. Their fundamentals come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking incredible all round. You can see the 9 out of 10 versus 0 out of 0. In all fairness, there wasn't a whole lot of rounds for them to put that to the test and show us what they were made of. It was a very, very strong opening half. So I think lovely, lovely first map there from EDG. We said that third map could be a little bit dangerous for them, but I mean, any showing even remotely like that on the second, then I don't think, you know, if you're an EDG fan, you may not have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at Ascent is EDG's pick. It is one of their better maps. On the defense, they are currently 15-7 this stage. Historically, it's been a great map for them as well. So we're looking at that, and unless TYL can bring out something incredibly special, we know that they've had some comp switches recently, but they're going to have to bring out something incredible to be able to match and take us to that Lotus for a chance for them to stay in this bracket and to try and push towards champs.
Exactly. Now, one more thing before we go to a little bit of a break. Now, we do have a little bit of a discount going on. I love a good bargain deal. I'm sure you do as well, Echo. I'm sure everybody who is watching it has a little bit of that inclination for if you could save a little bit of money. But we have a discount on gifted Twitch subs for the Project Horizon channel right now. Every single person who is supported in any way, just watching, anybody who's sharing the stream, watching the stream, co-streaming the stream, anybody who has been able to gift subs or bits, anything at all like that helps us put on this incredible show. The response and the reception from this has been genuinely overwhelming. It's been amazing to see. So hello to everyone who is watching. It has been an amazing project to be a part of, and if there is any way that you can support, even watching support, but there is a discount right now on gifted subs if you have the capability to do so. All of that money goes back into making Project Horizon the best that it can be, upping the production value the best that it can be, and yeah, just wanted to let you guys know if you're in for a little bit of a bargain. It's a little bit early for Christmas present shopping, but you know, if you wanted to get ahead of the game, there's a little bit of an idea. But with that, we are going to head to a little bit of a break, and we will see you very shortly for map number 2. Hello, hello, and welcome back, wonderful people. Map number 1 was a little bit of a speed run. Map number 2, oh, I am getting ready for it. An EDG on the precipice of qualifying.
Yeah. They win this, they get qualified into champs. They're going to be feeling so good. And we do have a relatively boring set of compositions, agent-wise.
By the way.
Oh, wait, I missed the cosplay.
You missed the neon cosplay. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Okay, I'll go back and watch the VOD.
Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, it's Ascent. Both of these teams have shown different things in the past, TYL more recently, but we're expecting the basics, and that's what we're going to get. Nothing fun like a Vice, a Deadlock, or anything like that. We're just going standard Ascent comps. Only difference really being Chichu and Slowly on the Cypher. And, oh, look at that neon cosplay. There we go. That, and I mean, the art is also incredible. God,
I've packed up my Phoenix jacket, because I'm moving on Saturday. But my Phoenix jacket, I have it. I might have to pull that out for a couple more. I think, you know what, maybe I have a neon wig somewhere. Don't ask why I have a neon wig. It's a very long story. And it's not even a Valorant related story, mind you. I think we should do that. I think we should do that for next season, Echo. I think we need to do a cast in cosplay. Can I come over and grab the neon
wig for you?
Oh yeah, you can have the neon wig if you like. Or I could just dye your hair blue, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if I suit blue hair permanently. It works for you, but I don't think
it does not work for me. This wasn't even meant to be blue.
Oh no, wait, what colour was it meant to be?
Purple. It was purple for about a day.
Yeah, that doesn't look very purple to me.
No, on the plus side, my green screen isn't keying it out, so, you know.
That's true.
Silver linings.
Yeah, it absolutely could have gone green.
Are you ready for map 2? Because it looks like we're heading on in.
I'm very excited. Like I said, the lights are spinning, the comps are boring, but the game should be exciting because now we get to see Kang with the operator in his hands more frequently. We get to see him popping off on, you know, he's well known for a lot of characters, but having him on the jet is such a classic. And immediately TYL, they're pushing down mid. It looks like nobody looking.
Such a classic. That's a sheriff, Echo.
That is a sheriff.
That's a really bad one, I'm so sorry. But that's going to be an amazing flash. Gets out of dodge as well and is geared up for more. As Chichu pushes on in, nobody just holding the line. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage onto Yo-Yo and the smoke to go on out there. But Molotov already thrown, the damage is done. They can just back away for now with the space securely still under their thumb.
Yeah, I mean, nobody just popping off to start with there. Like, that's exactly what you want from your jet with the sheriff. The flash was beautiful, and then the follow-up with Chichu just trying to find the timing all alone. I don't know if that was a bit of miscommunication or if that was just a misunderstanding of where the jet had dashed to. But now, EDG trying to find some space, and TYL, they're re-exploring mid. 9buddy again. Swordine actually gets the pick, but 9buddy with the next.
It's so good. It is immaculate, and actually... Oh, not quite a flawless round because Smog is going to find a single kill, but Sword there immediately to avenge the fallen teammates. And what a pistol round to kick things off. And for TYL, I think definitely a necessity there for the mental. Bit of a rough end to the first map. Well, just a bit of a rough first map. So to start this map off swinging is a really nice little bit of a +1 in your corner. And it'll set them up nicely to make a little bit of a run opening up this map.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Now, the Outlaw in 9buddy's hands. Drop the Sheriff over towards Yo-Yo. And he can support from afar with that. And with the flashes like we saw beforehand. And the mid-push. Chichu, first time taken out. Immediately shut down. And now it has to be an A hit. Surely, EDG, you can't re-explore towards mid. You know that's exactly where TYL are.
I'm not feeling this eco. I'm not feeling this thrifty. This isn't the one.
This isn't the one. Kang's got a sheriff. But I mean, look at the positioning from 9buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say the positioning here is amazing.
Oh.
With as well with the reload. Yeah, it's so good. And now it's just a classic left. I mean, they can probably pick up the sheriffs if they would like. They're fallen. No, they've already rotated to far away, but I feel like their fallen comrades might have wanted to try pick up just a little bit of extra firepower. Nice to go out. Recon as well is so much information. You now know that at least one of these players is rotating. The likelihood of them splitting up in this one is so low. So you've got an idea as to where they are, tracking the general location, so you can get those A players ready just in case. And with all of that mid control under your thumb as well, you know where they are right now.
You're doing okay. Scales might be alone on the Omen now, as the rolls are always a little bit flippy-floppy to the side of TYL, but now Scales with the Spectre can just spam on through, and it's only Smoggy left. Shut down, nobody gets that final blow. 3 on the round for him as well after. I think it was 3 on the first round as well, so that Jet's 6-0, and TYL, they get the second.
You raised a really good point in the first map that I think we've seen very much showcased here, is that the number of flawless rounds against EDG is incredibly low. They are always managing to drag somebody into the pits with them. Maybe not as many as we'd usually like to see, but it was something you'd said as maybe like a little bit of an offhand comment earlier, that I think we're only 2 rounds in, but it's already setting up thematically here. It's not enough to make it expensive, don't get me wrong, but I just thought it was a little fun fact, trivia, pub quiz.
Hey, we could do a VCTCN pub quiz, that'd be a lot of fun.
Can I host it, please? Because I'm really bad at doing pub quizzes, because I get distracted halfway through.
Yeah, sure,
I take the
pub
part of pub quiz too seriously. Sorry, yes. Execute onto site. They've already managed to get somebody over to the side. Attention distracted, crosshead drawn, but it's actually Jenny who gets the kill. Yo-Yo and Sword both find 1 apiece, and that sets the numbers back in their favor. Have to fall back just a little bit to get those reloads on in, and this plant is being covered. Cage is going to go down, but of course the door is still shut. Drone gets shot, Spike will get planted. They can tuck on into Hell, and that is going to give them enough information to find Sword through the wood, but nobody's still swinging away with this Marshall. Pichu stuck between a rock and a hard place, reaches for the weapon. That's actually going to get spotted by the players up on Heaven. They are just going to hold for this, but time, they've got to start getting a move on. They've got 2 players to weasel out, and Utility now very low on the ground to do it with. Plucked from the Heavens as Yo-Yo slowly finds the first, comes down to this 1v1, and needs to be soon. Chichu just buying every precious second that he can round the corner, but there it is slowly with the angle and the time to defuse, and it is a lovely way to continue converting the bonus, and EDG will not be allowed to get on the round on the board, on the board just yet. We'll get there.
We'll get there, but I don't know about EDG. It feels like the defense is pretty solid, but it's these kind of exec interrupt retakes. They're trying to get in there as quick as possible. The spike does eventually go down as EDG secure themselves the site. But you can see all of the chip damage, all of the units, they are taken down from the side of TYL before EDG get the spike down. Was what secured them that round, as well as heroics from Slowly. And now TYL, like I said, up to 3. Outlaw over towards B main. Ooh.
Oh, the flash. Oh, needed to reload. Teammate dies because of it. There's 2 kills available. Ninebury's got 1, and they are desperately trying to punish on the runaway. And that's the issue. The worst possible second to have reloaded. I can see your head in your hands. They don't have the Spike either as well. Spike is having to make a very long journey back. It's a bit of a marathon. But Scales now the last player left, and this has gone from bad to worse in a matter of seconds.
I don't know how that happened. All of a sudden, Ninebody swings around whilst reloading. Means his teammate gets taken down, and now nobody spots out Scales. The stinger at range.
Ninebody was lucky not to also have been taken down initially. The fact that Ninebody gets 1 off the back of peeking whilst reloading, and everyone else dying because of it. The fact that you still find a kill before they finally trade you is daylight robbery, and a very, very small pity prize.
But I mean, look at Kang. He is unstoppable. And then, you know, as soon as EDG managed to get towards the site, because of how Ascent is, the chain was essentially cut in half. You had, you know, 2 people rotating over from A. They were just cut off from the rest of their team. So now, as we trade blows over towards A main, EDG, they've got a good buy on their hands, finally. Crucially, they have Jenny's ult. So Ninebody with no gun, only with their knives. When this exec comes on through, Ninebody won't have the knives to defend themselves with. So this is a crucial thing. Watch for the null command over towards B and see how Ninebody reacts, because they'll only have a shorty.
And it's not exactly the best weapon for the situation. Maybe if you fall back certain positions, it's close range enough that you might find one, but it's not exactly amazing. Trying to get ahead of the game and find a pick early, but there you said, no command comes on through. Kills go one apiece right now, however, and nobody's still firing away. It's frantic. 9 Buddy does unfortunately go down as predicted. The KO revive comes on through, so he's back in the round and swinging. Frantic spray, but nobody is home. And if you're Yo-Yo and Scales, do you even really want to have a look at this?
Money solo, you kind of want to save. Jenny's going to try to shut that down with wall bangs.
Luckily, long range and through a wall means that Yo-Yo is not going to be too worse for wear. Oh, they are really hunting for this, though.
Yeah, Scales is not in a good position as well. Yeah, Smoggy takes him out, and now it's just Yo-Yo. And at this point, saving, you want to do it, but no shield, so it's only just worth it. You're not going to have the full loss bonus online yet, so you do want to save this gun if possible.
I don't know. I don't like it.
I don't think he can.
I mean, he's heard the direction they're coming from. Does take down Smoggy, but somebody with the shorty after time. Oh, it's just sold in the open wound. And yeah, we said save would be nice. And I'm sure that they heard us and went, yeah, I'm sure you think a save would be nice, wouldn't it? And said, absolutely not. But yeah, as you said, no command absolutely shuts this down. The knives, I love the proactivity to try and get ahead of the game and peek on into main before the null command gets popped, but doesn't find anything. Imagine if you'd found it before the null command got popped and then there's no null command available. You know, would have been the best case scenario. Alas, not how the cookie crumbled.
No, like it's a great idea, and it's these little micro plays, these little bits of micro understanding that can change the game. But you miss your shots, and at the end of the day, it's not going to work out. And TYL opening up relatively early with their own timeout. They won the first 3 rounds, and now 2 in EDG's favor, and they want to put a halt to that momentum. Want to try and flip it back to their side. We didn't see a single timeout from EDG in the last map, and we only saw 1 from TYL. So we are kind of in an unusual position where we've not seen a lot of coach interaction with the players here, which I think is a very interesting point to be in. But TYL, they know they need to get as many rounds as they can because EDG's defense typically is incredibly good. 68% just this stage. I think it might even be higher overall. Their defense is so incredible on this map. So they want to get as many as they can before it flips over.
Yep, might as well. Might as well. But I think, yeah, TYL not taking many timeouts last map. There is a couple of occasions where I think would have been very nice, especially when they were, you know, 10-4 down and then 11-4 down. 12-4 down and still just didn't want to get the coaches on the line. But good to see there's a little bit more communication this time around. I'm just going out. This is not a great buy from TYL. So some opening picks would be lovely. I wouldn't put it past them. We've seen a lot of thrifties at Ecos today. But the issue will be keeping hold of this map control when the EDG onslaught inevitably arrives at your doorstep. But they're taking it slow for now. Waiting and hoping that a peek will come to them just for an opening. Alas, it will not. So that spike is going to crawl up, catwalk over through mid.
Yeah, this is a classic A-split setup. Scales, though, potentially the knife hiding in the dark. As the A-split does come on through, Kankang, though, pushing up towards heaven.
Oh, with the information, that's a lovely find. The Hunter's Fury from Nobody is going to be incredible for finding Yo-Yo. And now Kankan already looking at that, holding down the fort, getting ahead of any rotations before they even know they're rotating. Beautifully done to secure. Yes, it's not against the best buy in the world, so we got to take that with a pinch of salt. But to do it so flawlessly, that's the kicker.
Yeah, they did use the Sova ult for it. Don't necessarily always want to be investing that against an eco round, but it does secure the round flawlessly. It means that EDG can now build up a bank of economy behind them. And now that was an eco, it's likely not what TYL called at that timeout for, but now as they get the full loss bonus online, as they can buy up fully, this is what I expect the timeout was for. The usual setup though. So I'm expecting some kind of set play, some kind of play for the retake, but EDG, they're dashing on in quick.
I love the pace. The anti-rush is no longer available because all that they have to stall this is Sword. The flash is so great, but the team flash kind of coming on through. Sword gets one, but nobody's already rounded the corner, and now Chichu can set on up in main. It's going to be very difficult to break through. The smoke is going to fade. Dash comes on through. Chichu's not going to get a line of sight until nobody peeks. And there it is. Jenny has to hop on back here. A little bit messy. They are just going to run this on down, though. Very run-of-the-mill. Lovely aggression. And there's no real answer to that for the side of the defense.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as EDG get the spike down, if they have 4 members alive, they're pretty much solid. The exec there was very nice. Like I said, the flashes are incredibly good from Jenny. But, yeah, Kang team flash, doesn't matter. He gets killed. The trade comes on through as the exec comes over towards lane later on. And EDG, they are happy with that round win. And now TYL Sheriffs. I don't want to say it's going to happen. It's a defense round with Sheriffs. It's going to be difficult. You're going to say it? Okay. I mean, maybe, right?
No one is going to remember me making the same joke about it going to be an eco round for the 5th time in a row, right?
Chat, go and clip all of them.
They will remember, but they will remember when I said there was going to be a thrifty, and it is. But, I mean, losing the opening pick is not a great way to instill faith in that.
It does feel like for now, though, yeah, like, the slow pace from EDG, just spraying, putting a little bit of pressure in across the map. I'm expecting Chichu to make some noise now over towards B to put that question mark on the map. As Scales, he's going adventuring. Oh, the timing, Smoggy, he's turned around.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, luckily there's a whole firing squad ready, you know, like there's not... It's panicking to watch though, isn't it? Just the time. That's the worst part about having X-ray, isn't it? Is you can see the stars aligning. Okay, they go through. Door's gonna come on down. Kankan's gonna establish in. Little bit worried that there was somebody hiding in that smoke there. I mean, doing their due diligence. Now posted on up. Wide out in the open. Has the right angle. Looking to the left. Missed shots. Has to duck back as the reload comes on through. But Jenny with 2 here, immediately filling the vacuum in power. And there you have it. Kankan comes on through. They secure themselves a 5th. And it is looking very nice. Bit of a slow start into the map. But alas, they are now putting their name on this series even more so than previously.
Yeah, essentially now that they're able to get most people alive over towards site, they're pretty much locked in. Obviously this was against a thrifty, but we could look at the round previous and the round before that as well. If EDG have 4 people alive and they get the spike down, they're probably going to win the round. That's just the nature of EDG and the nature of Ascent in their post plans at the very least as well. So now nobody does have the op online over towards the B side and slowly does find one traded. The op not being noted, but now the Omen in the backside.
Shorty best gun in the game. Sorry, Shock Bolt best weapon in the game. 9buddy lovely shot to find, but the issue is going to be that there is no support left for this op. It has to be now, and what a lovely headshot from Chichu. On for the ace potentially. Knows where Scales is and is just watching this main. Ultimate comes on through for the potential reposition, but it's a bit of a ruse here. Chichu not faked out in the slightest. Now we wait for the peak. 1 versus 1. It's a messy spray. The reload needs to come on through, but Scales has it, denies the ace, and keeps TYL in the runnings. And it is, it's down to the wire, but a matter of bullets.
I mean, Chichu's aim that entire round is going to be a highlight reel of him. Okay, slowly opens it up quite nicely, but look at Chichu. Okay, shorty kill, sure, but yeah, look at Chichu swinging on in, holding for the repeak of 9buddy as well, but just low on bullets and Scales. We saw him on Haven being a steady hand to hold it down, and he does the same again here. Still no timeout from EDG. They really don't like calling these unless necessary, but Kang now has the op on attack. Not all Jets love to go for it, but when you've got someone like Kang, well, there's no reason not to. Smoke over towards mid, and immediately the drone from Sword9 spots out the operator. And you can see the movement from the defenders from TYL to account for the scope, just to make sure that for now they're not going to be peeking anywhere that could be deadly.
Counter drone comes on through, is going to spot 9, Cross. Ooh. I thought that was the op shot, but turns out it was a Smoggy onto Scales instead. Bladestorm gets popped, now running on forward. Not exactly being quiet about this conquest. Runs on forward, flash for the angle. Nobody's going to be spotted just yet. Pop back on out, smoke for the cross. Right up close and personal. All knives end up buried in Yo-Yo. So it's now just reliant on the op, but the op is so incredibly good. Quick scopes onto somebody. Nobody's found sword, and now it's all crumbling. 1 bullet left in the chamber as they are about to get peeked. Scopes on in, the wide swing just slightly too far to be accounted for. Slowly gets to, but Chichu is there as the backstop. And EDG, another round on the board. No needs to get the coach on the line. They say, no, we've got this. We've got the plans, we've got the action, and we've got the mental on lockdown.
And it feels like they are just so comfortable, so secure at any moment in the game, basically. Other than where Chichu has to pull out heroics. They're just solid. And I mean, okay, Kang, a little bit aggressive there with that, but their fundamentals, when it comes down to those clutch moments, when they have the time to sit back, they are there ready for it. And now we have the Outlaw in line for Kang on the attacking side. There's an aggressive Omen TP from Scales. Finds absolutely nothing over towards B, so EDG, the A site open. This is where they're going to end. And the retake slowly does have this lockdown, so if they want to invest it on Nico, once this K-Walt goes down, they have the chance to do it. And it looks like he's positioning for it.
Potentially, but with Kang pushing ahead, if you can take down a couple of these players, it makes it so unsavory to want to attempt. There it goes, lockdown gets popped. Nobody's just going to sit on the edge here and wait. Try and punish as they push on through. Gets 1 and 2, and that all but confirms it. But the issue is going to be that everyone has to back on off here, and they have a clear line at sight. And now 1 versus 1, they know the location, but look at that, the info, so much going on here. Shock dart just to try cover it. It's wild and messy and slowly needs to get on this quickly. And it's just so much stall. Nobody perfect peak. And that puts a 7th on the board.
Yeah, a 7th on the board. A couple of ults invested from both sides. And I'll come on the lockdown most importantly. I love the idea as soon as we get Yo-Yo getting this pick onto Kang in the backlines from slowly. Invest this ult. Get the lockdown down and hope you can win it out. But nobody. So secure, so calm in the clutch. The shock darts used perfectly as well. And EDG, they are looking like a perfectly oiled clock. This is exactly how they are meant to look.
Ooh, early peak. Actually, they decide to back off, but not before 9, but he finds 1 with the Stinger. Yes, 1 for 1 isn't going to favor you on the defense, but when you've got weapons like this and it's just the Stinger going down, maybe a little bit of the liability, the dead weight weaponry rise has been cut loose in that opening combat. Neural theft has been used, repositions accordingly. They're going to rotate over towards A.
But Kang, he has the chance to look to try and pull the rotates, keep them here over towards B, because it's just the killjoy. It's just slowly, but he does spot out Smoggy, and Smoggy going down. That was essentially your ripcord to save yourselves, and now the mid-fight.
1 for 1, Spike gets dropped rather uncomfortably, mind you. Knife to go on out. It's not going to matter because Yo-Yo's already found the pick. And now Kang, we talked about it. Maybe trying to alleviate some of the pressure from the team. Now all of the pressure lies on his shoulder because of his teammates. And now there's the peak. Sword already ready and waiting for it. And that is that 5-7 to close out the half. And a really good recovery. It's not too one-sided. This is definitely still favoring EDG, though, as they go on to that defense.
Yeah, but we've got to say those 3 opening rounds, without those rounds, this would be a very different scoreline.
Very different.
Like, I'm looking straight at 9buddy for those opening picks on Jet, on that pistol, because that was what essentially secured TYL the chance to come back as they switch sides. They are switching sides onto EDG's stronger side, so they have to be careful of that because they are so good on the defense. We saw Kang's up on the attack, get it 3Ks a couple of times, and you know he's going to be looking for way more than that when he goes onto the defense.
Lighty 3 coffee cups. Is that the secret to the madness? It's just caffeine straight into the bloodstream. Or what are we thinking?
Please don't try it.
Wow.
I mean, it's like I've got to. You know, I've got to go for wingman.
Yeah, you got to go for wingman.
I have.
I'm gonna go for the sky one just because I love the bird. Just it's so goofy.
Warning: bird
it's
explodes in your face.
I mean, if a bird exploded in my face, I would probably just collapse. That'd be the end of me.
Okay, but which is cooler though? Like the bird exploding in your face, or Dizzy throwing goo at you like it's the ghost from Mario Kart?
That is not the comparison that 99% of people are using, and you know it.
Yeah, but okay, but it should be, because the squid from Mario Kart that squirts the ink in your face, like, it's so annoying, and so is Dizzy. And Dizzy actually gives you better information than the Sky Flash does. And...
Is Dizzy your favourite? I know you've got a Wingman plush, but is Dizzy your favourite? I'm just trying to find out what the bias is.
Maybe.
Because I'm a Mosh fan.
I mean...
Just for the name.
I think it's going to be Wingman, just because Wingman's got the non-binary colours, so I think that probably helps for that.
Yeah, okay.
But... we still love Dizzy. We still love Dizzy. But now, as we switch, we did digress. Ninebody going for the support buy as slowly as the Sheriff. So we don't have a big gun online for Ninebody. I was expecting a raid boss, but no. As now TYL, they attack. And they're going slowly, just prodding, poking, working out where everyone is from EDG. But it's been silence. The fog of war is up. And there's almost nothing TYL can do to poke unless they are going a little bit too deep, a little bit too riskily.
Have you never heard of a battled sentinel? Battle
I've seen
sentinel.
it in my ranked games.
That's me. That's what I think I am, sorry. Reality and what goes on in my mind are two very separate things. But here we are. Here is the opening duel. Kankan has to just back on off. And look at that. Ninebody flying through the air. Soaring. And that has just forced everybody off. The doors are going to go down. Trying to knife it. Stop it really closing. But there it is immediately. So it's not going to allow Scales to truly ease up on the comfort. Smoke after smoke is just going to be playing inside them. And the right click is immense. Slowly gets one, Scales with another. And it keeps the numbers in their favor with Sword finding Smoggy. That leaves just Chichu on their own. Yes, there's one, but there is an immediate peek off the back of it. And that is the pistol secured.
Yeah, and it's an incredibly important pistol. If we had seen this going the other way, if we had seen EDG going up to 8 and then 9, this could have just been it. It could have been over. But Ninebody, I mean, that's the light shield buy doing some good work. It was an incredible start for them, and they managed to secure a couple of laboured gunfights, sure, but Ninebody spamming with the Sheriff to close it out. Thanks Kankang for that weapon, and they've gone for a very low buy here. 2 Sheriffs, a Bulldog, a Stinger, and a Spectre. Oh, and Kankang!
What a shot. Ninebody, there is a little bit of a response here. That's the back away, the paranoia forcing the angle. Tuck on in, but too many different angles. The paranoia, actually just about dodges it. Ninebody finds another with the Stinger, and now they can just post on up here, and there's not going to be allowed any space near the site for EDG to retake. Sword looking to take the fight to them. There's Jenny going down. There's the immediate swing for Nobody. They're not ready, and now Smoggy, last player left alive. Nothing but a classic. 2 headshots in a row. It's a very nice pick, but it is all for naught. A pity consolation prize. A nice one. A very shiny trophy, albeit, but second place. And that is going to be the conversion. That's all you can really ask for. This is the round where we see, can they make magic happen and convert the bonus for a second time this map?
Yeah, because then that would get them up to a lead on this map, which they haven't had since that round 6. 7-7 currently, like you say, TYL. They've got to try and bring something back. Slowly, although immediately died in the last round, can now afford to buy up this Vandal. So can bring some firepower, some fight. And it's another B hit. Nice and simple.
Ooh, immediate punish there, Ninebody. Just too much information on where they were. Broadcasted at all times. Drone goes out. Gonna have a little bit of a peek at mid. Slowly, and Yo-Yo gonna find picks a piece, and suddenly the kill feed is bleeding red. Can goes down as well. And it's happening again, Echo.
Surely not. Again.
Is this micro-inducing? Is this micro-inducing? Are you having fun yet, Echo? Because the Thrifties are immaculate. They are incredible.
Keep happening. And like, I think Slowly only got 2 kills, one of them right at the end there as well. So it's not like it was the Vandal that really made the difference.
This is why Copium exists. Because there are glimmers, there are moments.
3 rounds in a row at both starts of the half for TYL.
You didn't ask me if it was going to happen, but if you had, I would have told you it was going to be a Thrifty.
You're always going to say it's going to be a Thrifty anyway. Now EDG, this is the time. This is the first timeout we see from them. They are feeling like that something is running away, and you can see the coach is a little bit, I don't know, not annoyed, but there's a little bit of tension there, I think, of why is this happening? Like, come on, let's fix this. And EDG, this team, like I've said before, they do shine under pressure. And this is their chance to lock in champs, right? If they can win out on this, they only need to win 6 more rounds, and they're locked in for champs.
God forbid, though, it goes to Lotus. Because after map 1, a 13-4 on map 1, and then a stellar run in the first half of this map. And then if it goes to Lotus, then I get really worried that it all goes down the drain. That feels like a little apprehensive and exaggerated, but it does really feel, we've said from the start that it feels like the win con is definitely finishing in 2 maps here. And you can see it slipping. I also see 2 Buckies, so EDG is now my favorite team. My allegiance is very easy to buy.
They've got 2 Buckies, one over towards B, one over towards A. So either way, they're going to be retaking with a Bucky, most likely.
Blanket coverage of the map, you know? I'm a little mad that we don't see 5 Buckies, but...
We are not queuing ranked together after I've heard that. Absolutely not happening.
You and Q ranked with me anyway.
I mean, I just had my head coach ask me to play ranked with him, so, you know, I might have to go do that after this.
I'm not going to mention the name of the team that you're coaching now.
And now we can see the firing squad from TYL on the attack side. Just watching, waiting for any of the defenders to peek their heads, as we did see Kang just poke his head around the corner. I think he heard the outlaw and thought, you know what, no, I'm going to run away.
No. Small move. Small move, small man.
But TYL should be looking to exit over towards A. This KO knife finds nothing, so this does indicate to EDG that it's not an A hit. So TYL, they're going to take full advantage of that fact. Yeah, the recon clears it as well. TYL, they are playing so patient. And EDG, despite the fact that they're diligent, they've got it all wrong. But I think they've heard, because nobody with the Bucky ready to peek on in. He's in the smoke.
He's in the smoke. He's spotted by the drone, so that's just going to be a jump over the top. Oh, does at least find one, and that is going to kind of split up the defenses as well. Smoke goes down. That cuts off the choke point again. Can gets another. There's a run on out from Jenny, but it's not going to find too much. But Can again with the Sheriff. It's happening again, and there's only 12 seconds left on the clock. It's not going to happen, and the Bucky's coming in with the crossfire, and they need slowly to alleviate the pressure. Can gets another one. The Bucky gets the last, and they've only gone and done it.
How are they doing this?
Because they bought the Buckies, Echo. Because they bought the Buckies. It was amazing, but they isolate that first fight.
Yeah, the first fight there. You can see nobody here. This smoke, so there's 2 variations of this smoke. This is the one that you want to play on if you are playing inside of the smoke. And you can see nobody uses it to perfection. And then the Buckies, the Sheriff shots.
Can I just say,
EDG.
Our translators just put a whole string of question marks. If even our translator is confused, we ain't got any idea how to interpret this.
Yeah, I mean, that was something else. And I mean, EDG are feeling good. And is this a TYL timeout? I think it is TYL timeout after that. After getting Thrifties with Buckies and Sheriff, you need to just sit down and wait.
You've got to rub it in.
How to move forward.
You've got to drive the point home here. You've got to be like, we did that with Buckies, and you've got to sit and stew in that now.
Oh my word. I mean, at least this game is entertaining either way. For both of these teams, it is very important that it's entertaining for us at home. And now there's an operator online for Kang. The win condition for EDG now unlocked, thanks to that Thrifty win.
Initial info's not going to spot anything out, although they spotted nothing out last round and we know how that went. Now slowly a little bit of a toy back towards mid. Recon's going to go out and it's either going to get broken or they're just going to have to sit and wait this one. Smoke goes out, it's going to give them a little bit of an idea, and there's going to be a post up on the line. Can missed shot but backs away, immediately ready just in case anyone's going to peek him. But no, nobody's really wanting to risk it right now.
The rare missed shot, he does find the second though. That's the most important. Takes down Scales, usually such a key operator. Yeah, it's a warning shot and then it's the real shot. But now it's going to end up being a B split. Nobody's going to have to lock down market.
Love the adjustment there, and that's kind of stalled everything. It isolates only one player left now in towards mid. Recon Dart isn't going to spot anything out. Can, however, knows, is waiting, is aware. Yo-Yo gets taken out, and I mean, the angle is still entirely relevant for Can to be posted up on, as mid is looking to be breached there. Shot from Can over onto slowly in main. Head on a swivel, kills in the kill feeds. Everything you could ever want from a star player, and then some. And now Sword just tucking in, praying for dear life that they can weather the storm. Will maybe survive, but I don't like this because they've got the money, they've got the weapons to go hunting, they've got the bodies to throw at this. May actually find Can find the second pick as well, but the paranoia is invested. They're desperate to take this weapon. Takes them a little bit, but absolutely worth the hassle, and a 9th in the lead re-established.
Yeah. And that's the most important thing for EDG now, is they've got their win con online, they've got the operator, and you can see there's no such thing as a free market when EDG is on the server. They are holding down this site from both sides, keeping it on lock, and they do manage to secure the operator back online for Can as well. Okay, so that was a tech pause before. Now it looks like this is the TYL timeout, and it's the last timeout. The last chance I'll get to talk to the coaches, unless the EDG, they call their own in the future. Now they've only got 4 chances. Yeah, they have, and I can't imagine EDG are going to be calling a timeout unless this goes up to TYL 12 at this point, maybe 11. But now EDG 4 rounds. That's all they need to look to lock in champs.
Yeah, 4 rounds away from the glory. It's tense.
You can feel it, right? The players as well. They are, especially from TYL, they know that this is so important for them. They need to find the win here. But that's a cool witch outfit.
Banger Sage cosplay.
Is that the Sage witch from Halloween? Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Niche. I love it. The creativity of the fans, bro. I love it.
We love it. And now, so, it looks like TYL, they're going back to the classic. It's been working before. Just rush B. We've got the jet knives online. The knife doesn't find the jet either, so...
Ooh. Juju spots somebody flying above. Can't quite pluck them out of the sky just yet. Can pass over the information. Nobody is going to get spotted. Has to just duck back in to remove the dart there before being able to repeat. Hunter's Fury invested. Oh! Through the smoke! Snipes Ninebody! Little bit of a problem. Nobody's on the backside fighting for his life, but with Chichu stepping on up here, that's weathering the onslaught that's headed his way. Needs to now find slowly. Has jumped on up the reposition just to throw them off a little bit. Lockdown is going to be committed and then broken by nobody, and that stunts everything. Slowly, last player left alive. Recon's going to go out, gets broken. They now know exactly where Slowly is. And they can just converge, dogpile. Don't let them isolate the fights here. Just hold the line. You're not on the clock. He is.
Wait, no.
I said don't isolate the fights. And now it's just Can. I say it's just Can. It's Can. And the HP is so low. Spike down in the situation is wild enough as is. Gets popped. And it's being accounted for. It's the ace. What? No.
Dogs Can out of mid-air. What a shot out of nowhere. You can see making eyes and Can looking over. shaking his head a little bit, disappointed because what a shot! Slowly with the ace to keep TYL in this map, to even it up. They are now 9-9. Oh, what a last shot! That is something you don't see in Valorant a lot.
That's incredible. That's actually incredible. That's it. Pack it up, guys. TYL's winning this. TYL's winning the whole thing.
I'm gonna hold you to that now. I'm gonna clip that. Thank you very much.
Oh god.
EDG though, Kang only has the Vandal, still walking up, breaking that Killjoy turret. Just apply a little bit of pressure, leaves the late round a little bit more open as well. And now, as Smoggy is revealing so much of A main, they know it's going to end up being a B hit. There's nothing towards A, nothing towards mid. And TYL's been loving their B hits, and it's been working, as we've seen in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it has indeed. Lovely find onto 9, but he immediately ducks back into market, and now sat waiting, nobody backside. Life gets broken, so there's a little less information, a little less suppression to work with. Scales has found one. Bit of a quieter game from him compared to last. But there we are. Jenny with 2. Make that 3 slowly. Does eventually find the trade, but it's too little too late. Spike gets picked up. The paranoia is amazing. Still somehow walks away with 24 HP to his name, but the drone's going to spot the man out. And there is Chichu holding for the angle, and immediately they let one cheeky round slip through the net. It is an absolutely criminal round, but they say absolutely not. Back to business as usual.
I think the Sentinels are the MVPs. Look at this trip. Chichu put that trip in mid-air to catch exactly where 9buddy was updrafting and dashing over the top of the hut onto site. The trip there, it's one of those things you do as a Cypher and you're like, oh, it'd be so great if I get the jet, but I probably won't. But his trips have caught out 9buddy so many times. In mid-air, over towards site, over towards switch. Chichu's been this quiet MVP, and now TYL down to a thrifty EDG, on the verge of 11 rounds, unless TYL can find something special with 1 Stinger and 1 Sheriff.
I mean, you know exactly what I'm going to say about the thrifty round, but I do like Jenny posted up on this angle, slightly out of the Stinger's lethal range, but still not exactly in the most comfortable spot in the world. Has to back away, and cross isn't going to be noticed. 9, but he has been accounted for. Door not going to shut them down, actually just luring them, daring them to take this site. Can tries to back away, backs directly into a box and breaks their spine, but still available to continue in this round. Jenny finds slowly, now Scales last left alive, and it's through the smoke. It felt personal, and there is the 11th.
Yeah, no thrifties here. EDG, they've locked in now. That one timeout from their coaches told them it was enough. Sure, heroics from slowly might try and drink some rounds back, and it wasn't a flawless. Again, TYL were always so good for at least 1 in the round, but EDG now only 1 more round to get them up to map and series point, to get them to champs as 1 round after that. As we now have a full buy, couple of light shields, some utility lost. And TYL starting out, making it seem like they're taking B main, get the ult over towards slowly. And I'd imagine they might take this Sentinel over towards the A site now to try and get that lockdown online in this round, because they cannot let EDG take this up to 12.
No, that would be a brutal position to be in, especially given where the alt economy and the actual economy is at. Actually, no, I'd say that about the odds. The first 2 people I looked at were 9buddy and Sword, and then I completely forgot to look at anybody else. I'll put my hand on heart and say, my bad. Ooh, nobody. Lovely opening shot, and that is absolutely a harbinger of what's to come. 4 spotted out by the knife as well, so they are all just going to converge. Rotate's already coming on over. Can wants a piece of this battle, wants a piece of the action. Amazing paranoia is going to help them find Smoggy and Jenny, but now they still need to do a little bit more. Smoke for Heaven is going to make things a little bit difficult, but 9buddy lines them up, and can to close the round, and that is it. 1 step away from glory, from qualifying.
And the timing from the swing from EDG up towards Heaven. absolute perfection. No utility available because of that nod command. And the paranoia, yes, it was pretty good from the attacking side, but with slowly not there to be that stab in the back. You can see here, nobody. The swing was such a perfect time. And then Kang to close it out. And it feels like this might be it. TYL, no timeout. No ripcord to pull. They've got some ults. But the guns are really low for Guardians. But they've got the Killjoy ult. The lockdown. It could secure them the B site. Get them into the post plant. Right. Are they going to fake with it? Or are they just not going to use it?
Let's go find out. The back away. And he having a look. Isn't going to spot anything just yet.
Oh, this mid timing's perfect. Look at 9buddy alone.
Oh, there's Hunter's Fury coming on out as well. Isn't going to find anything. Oh, Scales and Sword. They managed to culminate to find something. Nobody with the Hunter's Fury at least keeps the numbers fairly stable here. 3 versus 2. 9buddy going down is going to be a little bit of a problem. But nobody going down. 9buddy and nobody being on opposite teams is... It was going to happen at some point.
Well, there's 9 bodies, right? Because there's 4 people on EDG, because nobody's on EDG. And then there's 5 people from TYL, so it is 9 people in the server right now.
True.
9 bodies. Perfect.
I mean, your sentence, I'm not even... But can to be 1v3 needed, maybe not the round, and especially with Yo-Yo holding at the line. They cling on for dear life. They live to die. They live to fight another day, potentially.
I mean, this was a messy round, though. EDG, I love the little push out towards mid. They took down 9buddy, but then the Hunter's Fury rip off of basically nothing. That alerted TYL that they could take this fight towards mid, because one was busy, stuck in the Hunter's Fury. You can't really do a 180 in the nick of time for that. And you can see EDG after that round, because it was messy, they weren't aware of where TYL could be, where the timings of their rotate back through spawn. So they do call this timeout. This does give TYL the chance now as well to sit, discuss, and plan with their coaches. 2 more chances for EDG to win this before it goes up into overtime. And EDG's track record on this map, it says they should be winning this round. But shoulds in this game have not meant much. No,
they have meant very little, actually. But that's what's made it so exciting, I think. And I'm really glad that this map has been a lot more competitive. I think it would have been a difficult pill to swallow if it had been, 2 13-4s back to back. Because yeah, EDG would have qualified, but I feel like the fight is going to make the victory even more worth it. That's the assumption there is a victory. TYL, potentially the greatest reverse sweep that we have seen, at least today. I don't want to say of all time. Ignore the fact that this is the first series of the day, but...
Yeah, this is one of the first series of the day overall if you're going by GMT timer anyway. But now EDG, this buy is very interesting.
It's amazing is what it is.
2 judges and an operator. And then Sheriff for Chichu and Smoggy. Oh, Hunter's Fury, they're trying to get towards the A side, but Jenny...
He gets the opening pick. I'm glad that they didn't chase the final kill there as well, the secondary kill. Because that probably would have been to their demise. The angle posted up here as well by Jenny. With nobody pressuring main, it leaves... Oh, no, get your gun out. Okay, jiggles the angle, spots our player. Ooh. They just both miss each other. Ships in the night. I'm going to go over spots out one. Smoke to cover the angle allows them a clear path through mid undisturbed.
No, this is so interesting because nobody's pause makes everyone from EDG think that they're just waiting outside A. They're waiting, they're going to re-hit. And now as nobody goes over towards mid, he's going to spot nothing. Maybe Sword 9 if he's lucky, but the timing is not good for him and he gets taken down. So now the B site is open, clear for TYL to get on. Low health, yes. The lockdown expended, they don't know it's clear. So it's going to be a 4 versus 4 retake and Sword 9.
I love this position.
Waiting. Yeah. Could be lethal.
is gonna be. And also still has line of sight over towards mid-market, so absolutely nobody gonna be peeking in there on, well, without being noticed. Spike's gonna go down, trying to get ahead of it, hoping that in the commotion of getting the spike down that there's gonna be a moment of vulnerability. Smoggy gets one. But there it is, sword to close it out, clinging on to the end. Regulation, done. Every single round will be used. And, I mean, if you're EDG, you're probably getting a little bit antsy that you haven't been able to close it out just yet. Overtime is looming.
It's these little timings that TYL have found with the aggressive pushes from EDG. It's what they're known for. It's how they've won so many rounds in the past. And they still have the operator on Kang in this round. But there, because of how far aggressive nobody was pushed up, everyone from EDG thought that B was going to be clear. But they just forgot about mid. They had no utility, no cypher trips, no cam over towards the middle of the map. And now as TYL doing their standard B main default, putting a little bit of pressure on, Kang doesn't go for this timing. He's alone here over towards Cat. As for now, TYL, they're moving their pieces over towards A. And Smoggy, he's gone for pushes here. He's gone exploring before. I don't think he will now.
I don't think so. Is ready for the jump across. He's actually trying to prepare mentally for as the smoke fades. Actually finding a second there is incredible because there wasn't really much escape. So doing as much damage as humanly possible is great. Although it's Omen, so as, you know, octopusly possible. Like doing it though. This is it. 2 versus 4. They're pushing onto the lesser defended side, but you can see the rotates come flooding over. Jenny holding the line. All might spot with the bow on out, but there it is. Nobody finds the trade. And that is going to be that. EDG qualify to play in champs and continue. They still got a chance to win the whole damn bracket.
They do, and this is the EDG. They're looking so much stronger. A couple of mistakes, a couple of timings missed there, sure, on their defensive side, but this is the EDG that we have known and loved, and I think that is now TYL eliminated from their chances of making it to champs. A little bit of heartbreak for these players, and they took the fight to EDG there on Ascent, which is usually one of their home grounds.
Yeah.
As you can see, talking to Kang a little bit.
And we will have our wonderful translator on side to give us a little bit of insight as to what the interview is going to entail, give you a little bit of detail about the emotions that are probably running very, very high, mind you.
Yeah, emotions very high for both sides right now. TYL not making it to champs. This is where their year ends. Obviously, the off-season coming up, and
True.
China's off-season is usually incredibly good, if anything, if like last year is anything to go by. Hugs left all around. Nobody likes to eliminate anyone else, right? At the end of the day, that is competition, though, sadly. Oh. But EDG, that's champs for them. They're going to be feeling so happy, so comfortable with all of this. Ready to go and take the fight, keep their trophy, because they are the reigning champs right now.
They are indeed. I think it's also, we talked a little bit earlier about when the pressure eases off a little bit and when you know that the map was going to be changing, if you have the opportunity to get a couple of reps in preemptively, like expecting the changes, you can adjust the veto to play maps that you think are maybe going to crop up a little bit more when everything changes. Now that they've qualified, regardless of how the rest of the bracket goes, it means that the pressure comes off a lot and they can maybe be a little bit more experimental, which should be super exciting to see from them. And when the pressure comes off, they can have a little bit more fun. They can go a little bit crazier. If they can go even crazier than what we saw today.
Do you feel like the crowd's passion? Yeah, he's just making the crowd scream. Like, what's different about this arena? Yeah, and he does like it's like thank you all for like coming to here, and then we'll make out to the 24th and we'll show you. And they're talking about like for the Yoru on Kangkang. And what is that about? Yeah, and he's like Jenny as actually really yeah, he's really willing to fight as a player. And then he's like putting him on the neon really allows him to display his skill. And then so that the Yoru falls on me. And the total EDG energy. I mean, like we got into the zone very quickly after getting to this arena. Yeah, and he's like that match against T was very hard, and we found like the form, you know, the performance to be able to win, continue winning.
重庆还是要尝一下浩东家的小面的。这段时间有过去吗？有尝味道怎么样
？And did you try Hao's mom's noodle shop?
比赛比较忙，训练赛比较忙。东哥，对不起。然后可能我们打完。
He's like sorry to Haodong. He hasn't tried the noodle shop yet. He's like if we get a chance, we'll try it later on.
所有的精力放在上面，那期待你们到时候去尝一下面馆怎么样，给我们所有的观众们分享一下。 那其实今天赢下这场比赛，也意味着你们已经锁定到了冠军赛的名额。因为就像你说的，其实过去这段时间以来，你一定是顶着非常大的压力的。那今天赢下这场比赛，是不是也有长舒一口气的感觉？之后会有什么样的目标和计划呢
？Yeah. And he's like, was like a sigh of relief that you won today, and what goals you have for the future?
希望给到现场跟没有到现场的观众们都能够得到一场让大家能够观看到一场精彩的比赛，我觉得是我最满意的事情了。
He's like, we hope like to bring like the best performances to like our fans at the arena.
再一次感谢康康接受我们的采访，最后还有什么想跟观众们说的话吗
？And what do you want to say to the fans?
谢谢大家，谢谢大家。对，就只有这些了。对，
谢谢大家的支持。
Yeah, he's just like, oh, thank you everyone.
到这里就先结束了，接下来还有一段 highlight 给大家，大家不要走开。
And that's it for the interview.
Lovely as always to be able to hear what gets said during the interviews, especially when emotions are running so high, and some very interesting and extraneous questions in the mix there. I know you and I had a good little chuckle about the noodle shop. So
yeah, I mean, if I ever make it down to China, I'm definitely go to that noodle shop for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's them qualifying, and we get to relive a couple of moments of the glory here as well.
And I've got to say, for me, Jenny, at the beginning of the year, I was a little bit uncertain about this pickup, but what a player. So supportive. The flashes were always on point, being able to enable Kang, but also people like Smoggy to get kills over towards A main. And then on the flip side, on the Neon, looked so good on the entry as well. What a player. The Bucky round, your favourite round, I'm assuming.
Well, I mean, other than the judge round, but it's up
well, the
there.
judge round was a loss, right? The Bucky round was a win, so I think that's surely better.
I mean, true, actually. Yeah, context. If you take it out of context, you know.
Ah, okay, sure.
But yeah, just generally incredibly well done here. A little bit closer of a map than maybe we expected after the 13-4. But nonetheless, what a marked performance to really set the tone for champs.
张张，你必须得帮我封那个爆点，我是喷子，他打。开雷了，开飞机了。封烟，给了。我有闪光爆点。不是，我混烟，我被黑了。直接带走。小心小。没 KO KO 145，KO 死了。哎，在108，nice， 还有一个 KZ。 大家都在。还有一个 KZ 在，欧门不知道。来，
我们吹黑了，我们也在，
对，双鬼拍门，10秒，就10秒加枪就行。来吧 ，A 小
90欧们，
我们 A 小，没时间了。来，
好兄弟
，Let's go！
Huge congratulations to EDG for qualifying. I've been waiting to do that for about 5 minutes now. And our MVP is nobody other than nobody. And what an incredible showing there as well. You know, 2.4 KDA is kind of wild.
And, you know, obviously on the Sova, you're going to be getting a lot of assists to kind of help boost that number up. But nobody was so clean with the shots as well. The Hunter's Fury got a kill, which you always love to see. But I think the key thing for me about EDG, especially heading into champs, is that every member of this team is looking warmed up, right? They are looking ready to go. And I think, to me, that is the biggest thing, because before, they've not always been a one-person team. Chicho and Smoggy have always been up there with Kang. But I think now that this team is kind of settling in and their fundamentals look so good, everyone on this player is looking so clean, I'm so excited to see how much they can perform there. But the bracket's not over for them in China either, right? They will still be moving on to the lower round 3, facing the winner of our next series. So we'll see what that looks like in a couple of days' time at the very least.
That we will. But whilst we're here, we will do the obligatory spiel again. Thank you so much to everyone who has been supporting the project, to everyone who's watching on our channel, everyone who's co-streaming, everyone who's watching on a co-stream as well. We've had a lot of people come through. There's actually, you know, sneaky plug here as well. There is a discount on gifted subs if you are looking for a way to be able to financially support the project to help us keep upgrading what is going on here and keep this project running. It's at the moment done out of love. Anything that can be given is absolutely incredible, because the people that work behind the scenes on this are some of the most hardworking, passionate people you will ever have the pleasure of meeting or getting to watch the productions of as well. So even just watching, supporting, anything at all means the absolute world. If you're looking for any Christmas presents, there are gifted subs available. Or, you know, really, really early Easter presents, or King's Day presents, or St. Nicholas Day if you're in Germany, or I believe there are a couple of other countries that celebrate it. Or Halloween, you know, whatever you choose to celebrate. There are gifted subs on discount right now. I shouldn't have gone into sales. But as you can see here, we're kind of just wrapping things up towards the end. But you said there's another series coming later today. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yulai Gaming versus All Gamers. I mean, that is going to be a banger matchup. Both of these teams looking to try and push themselves forward as much as they can as well. Because at the end of the day, they are really both looking for champs. And I think for both of these teams, it's looking incredibly close. They absolutely have the chance to make it. I can't remember exactly what the requirements are at this point for how either of those two teams make it, but I think it's going to be a very close game, because All Gamers, despite not looking like the team that people were going to expecting to be in playoffs and be making it a run in playoffs before, they've made it far. And I know you're being like, yeah, whatever, because you didn't expect them to go.
Because I predicted that one game where I predicted against the entire team completely blindly on a whim, and I was right. I am an All Gamers fan until I die now. They are my lucky team.
But yeah, that should be a banger matchup. Both of the teams looking to give it their all and push it as far as you can. And you've got some amazing casters who are going to call you through the action when we get there as well.
That they will. But that is going to be it from us. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It has been an absolute blast. Enjoy the short break, go grab some lunch, and get ready for the next series. And we'll see you guys very soon.
Welcome back. Thank you very much, Affinity and Echo, for taking us through that first game. But now it is time for Gilai Gaming, All Gamers. I'm Charlotte, joined by Zobi. Zobi, how are you doing? I know it's early, but you seem bright and alive, so it's always good.
You know, I had a 30-gram protein shake before this, 0 caffeine, so I am locked and ready to go for a very important playoffs match today. I mean, we're just kicking off, right? The bigger venue, the high-stakes stage, the high-stakes match, like we said, between Gilai Gaming and All Gamers. But it feels like everything could be decided, squared away for Champs Paris off of just this best of 3 alone.
Yeah, it's a very important day for Champs qualification today. Obviously, with that result earlier, Edward Gaming have locked themselves for champions. They will be competing in Paris to see whether they can retain their trophy. Remember, they got that title back in Seoul. For XLG, they've kind of been on the up and up throughout the year, but they took an early loss yesterday to DRG, and now suddenly there's still potential that if they lose again today, there's a chance that they don't even make it to Champs despite winning Stage 1 here in China previously. So there's a lot on the line for them, but for AG, they kind of don't have any pressure anymore.
Yeah, I mean, for AG, it's right. You have to make that top 2 run in order to get there. There's no World of Championship points. And I think they've kind of set that mentality. That was a big thing for them coming into playoffs was, okay, we want to play not to make champs, not to win, but to play with no regrets. And I think that mentality has just allowed a lot of pressure to come off of individual players, and they're playing as a team, they're playing as a unit. And I think they've looked a lot more confident coming in after that. Upsetting opening up against TYL. They look like a completely different team. They're fixing issues on the fly. And I think that's something we're going to talk about a lot, particularly around, downtime that they had, around improvements that they've had from getting stomped to having good performances and all.
Yeah, because let's not forget, for XLG, they've played here before. They played yesterday. They haven't had that much time to prep for today. For All Gamers, this is the first time we're seeing them here in Chongqing. So realistically for them, it's actually worked out a little bit better to get into this position from the lower bracket. But there is obviously the downside. They've played more games in playoffs total. There's perhaps a little bit more VODs on them, whereas XLG, they also have the other benefit of having played yesterday, which is, yeah, there's not much time for them to prep this game, but there's also not the most amount of time for AG to prep against them for this game. So there is that little bit of a switcheroo, but for All Gamers, they've fixed mistakes before as well, right? So from the lower bracket, well, getting to the lower bracket, sorry, got stomped on Icebox, then stomp FPX on Icebox. So for them, this could yet be another opportunity for success.
Yeah, I think we summarized it well. It's differing types of pressure, right? For All Gamers, first time on the big stage with a bigger crowd coming in, and for XLG, they've been kind of stuck on 13 champs points since the group stage because of DRG, and now finally they get a different opponent. They get that opportunity to punch their ticket by winning here today, and honestly, that can get to even the best of players. But let's see if the pressure got to our casters. We have some predictions ready for this ever important match, and I've been usually on the side of who is typically going to win, but I also love chaos, and I've loved the development and the energy that all gamers have had. They are my underdogs of underdogs now that Wolves is out of contention, and that devastates me, to say the least. Like, I wanted all gamers DRG and Wolves. Don't ask me how that could have happened, but that's what I wanted, and the fact that it couldn't made me upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also kind of... I'm rooting for AG a little bit here to get to champs. Obviously, it's a very difficult journey to get there, and even then, I also very much like XLG. I want to see them at champs, particularly because at Toronto, they were playing with Midi, who was a substitute, who didn't speak English, and Raga can't really communicate well in Mandarin, so there was a bit of a communication gap between the team there. They weren't able to show really what they're made of on that international stage. And I think for this squad, especially now that DRG have made it, or are closer to making it to champions, I think it would be really, really rough for XLG to win stage 1, then have to try and fight back through Ascension, not be able to really show what they're worth at an international event. So there's also that sort of storyline going on there of why I think XLG also kind of should be at champions. There's a world where both of these teams can go, and that's the one that I'm rooting for. But if XLG lose this, then they're on like a knife's edge of whether they can qualify or not. It's completely out of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, knife's edge, then you're like the biggest DRG hate watcher at that point for your sister Ascension team, because again, for that side of XLG not to qualify, it needs to be both DRG and AG in grand finals, right? Yeah. And that's, again, insane to even think about, but in my mind, still not impossible. So we'll see. I mean, I was one of the 3 believers there, obviously, in all gamers, and part of that was more heart than brain, I will admit, for the time being, but it also comes down to map picks and bans. I think that I kind of side with all gamers, and we'll open up that can of worms later. Charlotte, I won't force us to do that just yet. But all in all, again, I love it. Just the fact that it's kind of also a full circle moment for these two teams, because they opened up stage 2 against each other in the group stage, and now elimination on the line, possibly your last match of the season for both teams. Then there is a world. It really is going to see like how they've all changed, because it has been that same 5, how they've become the best version of themselves just in time for champions. Yeah,
for sure. And we'll highlight some of the players a bit later as well when we have the walkouts, but just a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, when we're talking about our map veto. Myself and Zobi had we had a bit of a meeting last night trying to figure out. We were doing some prep, and it was we were trying to figure out where these bans were possibly going to go, trying to figure things out. So when we do see the veto, we'll either be vindicated or we'll look like fools. But we racked our brains pretty seriously.
We were like the crazy guy making like the murder yarn, a puzzle of kind of difficulties, and I think our final conclusion was that weaknesses, just different types, are going to be exposed by both of these teams. For XLG, it's going to be playing a map they haven't played, they haven't shown yet, forced by AG, and AG is going to be forced to play a map that they're not comfortable on, that they've only had losses on this stage. I won't say those maps yet. Again, we'll save that for when we actually get to the map veto discussion. But again, it's like, okay, which one's more of a detriment? Which one has more to go off of? And I still, again, because of my prediction, lean AG there, because they do have that ability to have VOD material to prep. It's easier to prep on things that you know are wrong than to prep on things that you never have practiced, and that means that XLG will have to adapt on the fly no matter what, at least earlier in this series than later.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in stage 1 that Viva was able to call incredibly around those adaptations on the fly. So that's also where this is going to be a really interesting matchup, is when we get to that IGL battle there between Delby and Viva, who's going to be able to outcall the other, because I think throughout this stage, Delby has shown to be a very effective caller, and obviously we've seen previously and in this stage as well that Viva is also sort of at the top of that game here in China. So this is going to be a very, very interesting tactical battle between these squads too. Because, again, we are trying to figure out where these maps are going to be, we know that there's probably going to be some unknowns. Which means, yeah, it's going to be those on-the-fly adaptations. It's going to be those calls in the moment, you know, mid-rounding, everything like that, where I think that's going to be the main difference between these squads.
And I love that we're talking about like the differences between these squads, and you talked about the IGL head-to-head, but it feels like there's so many parallels between these two teams, right? Like the players, that if they're having a good day, they have win cons are very similar. You know, when you look at like your Varga to your Spitfires, Happyway to your Kira, like I'm truly excited because it feels like they've met their matches, and I feel like, again, we didn't see the best of them when they faced off each other in that first round of the group stage, and now we're gonna see them in full swing. I think XLG, like you mentioned, because they came in with that loss, had a little bit less turnaround time to fix their issues, versus I think we had all the time in the world on the side of AG. Even their coach, you know, ED101 was saying, right, that like, okay, we've had time to, you know, maybe even expand our map pool, address issues on other maps, and I think that's what's going to come in today in terms of the veto. But ultimately, I mean, it does feel like every player needs to deliver, or we could have... I think we summed it up great as well in our little meeting. We said, we have no idea how this is going to go. We can see it being a close game. We can see either team stomping, which is such a crazy thing to say when, again, our preds for casters were so one-sided. When XLG feels like the favorites coming in, it's just... that's VCT China for you.
Yeah, I mean, you look at yesterday where, I mean... I hope XLG don't play that triple sentinel comp on. If we go to Lotus, I really hope we don't see that comp again.
And I think didn't we count out Lotus in our diagram? That was like the one loose end we tied up where we were pretty sure it was not going to be a Lotus pick for our spoilers for the map veto. If it does, we're wrong. Part of the casting life.
Yeah, casters are wrong very often, but I just hope we don't see that triple sentinel comp. But you know, did good on Bind and then got stomped on Sunset, which, you know, is a map that XLG they've gone 2-2 on it this stage. You know, they should be, you know, an all right map for them, but you look at the round difference and they're sat at -13 round difference, because when these two teams played last at the start of groups, it was a 13-3 win for all gamers. And yesterday it was a 13-5 loss against DRG. So when they've lost on Sunset, it's been pretty dominant. So XLG, there's a lot of question marks on maps where, you know, you just look at the raw numbers and you're like, in theory, that should be good. And then you actually watch the games and you go, oh, they've been winning really close matches, but they've been losing by getting stomped. And suddenly things start to unravel a little bit, and that dominance that we are predicting and sort of expecting from XLG starts to look perhaps like just a little bit of an illusion, Zobi.
Oh, for sure. And this is something else that I want to touch on as well that we think could come into effect with the vetoes is, again, AG's ability to take a map that they performed poorly on and turn it around really quickly, right? We look at TYL in particular, right? You lose on Icebox, you lose on these maps, and then you turn around and get a 13-6 against FPX, right? So I think that's something they can easily do, like on a map like Sunset, right? Where they did get steamrolled a little bit, is they can use that VOD, identify the issues, and come back stronger, versus XLG, again, did you have that time to do a similar thing for the DRG game you just had?
Yeah, for sure. See, the players of his are, you know, getting to the arena. I always love, this is going to be really niche, but I always love when we get to see the players sort of arrive in the minibus or whatever. It's a great, I think it's a great part of the event as. Yeah, and again, there's one thing as well which we're going to highlight later, which is the vibes for these squads are also very, very good. Like all of these teams have like one or two players that are just going to be standing up on the stage, giving it large. They are going to be having a good time. And I'm also very excited to just sort of watch that play out on the stage itself, not even in the server, but just get to watch these players hype up themselves, hype up the crowd, hype up each other. It's going to be a very exciting game. And even if it is a stomp, which again, I don't think it will be, but even if it is a stomp for either side, I think it should still be really entertaining. But, you know, 3-mapper, absolute barn boner, triple overtime.
Oh,
I mean, it would be cinema. It would be absolute cinema.
I mean, when this match has the possibility of deciding all 4 teams, right, that like go to champs or locks in, I guess the remaining 3, I should say, like, or I guess it would be 2 since BLG also guarantee their spot. Like, that's insane to say the least. And I mean, we're finally getting to jump into again the rosters for these 2 teams. You know, some of the playoffs and stage 2 statistics as well. And I mean, I think, like we mentioned, we have no real clue how this is going to go. I mean, we can see they're literally dead even on the defense, slight advantage on the attack. Like, it's going to be close. Like, look, even the numbers say it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it sort of proves that, I mean, all gamers, at the start of the year, there were people that, you know, not calling out any plat chats in particular, that were saying that all gamers might be the 48th team, like, globally, like the worst team in the world. And now we're in this position where they're challenging with the stage 1 China champions, where they could potentially still get themselves to champs, and they've been looking damn good while doing it in this stage. So it just sort of shows that, I think, I mean, even with us as the casters, where we had that massive disparity between the predictions for XLG and all gamers, where, you know, AG, they're still kind of underdogs, but I think are performing above people's expectations, and I think they're quite underrated as a roster.
No, for sure. And I mean, I think the stats don't tell the full story here, Hanchi. Like, they have those, like, key moments of popping off when their team needs it most, more than being, like, statistically consistent. It's more, again, your Spitfires and your Shrimp that are, like, those high potential consistent fraggers. And you can see that, exactly. We went from highlighting one to the other, and we can see, again, the improvement that they have had with this team in a particular. I mean, they just truly have grown under, kind of like you said, this vibe-filled team, and they've grown into an initiator that, again, is doing their job, but also going above and beyond.
Yeah, I think another thing about both of these squads is it's not just players popping off, but the clutch factor for really both teams is insane. You know, you got Happyway, Shrimp, Raga, No Man, Spitfires, Delby, all of those players, they can clutch, and they have pulled off some ridiculous things that they just shouldn't be pulling off throughout this stage. I mean, we can see some highlights from Shrimp on the screen right now. If I put my teeth back in, it should help things a little bit here. But yeah, that 1v3, ridiculous there on Corrode. Now, it's not a map that we're expecting to see today, but again, who knows? Casters often wrong. We are not fonts of all wisdom as we like to think we are. But on pretty much every map, Shrimp has been putting in performances, and like I say, for both teams, it's not just one player that can pop off. It's the entire squad is capable of having those massive moments.
And I mean, of course, there is a player you're going to summarize. It is Shrimp here. I mean, you mentioned the activity on stage. There it is. Yeah. Gets the ace clutch, stands up. I'm going to eyeball you. I mean, they were that MVP in that last matchup against FPX coming into it. And I'm glad we started to get... We're going down the rabbit hole, Charlotte. Are you ready? Obviously not map picks and bans yet, but map stats is where we start to collect our data to then draw the conclusions of what we are going to see today here. And what stood out to you the most here? Because I know you dove in particular into, like, oh, their picks, their history. That was your area of excitement, I'll say.
Yeah, for sure. I was going through last night, going through all of the picks and bans and win losses and even the round difference for these maps. Now, for all gamers, as we can see on the screen here as well, there's a map that they don't play, and that is Ascent. You can see they've only played it once, they've lost it once. It's been their first ban the other 6 times. So if we see Ascent, I'll be very surprised. But obviously, they've had so much time to prep for this. I mean, their last game was 11 days ago, and their coaches talked about how this downtime can, you know, give them extra opportunities and ideas. They have so much time to work on these maps, and they also are pretty good at fixing maps quickly. So Ascent, I mean, it could be a pocket pick because, you know, it's 1-1 for XLG, but there are 2 maps which they haven't played yet this stage at all, which are Corrode and Icebox. And their bind, they only played it once, that was yesterday, but they did beat DRG 13-5. So, you know, suddenly that's like, oh, this is a map that they hadn't played, and now they look really good. Corrode and Icebox now have those exact same question marks for AG. And that's when you start to weigh in the risk factor. And this is why we were starting to go a little bit frantic last night, trying to figure out exactly what this series was going to look like, because there are just so many question marks.
And I'll start filling in some of those. Mainly, I'll play devil's advocate for the AG Ascent. Number one, it was the first week. It was against XLG, right? Second, they actually were playing with a sub as well. You know, it was Shiji stepping in over Hunch. So I think, and that was still with a Sova pick. So it was still like, again, role swaps were not solidified, etc. So I think we mentioned again, particularly to quote ED101, they said that they were going to prepare more maps. So reading into that too much, because that's my job as a caster, that would mean playing maps you normally don't play, like your Ascent, versus they have been playing Haven pretty consistently and still having issues on it, which is a then concern for, okay, you're going to a team like you mentioned that is undefeated on that map. So our question is, okay, pick your poison. Do you want Ascent or do you want Haven? And then like you mentioned for the side of XLG, it's pick your poison. Do you want Corrode or do you want Icebox?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions surrounding that in terms of the map pool, which again, we'll get the map veto after the walkouts happen. I just want to sort of focus on this sort of occasion again, right? Because we said it a lot. XLG, they will be facing pressure. And I think especially on Sunset yesterday, we could definitely tell that they were under that pressure. They knew that if they won, it qualified them to champs. You could see players sort of making mistakes that they wouldn't normally make, you know, under the weight of those expectations. They were potentially running forwards when they needed to just take a step back. They were getting a bit too antsy, not in tradable positions, because they were panicking in that situation. And Sunset, I think, really showcased that yesterday. I think it's likely that we're going to go to a third map again today. And then that raises the same questions for XLG. Are they going to be able to perform? Yeah. They could, though, have the same arc as all gamers, where they had that first shaky game, then they came back, looked very, very strong. It's now a new stage again, a bigger occasion for all gamers. Do those jitters come back through?
Well, we got to get the teams on stage to find out, getting to jump over to the arena in Chongqing. And I love just the vibes. I love the scale here. And I love how it kind of gives, you mentioned that Toronto vibe of being so close and interactable with the audience. You see them gathered out towards the front to enjoy this walkout. And there is the aura on stage in full swing, all coming together. I also got to point out, I love these mascots, and I better see them at champs for these VCTCN teams. But there it is, just high fives and all. And again,
we wanted to point out a couple of players here. I've chosen Shrimp for this sort of AG walkout because, I mean, I did speak about mostly what I wanted to say beforehand, but he has been so dependable. And again, he has been one of these hype men for all gamers. He has been the one to really step up to the moment in the clutches as well. And when you look over at XLG, the player that's kind of the mirror to that is No Man, who his name just appeared just then. What perfect timing. He's been an incredible hype man. He's been giving it large on the stage, standing up, making sure that his team is hyped. And he's been, aside from the deadlock maps yesterday, he's been very, very solid on both Sentinel and Initiator roles. And yeah, he has so much energy for this team, and he's been backing up Raga perfectly.
And speaking of more XLG players to highlight, right? Happyway, the highest ACS player so far in playoffs. They were highlighted obviously in the pre-show, and I mean, they are going to be a player to keep an eye on, as you mentioned, that clutch player to rival Shrimp. Rarga as well, the player that has the highest highs but the lowest lows as well. So what form will show up today, and will they be there when XLG needs it most? And on the other side of that, right, they're up against Spitfires, another insane duelist that all gamers brings to the table. So you're gonna have to out aim them. I can't wait for hopefully some neon action, some neon battling in the server. But to get both of these teams on the stage, I can't wait to see like who was right, Charlotte, on those vetoes and what we have in store.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about those vetoes then. Obviously, we said Ascent AG have been banning it first a lot. The sort of thing that we expected here was a Icebox Haven bind or a Sunset Haven bind. That was sort of what we had in mind to go through this. You know, XLG, they ban the Icebox or the Sunset. We go through the map veto consequently. Haven seems like a very strong map, and bind is a very middling map for both teams. And it really is a question is, do AG abandon that permaban to then take away XLG's best map? And like you mentioned beforehand as well, this game, it comes a lot down to form. Even, it's a map veto. It can be good, it can be bad for either of these teams. You know, there are so many different maps we could go to and where one team is favored. There's been so many questions about the form of these players on this stage right now, where even if the map veto is what we expect, there are still so many questions. And in fact, there is some very interesting things happening here. We do get the Icebox and the Ascent, but there's a Lotus Decider, which is very, very exciting.
We said if XLG picked the Decider, it was going to be bind, and I think that is true. But because AG gets the pick, because they saw that weird triple Sentinel, I'm worried about how they were able to prepare against that. In so short a time, we make it to a map 3. I said we might not see a Lotus. I said that's just the caster job lifestyle, and that's what it is. It also looks like AG did fear the Haven. They did, in fact, use the downtime between the venue shift, those 10, 11 days, to expand upon their Ascent. So I'm super excited to see what it looks like when is their core 5 actually coming in and playing it. And we were also curious, AG, did they want the Corrode? Did they want the Icebox? And because it got banned out first, XLG, usually opting to ban Icebox, float Corrode, decided to flip the script and do the opposite. Shaken maybe by, again, the improvements that we did get to see out of All Gamers on Icebox between that first and second round of playoffs. And honestly, this makes things spicy. I hope the Ascent looks good for AG. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. I think a map 3 would be very, very exciting, especially as, you know, are they going to run the triple Sentinel composition again for XLG? I think there are a lot of theories that was maybe specifically to counter-strat DRG, and we won't be seeing it again. But obviously, that's all in the future. Right now, we are going to play Ascent, and things are looking... It's not just the standard default comp, which is I'm very, very happy about. Raga and Spitfire's both on the Yoru, and Delby is picking up the Deadlock, whereas we've got No Man on Chamber, which I'm very excited for.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. We knew that there was going to be changes. We knew that All Gamers was going to come out with a renovated Ascent, trialing it for the first time, because previously, again, they had a sub-plane, they had Shiji, they had different roles for different players. I mean, Delby was on Sentinel, now they're kind of sometimes your controller fill as well. So I'm really, really excited to see how this functions. Personally, because they were running just that cookie cutter standard composition prior of your double initiator, your Sova K, KG, Omen, and Jet. But this again is embracing the new meta. Again, the double Sentinel. I'm excited to see, you know, finally maybe the decision being made between which is better, the Cypher Deadlock meta of semi-old versus the new Chamber Vice that I feel like Fnatic's been popularizing, or I'll say where it came from Game Changers NA actually. But all in all, I'm super excited to just see what they have cooked up, because again, the coach for AG was very confident that they were prepared during that off time to tackle and widen their map pool, and it's being tested here right now in map number 1.
Yeah, this is, again, all those questions we had of this could be a very close game. This could be a complete blowout 2-0. There's only one way to find out, and that is by watching. Ascent is on the way as we head in. XLG are starting out on the attack. It's where maybe you'd expect that Chamber to shine a little bit more here for No Man. And right now they are setting themselves up over towards A quite aggressively.
Yep. Take the initial engagement off the quick flash. They're at that space, but there's no aggression A main. It's the foe one way because they've stacked this crossfire. Maybe reading the mid split or reading the 3, now waltzing down catwalk. Once this dart goes out, I cannot wait to see what this collapse looks like.
Yeah, AG, they should be set up for this with the 2 players on Cubby. There's a flash, Recon's bolt out, but it's so whiffy on the first, and Raga Viva finding the kills. There's Viva with a second as well, but Shrimp is fighting back. 2 kills for him, but still the advantage there for XLG, and they are beelining it here to the A site, where they do have it for free, and this plant is coming in.
A really good read out of AG. Like we said, sometimes it comes down to form and getting warmed up to this map. Looks like XLG take the cake, but the round is not over yet. It's Shrimp, that clutch player we talked about, wrestling things back to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, he's up in heaven, and you've got Huncher as well coming in from the door. Coconut whiffs out shots, and now it's all down to Happyway. We also mentioned that he's been big for them in the clutch, but they think he's in main. Now starting to get the idea. Shrimp falls. Happyway can't quite get it done. The first round goes the way of all gamers, but this is exactly the sort of close tight action that we wanted to see, Zobi.
And this is why the stats do not tell the full story. We saw little number ones on next to Happyway. He went in the head-to-head up against Hanja in the pre-show, but when it comes down to the 1v1 clutch for the pistol round, we see who is superior. And again, look at this team fight. The coordination there between him and Shrimp that were able to keep things under wraps on that mid-fight and give them a chance at turning that pistol around when it came to the A retake. So again, a little bit to kick things out, but the read was good, the follow-through was good, and they, again, off of that 50% pistol win rate, will add another tally to the mark. But now again, that was just a setup for the pistol. Now we go back to, fight for A main, net, one way, get that info. But again, it's this comp from XLG that's so good at challenging that space.
Yeah, they've been able to get control here for now, but again, like we saw in that pistol, they're dipping away. This time though, Happyway's inserted himself inside of B main for now, pushing a little bit further. Hasn't been quite enough to notice or really challenge this Cypher utility, but it at least lets them know that there hasn't been any kind of push out from B from all gamers, and they are reading that it might be the weaker side of the map. Now the rotation's starting to be drawn over by the defense.
And I love this paranoia net combo that is in place as soon as contact is made, or as you see the as soon as you see the TP come out, and it's just paranoia for paranoia. It's a stalemate for the time being. The shock dart's aiming to shatter it open, but actually Varga, from behind.
I think that must have been a TP play, but trying to enter the A site, you've still got to deal with Spitfires. A double there with the Marshal, but fighting back Viva there with the Stinger. That's a weapon upgrade collected by him. And now, yet again, XLG find themselves planting in a 3-on-2 here on A.
Hey, Shrimp and Haja got it done in the first round, and you mentioned there's only the singular Stinger upgraded. How do XLG want to play the numbers? I mean, Vice playing off site feels a bit disconnected. Illusions of a crossfire between Viva and Rarga, but beautiful dart.
Just getting all of the information, and that you can see Happyway getting activated. He's starting to wrap around on these defensive players. They take the drop. There's a kill from Viva. The wrap's not even needed. He finds the double spray down. And XLG, they lose the pistol, but the follow-up is theirs.
Wow, just that crunch play that came out of Tree, overfixation on there over main, and I'm so glad we get to see the replay because we get to see how that gap was made and identified here. And again, it really came out of Spitfire trying to play the timing, so maybe it wasn't holding down that main angle. So like we mentioned, the TP play slips the net, they get through. They recognized the TP was there. I think it was just that paranoia that came through, so they didn't get to follow it, they didn't get to break it. And I'm surprised that Rarga had the goal to stick with it and still TP in there amidst the chaos of the shock dart combos that were coming through from Viva. So huge work done there. Tie us up 1-1, throw chaos to the win in terms of the economy as well for all gamers here. They'll have to put up a similar feat if they want to keep things under wrap and prevent XLG from claiming the lead right from under them.
Yeah, like you said, only classics. Yeah, Rarga TPing forwards again. This time though, there's no kills to be found as a direct result from it, but it's still claiming space, pushing forwards and pushing the boundaries here from XLG. They want to get this mid space, and now with Market under their hands as well, a Recon Bolt does just force Rarga away for now, and Spitfires could be in with a shot here, never mind. A nice shutdown from No Man as the B site push is coming on in. Huncher dealt with. Shrimp is about to fall, and indeed he does. They'll be trying to wrap, and well, this is what we wanted to see from a team with the guns against the pistols, where you just get the kills and don't let things slip away.
Yeah, I felt a little bit disconnected. I did like how they were playing a little bit deeper back. You saw the deadlock and spawn, but lack of coordination and creativity here puts all the pressure on to Kira. And No Man gets online with that Marshal in hand, doesn't even need the Outlaw in there. We mentioned the energy from the walkout translating onto the stage, translating into the second round one on the board, at least for XLG. Very nicely done, and this is a round that we're going to have to see won by AG to keep things close here. And I'm glad you mentioned this as well, kind of how like they were testing the waters mid, how they're exploring the proximity of the map, because Again, we mentioned how it feels like XLG is playing against unknowns, right? Well, they haven't seen the Ascent from AG this iteration of it, this 5, because they had that sub player. And they're going to be going into Icebox that they haven't played as well. So, again, coming out the gate strong mechanically, playing as a team, back to the A exec.
Yeah, very standard, very common, what they want to do.
Ooh.
But Kira inside a wine, he gets the better of Coconut there.
And gets out.
Yeah, he's
not punished.
He's been able to escape with his life, and now he's in a bit more of a closer angle. There is a route for escape here. A little bit more than previous, but XLG, they just weren't ready for it. And they're going to try another pop here again. Shock Dart and Blindside. But he can just run away from this, and XLG, they're still in a 4v5.
I like the little high-low flash dart swing out, but like I mentioned, because they crossed over, they were good to go. Speaking of crossover, we've seen departure away from A main amidst that kill. Still have the Vice lurk up B. Don't think it's going to get very far with that plethora of Cypher utility. But again, now there's a wall tree. You have that kind of security until XLG makes noise, until XLG makes a move. And with 35 seconds left and still layers of double Sentinel utility to get through, you need a way in, and Rarga aims to be that player.
Yeah, dimensional drift there from Raga enables him to get so much information, so much space. He's found a kill, but Spitfires is there on the watch for it, and Shrimp gets the catch on Raga. He wasn't expecting the player to be on the site. Sova here still in a good position. Viva, though, fighting back. It's a 1v2 here for No Man as Delby does get the final blow there, and there's a kill from No Man again. He's been tagged up here by the Sova drone. He knows that Shrimp is going to be around the backside, now spotted, but like you said, there's barely any time. Shrimp keeping himself safe, keeping himself alive.
Wow, and from the 1v1 clutch to the pistol round 3K, definitely flexing their clutch factor for this team. It was so clean, and then it got very dangerous very quickly, right? Their immediate punishment on a Spitfires, who got a brilliant opening a B-side kill with that operator one-way combo from the Cypher. There it is. I thought there was no way they were going to get onto this site, especially when Viva delivers the spike into spawn where, you're deadlocked, where Delby's able to find and run interference there. And they realize, oh, we messed up. Oh, wait, just kidding. Shrimp is goated. And there it is, the stand-up, the confidence. We're tied again to a piece where now it's XLG whose bank is a little warier. You got, well, what was I going to say? I'm misreading the situation because they lost so many players. It's AG's, that economy is worse where Shrimp is still going to have to put in overtime work. They want to keep things on clutch.
Yeah, I mean, the Bucky is... I'm scared because I watched the previous game and I saw how much nonsense was able to be achieved there with that gun. XLG, especially their fans, would like to think that they don't fall victim to the same sort of fate. Raga has been spotted there in mid by the Aldrone, and they should have the awareness of No Man's position too. And on the attack here, I mean, you don't have those Cypher trips. It's a little bit easier for the defense to wrap, so you can see that XLG, they're wary with that. As the ults come on in to try and secure this space here inside a tree. But there's the Bucky that we were talking about. No Man gets shut down. And now XLG in the trouble again.
Kira's ability to get into tricky, risky situations, find impact, and get out with their life needs to be studied. They did it over on Wine. They just did it there. When it looked like XLG was just trying to run back their second round execution, this time with a bolstered Hunter's Fury, right, to try and punish those players. But speaking of punishment, the B rotate, the forward position, Delby though, suboptimal weapon, not able to get the job done, but still, info is info. Now you have Kira rotating over, but ultimately it's going to be Shrimp and this hero rifle that have to deliver yet again for AG.
We're in the red time though, there's barely anything left, and Shrimp, he does it again! Comes up with the goods, but it's not quite enough, as now the spike gets planted here on B. The 2 versus 2 for these players, Raga and Coconut. They've got the weapons, they have rifles here up against a shotgun and a Marshall. I think they're coming through from Spitfires.
Outlaw in hand. Oh, but not even scoped in for the angle. Aggressive off angle from Coconut. Raga wins his. Just individual fights, individual victories. And there is no shot that 2v2 unfolds because the weapon disadvantage, because the rotation came through with weapons unretrievable, locked away on that site that was locked down by Shilai Gaming. So all in all, again, great openings, great attempt there from Shrimp, but you can only do so much when there's that many players storming your site. So again, maybe that comes out of, okay, if we had a little bit more Cypher utility, if we still had the Cypher on the site, it could have been better. But again, rough economic situation, and hopefully they're on to brighter pastures here where they have, again, rifles, they have ults.
They have an operator.
At another buy. Yeah, I was gonna say for XLG, and I mean, the operator versus a Tour de Force, which one will win, do you think?
Well, that certainly is the question. Both of them towards mid at the start of the round. But again, it's early A main pressure presence here from XLG. A shock dart goes in to try and clear any trips that might be there. They do deal a bit of damage to Kira in that way, and Spitfires has rotated round here to tree with this sniper rifle. I don't know if XLG are going to be expecting that.
Here we go.
Well, they do now.
Yep, Spitfire's the triangle, and they are having none of that funny business, right? The immediate pivot into mid space, scaling, preventing the op angle with those thorns, those razor vines. Just waiting them out. I like the Rugger deposit. It risks the B players on their rotation. It risks, again, a quick scale up towards spawns. It has to keep Spitfires posted up on the angle. It's just keeping players tied up so that this A hold should, in theory, be weaker. But again, we've seen Delby, we've seen Kira here playing together. And what will happen when the deadlock utility finally caves?
Yeah, there is a barrier mesh on main, which means that AG, they've got one less avenue to worry about until it falls, like you just said. Now Coconut immediately picking up that space and position. Blindside in, Raga teleporting behind the box. There's a kill. Spitfires with one, and Kira anchoring down the site. Tour de Force coming through from Noman, and a recon bolt to deliver the information. That's ridiculous from Noman. And now it's a 3 versus 2 for all gamers. Hunter and Shrimp to fight against it. How many times have we had this position? How many times have we had to say that sentence? But now Noman, he's got the overwatch, he's got the oversight, and Happy Way from below delivers that final blow.
I procced my question and I get the answer. The Tour de Force trumps the operator. And I mean, it's also consistently impressive how under the time pressure we're seeing XLG convert these time and time again, and this really did come off of honestly Kira taking a huge risk, right? I don't want to say they baited Delby, but there felt like a miscommunication there about where Rarga had TP to, that they did in fact stick it. So expose over there towards Jenny, you fall, all that pressure, all that weight falls onto you, so only finding one is not enough for each player that is on that site. And again, then my question mark comes, and the changes have to come too. Do you give up the A space? Do you lock and bury your teeth A main? And it seems like they've taken the latter. Instead of giving up A, playing a full retake, they have Kira fight forward off of a deeper smoke this time. Just make it seem like there could be more stacked here than there actually are. They need to find a way, I think, to solve this A site. We have not seen it yet, and XLG seem to just be trooping on ahead.
Yeah, spotted Kira inside of Wine as well. Does have a Bucky. So potentially, if they try to push him, it could be dangerous, but instead he's up close and personal! Coconut falls there again, and Noman, he's trying to pepper some outlaw shots there through the wall, but Kira's pushing up! Noman just about gets away with his life, but now here's the annihilation from Delby, and he's also cut down!
Yeah, a huge investment on Nika without even having found a major opening kill, and Spitfires going at it with the Sheriff may just make this round come back into the realm of feasibility, where it's again this duo on the B side again going for the clutch, where yes, Noman put up an insane performance over there towards A main, but do they have enough HP to finish the job? 90 HP, weapon upgrades aplenty, a no theft to frame the retake on top of that. This is a really good position and chance for AG.
Yeah, they've got the information that Noman's set inside of main, and they're expecting the push from heaven!
Oh, wow!
Fever, how does he pull off that transfer?
I mean, all hopes dashed immediately after they have been set. I was worried about the Outlaw and the lack of shields on the all-gamer side, but Viva makes quick work of it. We were like, oh yeah, you know, IGL working in the background, but now they're coming out, probably the most statistically impressive player into the server so far. Again, they're like, Shrimp, I see you, I see your abilities as a Sova, and I realize I have to level up my gameplay and deliver plays like that. I mean, What was that KDA in the server? That is absurd. I mean, we gotta check in on it later. I mentioned we needed to see AG address his A-side control. We saw it attempted, right? Instead of going for the, okay, get off site, play a more bolstered retake, they instead play for, we're gonna fight forward. We're gonna take that A main space, not let you have it, but again, they did it with suboptimal weapons because it was an eco. So I don't know. I don't want to say I wish there wasn't a timeout here because I definitely think they needed it, but I kind of wish them run that plan back when they have rifles in hand kind of vibe.
Yeah, this is the thing. I feel AG have been almost doing a better job at keeping things close on their save rounds than they have when they've got rifles in hand. I mean,
Kieran that Bucky.
Yeah, Kieran the Bucky has been doing diabolical work, and I just want to, like, the vibes must be high now for XLG. They've had those 2 ridiculous plays in a row. I just wanted to point out as well, now we have a little bit of downtime. After round 6, No Man, he stood up and he just sort of showed the number 3 to AG because obviously No Man got 3 kills in that round. And it's all of those little things where AG, they've not, like we said, they've been doing better in their save rounds, and maybe that gives them a bit of hope, but when they're getting rolled with these rifles, you know, you're going to start to feel worse. And when you've got No Man doing that, when you've got the other team clearly having a fantastic time, that's also going to weigh heavy.
Huh? A call made that, yep, AG was going to make changes perhaps over towards the A site, so just completely avoid the problem. You know, charge up this Steel Garden, maybe use it to go for a fully committed exec onto this B site. And they've seen kind of the challenges that arise from the Haunch and Shrimp combo here. They've never challenged it directly, it's usually been the mid split, so I'm curious to see what happens when they're challenging head on. Oh.
Yeah. Well, No Man, he's got that first kill, still Garden to come through, but Raga pops his Dimensional Drift to clean up that space. Hunter falling back, but you've got Spitfires in the backside. Not anymore. Raga quickly and swiftly deals with him, and XLG, that's a free path here on to B. That Spike's getting down straight away.
Now I'm questioning, okay, was that over-rotation the call from the timeout? Did they want them to get over to the A site earlier? Because, again, they haven't been with the team on the retake, and they want those players to stay anchoring on A? I don't know, that felt like a misadaptation on the round. And like you mentioned, as a result, they are just going for the early save with 3 players alive. I mean, again, it felt like nothing was out of the ordinary until the exec came through for XLG, right? They know the Vice has been lurking B main consistently, even when there's really strong A presence. So them getting the orb, getting the Steel Garden, nothing different. And then suddenly they're execing while you're out in the open. You're staring down an operator, you're staring down a Dimensional Drift. Again, AG, time adaptation doesn't work. The save doesn't work for at least Haunch, but good chip damage on the exits, and it'll be Delby and Kira, those 2 A anchors that'll escape with their rifles to hopefully get some leeway to wrestle back at least a respectable half, as the 6th has been reached by Shilai Gaming.
Yeah, and that's a 6 on the attack too, which is pretty rough. This map does tend to be favoring the defense. Don't worry about that, Happy Way. No one saw anything. I was gonna say as well, B main, it's a very difficult area to push from, but XLG, they did it really, really well. So all game is they're playing a bit further back, a bit more scared. Obviously, only able to save 2 weapons as well. They're in a bit of a rougher spot like that. They want to group up a little bit more, and they know that if they're on the B site, well, like we saw in the last round, they're just gonna get punished for it. But the Cypher's still over towards that western side, and it's a deadlock setup on A. This is the weaker area of the map. It's just whether XLG are able to realize it.
And again, a change. Okay, if we can't leave B, if we're staying too long on B, we play for mid. We play for market instead and go for a fully blooded, whether it's an A or a B retake here. One way again, doing its job, letting them get early info, early angles. But it's again, even when they're showing this B main presence, there's scale up efforts over towards A off of, you know, a player tree, or in this case, against No Man A main. And I have never seen so much mileage off of an attack operator as I have from No Man thus far. Looks like they are trying to leverage it again for an opening kill here once the deadlock wall drops.
Yeah, this is, you know, Kang 2023 kind of vibes that we're seeing with this attacking operator. As the Hunter Fury comes on in, Happy Way, the entry into the site, and Coconut as well. Delby, there's one from him, but quickly traded back upon the push-through tree is dealt with. Ragas just about whiffs that fight, and it's a lovely blindside there from Spitfires to at least force No Man away. But doesn't find any success in terms of kills. He's taken out of the round, and Hunter, he's left 1 versus 3, just a stinger in his hands. This one would be pretty insane if he's able to win it out.
Hey, Viva Coconut, no shields, 30 and 40 HP apiece. It's possible, but like you mentioned, semi-unfeasible. Weapon upgrade found, maybe a call to save as well, and honestly, as the round winds down, we can jump into a full-scale investigation as to what went wrong for all gamers there. And honestly, it feels like now, like even the communication's breaking down a bit, right? We talk about, okay, the staggered swings out of the smoke tree. It should be like a 3-2-1, we swing at the same time. Instead, it was one following each other after the fact to their deaths. And then obviously you're still waiting for Haunted to rotate over. Spitfires gets desperate, goes on their own kind of heroic adventure out of heaven with the Sheriff. Great attempt, they find one, but again, then you place your teammate in a 1v3 clutch scenario alone. So again, moments like that go wrong. Spitfires here, clean, but I wanted them to maybe wait instead of going for more. So all gamers, I think at this point, 2-7 not the end of the world. Both teams running that double senti when we actually get to the side swap, but I'm going to be looking towards, again, this team's ability to reset between halves and maybe even reset between maps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if there's one kind of positive here, you look at AG, you're like, okay, double sentinel comp, they maybe should be better on the defensive side than we've seen. But for XLG, one of their sentinels is a chamber, and then the other one is a vice, who is also not maybe the best suited for this map. That means that actually there's a lot of opportunity for them to find success when we get to the switch. But even if you go in, but like, you need to have more than 2 rounds actually going into that.
Still got a lot of Valor to play this half. There's still a 7-5 possibility in the mix, but
that's true.
We definitely have to start with this kind of last full buy, it feels like, for these two teams again, before they get trapped in that buy save purgatory. And again, it feels like at the surface level, I'm not seeing changes, right? In the fights, in the strategies from AG, minus, hey, what did I say? How I wanted them to see the Omen fighting for when they actually had weapons in hand instead of a Bucky? And what does it do? It forces the entire team to a B rotate, Charlotte.
Yeah, they've just got to go straight in on this, and there's 3 players waiting for them. There's Spitfires to take down Coconut. There's a player backside, that's Honsha. Raga at least finds his opposing number in the Yoru, but there's nothing much past that. Fever, he's been doing massive bits on the IGL roll so far. 14 and 4 here as the Sova, but a 1 versus 4 to try and find as we head into the red time. 15 seconds left and just 31 HP. This one seems difficult with now 3 players still yet to find, and Kira, his tails to the wind. This one, AG, they aren't on 2 rounds at the very least. They found a 3rd.
Hey, we love a 9-3 curse here, but I'm expecting closer to a 7-5 here by the time the half is up. Again, I mentioned that at the surface level, not big picture changes, but it definitely was there. Particularly that gate crash deeper into the B side, taken earlier as well, instead of, again, tying yourself to mid holds, tying yourself to mid control. And we mentioned, okay, we've been asking Shrimp to do so much here as Hanshi plays his utility over here on the B side. So what do? You add that support from Spitfires, and again, it's Spitfires and Shrimp, that duo that has insane impact. But this is an XLG timeout. That feels like insult to injury, guys. You lost 1 round. It's 7-3. It is an XLG. They don't want this out to be a 7-5. They're scared.
Yeah, I mean, especially they know as well, Chamber Vice is maybe not the best combination there for the defensive side. They want to have as many attack rounds as possible, especially as Ascent does lean towards the defense, even with these compositions. So, you know, if you're already 7-3 up, perhaps there's a bit of complacency that's been slipping in. I think AG, they've had more chances to win rounds than they've actually taken, and now they actually have. That's when XLG decide to pump the brakes, because it's like, if you're still winning, then I guess we don't need to burn a timeout, but there's a loss. You go, okay, this problem now needs to be fixed. And that's when Foya jumps in. Like you said, 9-3 still a potential. 8-4, 7-5 are the possibilities as well here for these teams. I mean, you're saying that you think it's going to be closer towards the 7-5 than the 9-3. I'm inclined to agree.
We just saw the changes that finally worked, right, for AG.
Yeah.
And if they keep them, I think it's going to work out in space. They're leaning more into the flexibility of the Yoru in terms of rotations on the map. That worked out really well. They're leaning into what works with Kira and fighting aggressively. Even just this front smoke allows them to try and take that aggressive angle. This time they're punished for it a little bit, and I think that's probably something that was mentioned in the timeout from XLG is, okay, we need to go back to denying this A main space because Kira's using it to force our hand, force us into the stack B. But I'm also seeing a change here over towards B main. Remember how I mentioned there was kind of like that perma Vice lurk there? Well, now Spitfires has cleared out all this space. You know the Vice is playing over here towards A. And as a result, they have so much space, they're like, yeah, there's got to be players A main. Let's let the Hunter's Fury go. Let's let Kira go.
But Raga's still able to find a kill in that position. Kira knows he's there, trying to spam through the box. The Shrimp does deal with that XLG duelist. Happyway, though, answering back in a double. Puncher now trying to find the kill. But Sentinel on Sentinel is Happyway to come out on top. Spitfires 1 versus 2. This one's still very, very winnable. A Phantom in his hand. Happyway, though.
Wow.
He's just on absolute fire. Sit down, he tells them. And, well, he certainly sat them down on A 4K from him. And XLG keep winning.
That is a difficult round to stomach and dissect if you are an All Gamers fan, because again, at the macro level, that was a perfect call out of AG. They fixed the issues of, okay, your Cypher, you're having to play the retake simulator in a numbers disadvantage, right? They were there before the spike gets planted. They rotated at perfect timings, and Happyway just gets up, not just after the round's over, but in the server. 4 kills found, cooks. And again, maybe some disconnect there where Delby and Kira need to be on the same page for how they want to trade out and shut down some of these execs for players like Rarga. So discussions to be made there. You see, as soon as there's a problem, what do? We fix it by having Spitfires play in the action. So deep deposit tree here. See the Shocks to try and challenge any mid space. See what Spitfires can do to open up the round.
Yeah, there's 2 players waiting here, Viva and Noman, but they've been 2 of the better performers here for XLG.
Wow.
So Spitfires pops the ult. He's spotted 4 over here on this side, and that should be all the information that his team need. The teleport back into the defender side spawn, and he's now ready to group up with his team for the retake here. Kira and Hunter still anchoring on the site as XLG. They have taken their time a little bit, and they're looking up through trees. Shrimp got the spot, but on the re-peek in, he's punished for his hubris. At least Spitfires is there to trade out, but on the site, Coconut is getting forward. Spitfires, he's found the kill again, and yeah, I agree. What is Raga doing there? He's got his back turned to where these players are in heaven, and it's a 3 versus 3. Hunter still on the side, and Coconut has got him, and I mean, the other defenders they're having a party on B.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a mystery there, the Spitfires rotation after they fought and maintained that heaven space. I liked the adjustments. I said that Delby and Kira were having a hard time finding that synergy. We switched the Cypher util over here, but ultimately just that cut of noise confuses all gamers. They get in their own heads, over-rotate, and now it's again a retake with numbers disadvantage. This time it's Delby Spitfires. 1 off the Annihilation could prove helpful here if Delby can get the opening kill, but that
he has.
That's exactly what they're gonna get.
And Coconut's still in hell as well. He could be easily dealt with here by the ultimate. First tap on the spike. Happyway forced to show his hand there, and the ultimate did come through. Happyway is ridiculous in this clutch, Sobi.
I don't even know where that arc rose was, but it is perfectly placed to dissect what normally is an unwinnable 1v2. Just in the open, not expecting it. Again, we mentioned how streamlined that retake was off of Delby in the Annihilation, but I gotta see this replay and this arc rose in particular and where it is here, because again, look at that. The fact they're able to overwhelm the Cypher, and then there it is. Up in the top right corner, the last place you expect that, right? And Spike planted out in the open. Just impressive. And halftime called the 9-3. I honestly, I'm not disappointed, I feel like, in AG for those last few rounds, because again, they changed the structural and gameplay things that were going wrong. It was just they got out-aimed by Happyway. Literally, both of those rounds was just Happyway going nuclear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Happyway's pretty good at Valorant, as it turns out. And this is the MVP performance that we've seen from him. I just want to point out that in the last time these two played at the start of the group stage, it was a 2-1 win to XLG. Now the decider was Ascent, and that was a 13-3 to XLG. Now, I'm not saying that history is going to repeat itself, but they do only have 3 rounds. I mean, the positive, I guess, is that it was a 10-2 half last time for XLG, and they were on the defense. But it's still, all gamers, they've got a slightly better first half than the last time around.
It also, like you said, was a decider, and last time XLG opened it up with a dominant win on Sunset, 13-3, so we're already changing things out the gate. We also have Lotus possibly as a decider if we get through Icebox, and Icebox is all gamers pick, right? A map we haven't seen out of XLG, so, and a map that I will say all gamers have put a lot of work into, right? Since that, close 2-0 loss, at least from that map itself, up against TYL to kick off the playoffs, so... All this, though, we got to get back to the moment, back to the action, because this map is not over just yet. 9-3 curses happen, a dime dozen, and it all starts with a pistol win. You said it, the Chamber, the Vice might be weaker compared to Cypher Deadlock on the defense. We'll see if it rears its ugly head here in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, the key difference is that the aiming hasn't been weaker from XLG. Just look, they've only had one player that's negative, which is Coconut on 6 and 8. And, you know... For AG, you've got Shrimp, who's neutral KD. And obviously, KD isn't everything, but when you come to a 9-3, it does tell quite a lot of the picture. Over here on A, though, AG, they've got this early A main space. Coconut spotting from hell. The paranoia comes in and a smoke just to try and deny. But there's the entry into the site. Raga deals with the first, and he spotted Spitfires behind the box. Viva with a kill as well. Everything going the way of XLG. Flawlessly taken with the pistol round, and... Suddenly, I'm very, very nervous for this All Gamers squad. They needed that pistol.
They definitely did. And that just is a painful pistol to witness, right? We saw the exec utility was really, really clean. I see the wall go over. I see the smokes, the paranoia out heaven. But then again, it's like, okay, they expected just XLG to respect that, kind of, and not stay and fight. And so they don't re-clear... Jenny. They don't look like they're prepared swinging out of that smoke to handle Jenny, and kind of Kier outpaces the team. So again, micro columns falling apart at times, and fortunately that pistol loss means things get dicey. What do you think that of the lack of a Stinger force here? What do you frown upon it? Do you think they needed to?
Honestly, Fnatic came back from 11-3, so.
I don't think the Stinger Force was a thing back then.
Yeah. So it's all I'm saying is there's precedent. It has been done before. All Gamers, not quite Fnatic. They play in a different region for one.
XLG has the Fnatic comp. Joke. That wasn't a comp at that time.
That's true. I mean, it would be a very funny Icebox comp for 2023. I mean, particularly as Vice wasn't out yet, but...
This is deadly. Not is it just the Vice Wall and the Thorns, but you also have the trademark. So you have double Sentinel utility stacked up on the B side. Even to get through all of that, you have an Outlaw as well.
Coconuts? On
all
A
gamers,
here,
honestly, this is just feeling like a now indecision. You 25 seconds left. You're deathballing into a stacked site here on A that you lost outright on an even ground footing of a pistol round. Oh, and there's gonna be Thorns. And a flash ready off contact. It's gonna get messy real quick, Charlotte.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, there's the contact, and there's the push on through. So many smokes that I don't think the flash does much. And the spike is actually getting planted here. A trade out 1-for-1 as well. Coconut does get the first before going down. But Delby's there to answer back. And Raga, he's dealt with from long range with a classic. I mean, Hunter, I don't think should be able to win that one out. And now Viva's been spotted out by the Owl drone. He's got to dip away. And Happyway... long range with a Stinger. Maybe he's not going to work out. He switches to the Bulldog instead. And well, those guns are working out fine. The Stinger as well to really put the dagger in the back. But I actually didn't necessarily mind that execute from AG with how many smokes they sent out. They disrupted the sort of flash idea that XLG have. It's actually worked out quite well until they realized that, oh, hang on, we've got pistols, they've got bulldogs, and XLG just kind of won it out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you aren't going to get the round, you want the plant. You want that extra little wiggle room of funds to work with. And honestly, even then, with the gun differential, they had the 3-2-1, they had their swing. And they should have had trades, I'll say it, if there wasn't that insane transfer again from Viva and that Bulldog. And even the stinger finisher from Happyway was really, really clean. So you said Fnatic 11-3 comeback will have to be it. And, hey, they got the weapons to do it, and they shut down that aggressive aim play.
Yeah, they absolutely have straight away. Coconut maybe trying to take a leaf out of Kira's book. Unfortunately, it was the chapter that included the round where No Man got the opener there. So, what are we doing? They just weren't even looking at Spitfires. I'm still surprised Rug has been able to get away with that kill, but he does get taken down. He was on 8 HP anyway, not too long for this world. It's a 4v2. All gamers have control of the A site, but not before No Man is able to take down the Cypher on the other side.
Oh, that'll be risky business, but if you hit the shots, you hit the shots. Both found 4 kills on the round. Again, had some difficulties anchoring their site in the first half, but flexing over here now, and the calling is starting to come in clutch. And ultimately, yeah, I mean, that was a great read. They knew they were going to get arrested. They knew something was going to, you know, smell a little fishy there on the eco, the bonus attempt there from XLG, but all in all, they're getting to form, they're getting into form. That's the first kind of box you have to check when you're trying to weather the storm of an 11-3 comeback. And I'm looking back towards, okay, XLG, hey, they used a timeout in the first half. So if you can hit a stride, there is a world where this could happen.
Yeah. I mean, they did also take that timeout and then win 2 rounds afterwards. So...
But that was off the strategy, I'm gonna say. That was off the very least. I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna cope.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Viva has spotted Spitfires there in mid. At least he knows there's a Yoru mid at the very least, and an L drone comes through to confirm that. Doesn't spot any of the other players here though, so they might not expect just how much pressure there is coming through here through Tree.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about, okay, the deadlock utility, the paranoia, that kind of Omen deadlock hold on the A site and how strong it is. Here it feels like, okay, the Vice util is so fragile, and they just have pure reliance on the fragility of No Man. And that's a good thing to rely upon, I will say. And I'm surprised to see not much movement either off that kill found by Hunch over towards B main, but it's going to be Spitfires actually cooking Viva. Knox missing out on the timing, so now it's going to be almost a 2-pronged attempt unless the timing's there. Look, yeah, they got the heavy kill, they get the tree kill. It's starting to fall apart.
Shrimp, though, with the shock dart, is able to answer back with 1. Viva is 20-7. No Man up here on Heaven. He loses out the fight.
Rare whiff.
A very rare whiff. 2 versus 3 now. XLG, they are in trouble. They are in danger. Because all gamers, they might just be about to string 2 rounds in a row. Shrimp sitting down in Heaven. He's got the spams here from Viva, but that gives away his position. Shock dart doesn't land. The second one doesn't either. And you've still got the player main. You've still got Hunter on Generator. They can watch all of these different angles, and they now know that both players are up on Heaven. This means all of their focus can be around here. Viva's been spotted. The jump onto Generator, it misses, and Shrimp has that lockdown. 5-11. At what point do we start to believe? Because that's only 2 rounds in a row, but they have the tiniest bit of momentum, and I think XLG should be down to an eco here as well.
I think we start to believe when XLG uses their timeout and loses the round following it. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense.
I think that makes sense. Unless obviously they call a timeout before an eco. And then it's like, you take the timeout for the one after the eco.
Yeah, then it'd be the rifle. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely too early now, right? 11-5, I think they're going to wait till like at least a 7-11 to dip into that reserve.
Yeah.
And
other supermarkets honestly, are available.
Just please, AG, do not lose on an eco. And that's a great way to deny that, you know, you have light shields, no shields, regen shields aplenty, pull out the outlaw. Spitfires was insane on the defensive operator here. We're seeing that kind of prowess carry over here, shut down players like No Man. Had a defensive weapon, I think, on that buy for XLG at least. And again, just due diligence, right? They know there's going to be antics, they know there's going to be eco switch ups. Do they expect 3 though in this deep deposit A main? That's a question yet to be answered.
Yeah, Spitfires has got to try and clear so many different angles here with the Outlaw, but he does it spectacularly. Raga's still in wine, but I mean, it's now a 5 versus 2. I was going to say that Spitfires is in such a risky position.
Please clear main.
Clearing so many close angles with that sniper rifle, and then he just does that. Raga
please no, be aware.
Oh, they're not checking for it, but he whiffs! Again, another rare whiff there from Raga, and Happyway's been caught on the trap wire. So now his position is known. It's a free plant, it's a completely free eastern side of the map, and Happyway, all he's got is a Bucky.
And Hotch is just tailing. Kira confirms position. Not gonna save the Bucky. At this point, it might be a merciful end for you to die to the Cypher main. At this point, you're trying to choose who to die to, and honestly, that's probably the best player because they're not donating any ult orbs over to the All Gamers cause, but you can see the vibes coming back. You can see the resiliency for the All Gamers squad starting to come in. Again, that mantra from the press conferences from Coach ED101, it's play with no regrets. And that's exactly how they're playing this round after round until there are no more rounds to play.
Spitfires is so unholy good, man.
Here we come!
Here's the timeout. Havoya seems at least slightly miffed. He seems a little bit agitated.
Slightly perturbed, yeah.
Yeah. The body language kind of says it all.
What does 2 mean? The 2 rounds that they lost, they need to take 2, takes fights as 2.
Yeah. He counted 1-2 as well, so it's definitely the number 2. Big fish, little fish, cardboard box now.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, AG, they're doing great. The coach staff, they're kind of looked a little bit more relaxed, obviously. Yeah. Still a lot of work to go. I said again, we don't become believers until they win the round following this timeout. Even then, I feel like they have I don't say a tiny bit of wiggle room because obviously being at point, you're out of chances. You have literally 0 room for error until overtime, but they still have their timeout then, right? And that would hopefully kind of be that band-aid over, the final stretch in my mind. But again, you don't want to get to that point of reliance here. So this, for All Gamers in my mind, is okay, keep it up. Small things we noticed needed to clean up, like some of the resyncs and some of the team fights, and you guys are good to go. Fist bumps and all. Just keep on trekking on.
Yeah, because XLG, they still only need 2 rounds, right? It's not like they've got masses to do, and this timeout coming in early, I mean, it could be quite risky. Like we said, they already used one in the first half. So that's now it for them until we get to overtime if we do. Well, there's 2 rounds worth it. That's the question. But then also, hey, they won 2 rounds off the timeout before. I mean, if they do it again, it's then just over, right? So, and I think it's a good time to take the timeout though, actually, because you saw the whole AG was starting to get that momentum. You then halt that, you nip it in the bud early. It's not like they get 6 rounds and then you call it, because then it feels like it's a bit too late. Like, no matter if you try and stop it, they're still gonna be able to keep that train rolling.
Oh, with money blossoming, we're gonna upgrade Spitfires here to the operator, the attack side op. Curious to see how it'll fare if they tried to combo like a Dimensional Drift with a Hunter's Fury or an Annihilation, but that's what I want to see. I want to see defusal of the timeout from XLG utilizing these ultimates, essentially. And right now, it just looks like, again, they're taking advantage of timings, of, again, the lack of proactivity from XLG. And I think it looks like it's working out pretty well so far. Both players, I think, spotted in hell. Did they see the player on the right? I don't think they did.
No, and he's just jumped straight in. Spitfires is taken out. There's no combination with any other ultimates either. And now Happyway with that kill has the Steel Garden available and online. It forces AG out of this position. They've got 20 seconds. They're trying to hightail it to B, but there's so much Sentinel utility here. This trademark could be massive to try and stall them out. They do shoot it out, but Noman is still here. The TP into the backside. There's a kill from Noman. The Annihilation takes out his teammate instead, and the operator, it's still finding the kills. There's no time. XLG get up to map point with a brilliant couple kills there with the operator. 3 again. No man's living for it.
I'm sorry, but if I'm Spitfires, I'm gonna be feeling that round. Like, I'm gonna be looking back and being like, why didn't I see Coconut? Like, that is the difference between them taking the A site, shutting down that round, and what we just saw was that catastrophic rotation into the operator. And even then, right, the Annihilation, like, oh, we're confident. We grabbed one, and we probably grabbed the chamber upping, not the Omen ulting. We can swing the angle.
Oh,
no
timing's so
But
rough.
that's so funny though. That is so funny, like seconds away.
The thing though, on A, those kills from XLG were the perfect players to get those kills, right? Because you had Coconut gets that kill, which gets him the From the Shadows online, which he's then able to TP into backside. That helps him win the round. The other one there is Happyway gets the kill from Heaven. He gets the Steel Garden online. It forces all gamers out of the A side. They were the perfect players to find those kills because they were one away from their ultimates, and those ultimates won XLG the round. And when you look at the history of this game, it could also have won XLG the map, because now all gamers, they need to hit 6 in a row, and that's just to get to OT.
And they dove head first right into that ultimate reserve, right? Dimensional Drift, Annihilation utilized without the round being converted here. So
yeah,
while that string of rounds should affront them, at least a few rounds loan of buys to get this comeback into overtime started. And it's not going to be sustainable if they have messy rounds. And you can already see, because they invested in that operator, it's affecting who's buying who. And honestly, they lose, I mean, too many weapons, they might not have a decent buy even the following round. So
yeah, again,
no room for error, has to be clean from this point out. And maybe they learned enough from that mid-excavate to challenge this B site, right? TP'd through the trade mark. Gotten deep mid deposits, but XLG is just fully committed to the rotation head on as well. It's going to be an all-out brawl, possibly for the map.
Yeah, a little bit of attack through the wall there. No Man, he's somehow able to get that kill. He's jumping to dodge the Hunter's Fury. Kira at least gets a kill into the 4 versus 4, trading things out nicely. But No Man's again inside a boathouse, again with this operator.
Support, yeah.
And he's able, he did so much in the previous round. Right click out with a weapon classic, trying to get the kill. It's a 2 versus 2 as suddenly AG burst onto the site. But even if they win this one, like you said, Sobi, they're not going to have a buy. Kira has now got to try and get some kind of information, and that's an ultimate TP in towards just that main site area. He doesn't get any information, but he doesn't want to be out in the open either. Viva also doesn't get any catches. This one is looking very, very rough as still. There's no information here for this XLG side, and they might just be looking to try and find exits here because Coconut's fallen to Shrimp. But Viva, he could do so much economic damage even if he just tries to deny them getting away from the spike. Instead, he values his own Phantom that a little bit more, and he escapes with his life. All gamers, they get out of that tricky patch, but it's still a long road from here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how dire the economy could get for all gamers, but it's XLG living that right now. So that Phantom definitely worth their while. And honestly, I was like thinking we're going to see a repeat disaster, right? Instead of from the shadows, it's just a gate crash. You have Spitfire, sorry, you have Roger there, right, to back up No Man here, but the tag team nature there between Spitfires and between Kira just allows them to get down to that 2v2, and they play the timing super, super well, dodging the info util from Viva, playing proactive for Shrimp, heating Coconut, and now 6 becomes 5, 1 round at a time, off head-to-head, Spitfires wins it, opening kill found, things are looking good so far.
Yeah, all gamers starting that track. But as we saw in the previous round, opening kill doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win it. And with that Aldro, Viva has kind of cleared that top mid position. It means AG, they're going to have to really go for that re-peek and re-clear again. And that's time worked away there on the clock. Raga, though, he can no longer see into tiles thanks to that smoke from Kira. He's forced away. Huncher, with the neural theft as well, has the information. They know that these XLG players are rotating towards B as well. That's where there is the weaker side of the map. But AG, they've won the foot race here. Raga, with a Dimensional Drift, though, should be able to spot out these players.
Well, trying to fake a cutting of noise. It's actually to be the full commit to the rotate because you know there's at least a Vice there with the util proc. You know, the rotations, like you mentioned, come through. It's all going to come down to Coconut here, and they're paranoid. And Hunt on the lurk finds another as well. Looking strong so far, but what is it?
That's ridiculous. He's still able to get one quickly dealt with, and AG, they just clean the rest up. Give them a broom. They are sweeping the A site clear.
Wow. Gets a little dicey, but again, if you get the job done at the end of the day, it's a round 1 and 1 tick further towards that overtime occurrence. And honestly, these rounds and these decisions are happening so fast. Like, it's showing, okay, all gamers are getting that confident win back. That looked like it was a little bit lost, both in hope and just in polling. When we looked at like the pistol, we looked at the second round, and once they got rifles in hand, we talked about them not going for the Stinger Force, but playing the 11-3 with respect. And honestly, it's working out in the long run. 4 to go. Spitfires again. You know it's Nico. That means it's time for the Outlaw to sing.
Yep. I mean, there's no full shields on any of these players. It's basically an operator when you get into this position. Oh my word, Spitfires. He's trying to push up so aggressively. But with the tag from the recon bolt, he knows his position is compromised, and he teleports back towards top mid. Doesn't want to get too greedy, doesn't want to give his life away, because obviously, like we said, AG, they cannot afford any more mistakes from here on out. But 6 became 4, 6 became 5, becomes 4. Now, it's a really difficult situation here for XLG to try and fight back on.
Less than a minute. Again, the double sentinel utility stack that we've mentioned coming through. It's all going to hinge on No Man's ability, I think, to anchor tree here. That's where, ooh, a corner not cleared is deadly yet again.
Yeah, but he's trying to push up forwards, and
the miss wall.
He's punished for it. The wall gets missed, and Viva through the smoke. He's able to just completely dome Delby there. Great utility coming through from the IGL yet again. 22 and 10. He's doing everything for his side. But it's a 3 versus 3. XLG have got to retake here with the pistols.
And they should get a weapon at least here, minimum, from that tree control. We'll see if Shrimp again can play just space management from hell. You can see them trying to set these crossfires, trying to set up again team fights so they don't lose just one after one. And oh, what a paranoia.
That's huge from Fever again. He's doing absolute God's work. Hunter drops down! But Fever through the wall gets a headshot. Plenty of time on the defuse. And that's the map. It's wrapped here on Ascent 13 to 8. XLG. Oh my word, what a way to get it done.
Wow. I mean, I was, again, nervous looking at that round, nervous looking up at the weapons collected, and the fact they had the paranoia that late to really open up that A site there. And again, we talked about how it felt like there was a disconnect at times for all gamers and how some of those micro team fights were panning out. And honestly, I think that's what the talk in the locker room is going to really have to entail there with Coach ED101. But for the time being, we know and we knew that it was going to be okay. Each team having to play against their weaknesses, right? For all gamers, it was going to be either Haven or Ascent. We see it. Now it's going to be, okay, the fear of the unknown for XLG coming into map 2 of Icebox versus Corrode. But we said it, we feel like it's a less weakness, you know? to put it lightly, right? Because they could be prepared on that map and just be hiding it, right?
Too.
That's it's they're styling, bro. And then the shots left I think they reconned a site and then they revealed them in a tree, and then the smoke from tree, or the shot from tree. Like, that is absurd.
I mean, I feel bad for Shrimp. He was doing literally everything. But XLG, they shot their guns better, and I think it did kind of come down to the gunfights in the end. I mean, particularly in that final round. But No Man has certainly had his fair share of moments as well. I mean, this was a very good performance here from XLG, and something that we didn't really get to see yesterday, which is it wasn't just 1 or 2 players bailing them out. That was a full team performance.
Oh, 100%. And again, going to this next map, in my eyes personally, it felt like all gamers, right? They made the right adaptations. They just came a little bit too late on that defense. And reminder, all gamers starting the defense for the entirety of the day, no matter the map. Sheila Gaming starting on the attack. And that's what I'm going to have to see. Is I don't even want to say necessarily a timeout sooner. We just need Delby to come up with those creative adaptations. And coming to a map they have more reps on, it should be a lot easier, right? For them to know what those calls look like. Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping they can lean into. Versus XLG, right? A map they haven't played, they are going to have to lean into, okay, the VODs that they might have studied if they had time. And secondary, okay, can they make those calls? And speaking of calls, time to listen in with XLG.
Happy you play. Can we contact together, guys? Ready? Set. I'm holding one. Holding left side. Guys, let's go. Can we go? Now we go. I power. Two shot. I power short also. Let's go. They're trapped mid. Left side. Fang dice. Dice. Under. Dice. Under.
I'm peeking. Dice one.
I need reload. I got spam. Under. Heaven. Dice.
Out.
Nice. 2v1. Short. 2v1.
I tap double swing. Ready?
No.
Go plan.
Happy at short. Carry your heaven.
Nothing safe.
Nice.
Happy way. Nice. Sit down. Yes, tell him. Sit down.
Sit down. That was really the call of the day. But who else could be the MVP on that map other than Viva? He did everything. A 90% cast.
Wow.
299 ACS. I think that's ADR, average damage per round, is 203. He's the IGL. He was absolutely superb here on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to the players that have had like a really good performance to kick off playoffs, consistency throughout the group stage. And Viva said, give me a sec. I'm here to play when my team needs it. Just again, it was these multi-kills on impactful, like tide turning rounds that really had that profound impact. And just the level of consistency on them is what was super impressive, and their ability to play off their teammates as well, which again was a shortcome kind of identified for all gamers in these situations. I mean, you tell that they were having fun from just the team comms alone, right? The hyping them up when the rounds are over, and like you mentioned, I don't think it was intentional, but a little style 360 wallbang to end off the map too with that clutch. Like, look at that.
I mean, yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And you look at the rest of the team as well. They were all popping off. I mean, Happyway had a couple clutch moments. Raga, 16 kills. No Man, 17 and 13. You look at the other side, Spitfires and Shrimp were there pulling their weight. And I mean, the rest of the thing is, right, everyone was kind of around the same place on AG as well, but they just didn't quite have the star power, that sort of extra factor that that enabled them to win out those situations. So when we look forwards towards Icebox, there are a few things. XLG, they had actually, All Gamers, they actually ended up getting more first picks in rounds they won. That's something that they're going to need to fix.
Important for Icebox.
It's very important for Icebox. This is a map that I think even more than Ascent here comes down to those fights, and there are a couple things where especially as they're going to be starting on the defense, it's those first picks. It's making sure that XLG can't get 9 out of 10 post plants as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think that was the big difference, is just, again, the consistency once they got on the site. The team fights, again, were so clean versus, again, they can feel a little bit disjointed here for all gamers on Ascent. And again, that comes out of maybe just not having as many reps on the map. We mentioned, like, yeah, you have 10, 11 days, but I mean, it still isn't going to fix like what you get from playing that consistently in officials, right? Where XLG had, 1 win, 1 loss on the belt, now getting another win as well if they do move forward in the lowers. I mean, I'm more excited again to see what XLG has in store for Icebox compositionally, strategically, because we mentioned it in our little like murder mystery puzzle. They float it. They're not afraid to play it. It's just they never have had to. So yeah. I mean, they got something up their sleeve. It's just, is it an ace?
Yeah, it's the map that they've banned the most. Is second, right? It's only been their first ban once, but it's been their second ban 3 separate times. So clearly, it's a map that they're happy to go to, but they're not the most confident on it that they'd let it go all the way to a decider. This one's going to be really interesting as well, because AG, how can you prep against a map that a team hasn't played before as well? There's so many questions that we have for map number 2, but that will be coming after this short break. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it'll be Icebox here between All Gamers and G Light Gaming. Well, we told you it'd be a short break. We're back. So I'm still Charlotte, still joined by Zobi, and, well, map number 2, Icebox, is upon us. We have so many questions, Zobi.
I mean, the question start with just what composition is XLG going to be playing? We've seen double duelist iterations from them, like their prior Lotus before the triple Sentinel shenanigans. We could see them just go back to kind of classics like we've seen from them on Haven, which feels like a good idea. We don't really see the Jet anywhere from Ararga. So then I'm like, okay, how does that translate to Icebox? Like, again, like you mentioned, there are so many questions, but honestly, I think my biggest one of them all is, will the work that All Gamers has put into improving this map come through? Again, it was kind of later in the stage that they started leaning into it a bit more, and they found success on it. Then, you know, shaken up by the lost a little bit, they really honed in on improving it before their FPX game. And knocked it out of the park, right? 13-6 against a really strong team, and that's what really allowed them to get what many viewed as an upset in that stage of playoffs that has put them now in this position and on a run for Champs Paris. But again, they have to get through this. They have to get through Lotus if they want that chance, that opportunity in the next stage up against EDG, I believe it is. So all of this to say, I mean, I'm just excited to get into the map, and I mean, all right, give me your 5. What comp is XLG running? Name the agents.
Oh no!
We'll like see.
What map are we playing again? No,
Icebox.
Okay. So, okay. I think we're going to see a Sova from Viva. That is the one that I'm probably the most sure about. Happy Way on the Viper, perhaps.
Ooh.
But actually, I'm wrong. I took too long. Viva is on the Sova, but it's Coconut picking up the Viper because Happy Way's on Sage instead. No Man back on his Sentinel duties there with a Killjoy, and Raga on the Jet. It's pretty much the same comp there from AG. The only difference is that we see the Omen instead of the Sage. So what are your opinions here, Zobi, on that sort of matchup? Do you prefer having the Sage or the Omen in this sort of composition?
I think they provide different benefits, right? I feel like for XLG, we go back to, okay, the post plant and the plant consistency that they had on Ascent. The Sage allows them to translate that really, really well to Icebox, but also it decreases their chances of rotation, right? That orb is up, that wall is up, you are not moving them, you are kind of locked in towards the site, and that orb typically defaulted towards mid. So it's that becomes an issue, right? It means that they're not going to have that plan B option. But again, XLG, they don't typically need the plan B option. They, again, take their time to evaluate, and then with 25 seconds left with their Fnatic cosplay both in comp and in execution style, they somehow are able to pull out these rounds anyways. But I think to answer your question, then I do lean, I think, towards the AG composition just a little bit more because of that flexibility and the aggression that comes from the Omen. But all in all, I'm still focused on the Rarga Jet. I said we haven't seen it, and I did look into it. They have played it once in the last 60 days. Can I find that matchup in the next 10 seconds? No, but that, I think, speaks in itself. So that's going to take a learning curve to get back into in my mind. But for the time being, jumping back into the pistol round, looks like XLG leaning towards A. And once again, every map, XLG starting on the attack, all gamers on the defense, and looks like they got a nice little creative triple tier layer cake of death over here towards the A site.
I found the Raga Jet game. I think it was Icebox against G2 at Toronto. They lost it 13-3.
Ooh, ouch.
But obviously that's Toronto XLG. They had Midi in. It was, it was weird in terms of the roles. They had a Gecko in that map, if you can believe it. So,
Hey, Gecko and Icebox, I still think it's good.
Yeah, well, maybe.
He's got buffed. Obviously not active here, but
yeah,
if they make it a champs, the Happyway Sage only going to be stronger.
Well, exactly. So that's really the change, right? You take the Gecko out, you put the Sage in, everyone's on roles they feel more comfortable in, I would say as well. But for XLG, it's a slower start here to the pistol round as, well, there's the first kill and there's the second kill. Both of them going the way of all gamers. It was Spitfires up on 410 to get the first kill from backside. The A main push from G-Lai Gaming taken out pretty quickly. Spitfires, that Sheriff is doing work for Happyway, trying to spam back on through here in Nest. The Sage Wall goes up and Coconut did damage to the dome and Spitfire's falling. This spike should be able to be planted, but I mean, Viva's trying to play ahead of this. He gets the kill. Coconut as well. They're now fighting through the wall. Delby! That's ridiculous!
Wow, 3 kills in quick succession. I mean, you saw Happyway struggling to get on the same page as Viva, realizing, okay, this Viper Wall is not enough. We have to fight forward for deep space, and Delby just goes nuclear. And I mean, honestly, I said it that they were gonna have a serious, stern talk with the coaching staff during the break about team coordination and how they anchor these sites together. And we just saw that in full display, both how they opened up the round, and then it was just Delby heroics to close it. So, all right, pistol round down, deck. Let's not throw the second round 30 like we did on Ascent, please.
Please. I mean, I don't want to see that again. I think even, XLG fans would, but even they would start to feel probably a little bit bad about it at that point in time. Spitfires, though, he's not helping matters that much. Lets the Tailwind expire quickly, caught there by Happyway. And, well, it's an opening pick for XLG. Now Kira feels like he's forced to be the player to step up to the mark as he's now found himself in advanced position in yellow. He does get the timing and the kill. There's a second. Viva, though, with the shock dart, gets one. Kira, he's trying to make things work. 4K, not the ace as Coconut shuts that down. He's got a Marshall. These two players are quite low. This could be massive, but he just doesn't check for Delby, who's at the rescue again for all gamers. It's a 2-0 start.
It's not perfect, but again, all gamers that mentality of not wanting to play with regrets. Just individual players stepping up here. Kira insanity. And I was curious to see again Omen the Viper, how that was going to function for both him and for Coconut. And whew, we're getting to see it shine here just a little bit. Again, more comfortability at anchoring those sites. Felt a little rougher over on Ascent. So AG, keep the more expensive weapons, right? Your Bulldog, your Vandal, and supplement the bonus. They buy Stinger, Guardian where they can to get a conversion attempt, but Spitfires, that was a little loud. They might hear that.
Yeah, they absolutely might, and Coconut, he does. Wait, just a second. I was about to say, oh, he could just walk into this here, but no, he does give himself pause. Spitfires is still here, though, and I don't know. Well, they do check it, the double swing. He still gets away with one.
All the way through B, no Killjoy Flink utility in the direct vicinity. There it is, finally connecting a little bit deeper into spawn.
Yeah,
now No Man's taken out of the AE fight.
Tarek's taken out though, so still 45 seconds until that can come online. He's got to rely on the alarm bot.
5 seconds on Dart. Less than a minute to go though. Just waiting out this one way. And then it's going to be again Back against the wall, timer and all. Exec or bust.
Yeah, they're going in for it. Raga's on top of 410, spotted out by the recon, now taken down. The spam through the Viper wall is absolutely massive. Shock Dart doesn't quite take him out, but XLG, they're forced away from this one. Aldrone to try and confirm that as well, and they've spotted it. These XLG players, they are far back of main. However, there's barely any time to try and rotate. They're just waiting here. They want to try and go for a refight, and that re-hit here on A. Shrimp sitting inside the smoke. He's got the stinger, but quickly shut down. It's Huncher with the gun and the spikes on top of 410. It's going to be so difficult with Dalby, who comes to the rescue again. The Sheriff going massive and barely any time to try and pick it up. No man, he's trying to spam, trying to do anything he can. The round is going to expire, and all gamers get their third straight away.
Wow. And on that first rifle round, XLG's feeling that they oversimplified things, right? Disrespect shown immensely by Kira taking all that B space. So you mentioned that, hey, maybe not enough time to rotate B. I mean, even if they had time, they would still have to get through that player that they had no clue where they rotated to. They had no clue if they'd fallen off the angle. They were still holding deep garage, deep B main. But again, these rounds are getting opened up by team play and closed by individuality. And that'll be up.
It's
smile and all as it should be. Oh, and there it is, the body language again, the disappointment.
So mad.
They're like, you guys are making mistakes you should not be making. You are giving them individual moments that they can be. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, Voya doesn't seem best pleased, and I mean, I can't say I blame him. On Ascent, MVP, a player that did so much, was Viva, the IGL for XLG, and who has been the player to step up to the moment so far in every single one of these rounds for all gamers? It's been Delby. The IGL this time for the other team who has been, you know, he says, he sees what Viva did on Ascent, is like, I reckon I can do better. And now he has been
not getting IGL diff.
pivotal to this start from all gamers. Yeah, the IGL diff coming through. XLG's Icebox, it's looking shaky, as it did against G2. Perhaps this is why we haven't seen them play it.
We said there's going to be learning curves. We said again, because you don't know what your problems with Icebox are, because you mentioned, like, Toronto is kind of like the exception to the rule. It's something you can't take at full face value because of those sub players, because of the language barriers. But now, again, you're going to be leaning into those timeouts. You're going to be leaning into Viva to make those changes on the fly. And this is our first look at it, obviously, without weaponry for the time being. But Vargas hands, yeah, that's a great way to start it off. And you can see, yeah, juggle those weapons away. Let's not let them convert Nico around that easily.
Yeah, it's nice from Kira. Oh, Sage Wall coming on up, and Happy Way, he's on top of it. Trying to swing ahead as well, but the Snakebite forces the plant away for now. Viva is all the way back, the furthest back player, apart from No Man, who's sort of looking for any sort of flank or lurk mid. XLG, they're happy to sort of just move away from this B site.
Playing Icebox a little bit more characteristically, right? Leaving a deposited lurk. It's fortunate the first did fall, but the Killjoy is there to pick up the slack to keep, again, the options open. You mentioned how, again, it's difficult because now you don't have a Viper wall, because normally it's either deployed on the B site when you're rotating, or in this case, they're just dead, gone from the equation. And I mean, look at this, right? You have your Killjoy playing so safe. So again, no risk at the eco round. You're still going to get contact, you're going to get damage, and they can't push through because you're pushing through with Decay into a Swarm Grenade. So all this does is just eat up time for, okay, line up to land, deny the spike plant, ideally if it wasn't planted for Nest, and just give AG the room that they need to rotate through and play a team retake.
Even still, they've got the weapons here to be able to retake this, as XLG, they're playing this quite far back, and it's actually the player with the rifle who's isolated and playing forwards. Yeah, they've given it over to Happy Way because, well, Raga was down quite low. He's been healed up, and Happy Way, well, he makes it sing. But now he's being cut down. A 2 versus 3. XLG, they're in very rough trouble. You mentioned about the shock. There it goes through, but it just doesn't catch onto anything. And, well, Viva just can't spam enough. Shrimp gets defused. All gamers a clean round again to get themselves up to 4.
Wow. Just really, really streamlined there. Again, you mentioned Happy Way, the damage that they're able to achieve. Chip off the block there with the upgraded, I guess, relinquished hero rifle, hero roll, but again, small things that keep, again, the rounds not perfect for all gamer, but none of them have been catastrophic issues. Again, this team is setting up really, really well against Spitfires. Again, I mean, the Jet comfortability showing it, especially against the scaling, the verticality of Icebox 2. Now with a comfortable lead, comfortable money, why not pull the operator out for Spitfires? It's about time.
Yeah. I think he could, I mean, obviously we saw what he can do with this gun back on Ascent. And while he's got it again here, originally over towards A, nothing doing there, so very quickly making his way towards this western side. And that's where we see the stack from XLG. Spitfires has made his way behind yellow. This could definitely catch onto one. There's Raga falling. Tailwind popped. He's looking for another and he finds it. Viva going down. And Kira gets to come onto Happy Way. This, now Bladestorm coming up over. But a couple kills from XLG. And with this lockdown in play, they've got to try and get out of here. They might even have one get caught. Delby, though, he's trying to fight back. And he does a spectacular job.
Oh, wow. I mean, Spitfires opens around, Delby ends it. Doesn't matter if Kira's not in the picture for the anchorage. The operator can do the same. Upon rotation, you buy enough time and you are good to go. And, I mean, even the res there just baited to no avail. The scale up, traded to no avail. And I mean, the lockdown was brilliant, right? Forcing them deep into orange, like you mentioned, getting the detainment as well, but again, the lack of a Viper, the lack of proper timing there, no visibility blockers, and it is open season for all gamers, and they are taking aim, they are taking names, and they are taking rounds. 5-0 right now. No signs of stopping. XLG, no signs of adjustments either, right? It's just B, main, rinse, repeat, right? They're getting the space for free, but they're not getting the site for free.
Yeah, they haven't been able to really get themselves in that position. Raga, he's cleared back yellow. This is the furthest that XLG have been able to get, especially this early on in the round. But AG, they're happy to give over that space. They don't want to try and contest those wonky, difficult corners, especially when XLG, they've got the Sheriffs. We know what they can do with those guns in hand.
Okay. Slowing things down here. Pacing things out, I like it. Keeping Coconut in the back line, I like it, until they get the security of that plant, which again comes out of the stage. A little bit deeper of a wall, but unfortunately when it's broken that quick, when the coordination is this clean, out of all gamers, there's no time to speak, there's no time to think, the round is over. Kira, 3 kills on the round, all the names written in the notebook, and they're gone within a minute.
This is looking very rough for XLG now. And again, I said about how they looked rough at Toronto on this map. And honestly, I think it's unfortunate, you know, you can say, oh yeah, we can kind of write that off. But I think for XLG, the next kind of step that they needed was international experience to build upon. And now because they had that sub issue, they had, you know, those communication problems as well with the different languages. They're not able to actually use Toronto effectively to build as a team, and we can see AG there, well, certainly making better use of that. Coconut has used his Viper's Pit here at the top of mid to try and just gain some kind of space. Shrimp, though, is just trying to fight into this. The Owl Drone to come on through. He's outside of the pit, so his HP will return. I mean, this is a very, very bizarre pit, and he's just left it now. This pit just drops, and I'm so confused. XLG, they're just going B instead.
Deeper could have helped for a follow through on the exec, but yeah, they had no players main. They had no way to clear out Delby. And now, I mean, less than a minute left. They've gotten a lot of B space off this wall, but again, that's where you'd hope the spray, you'd hope the denial utility comes through, and it's a shorty and a snake bite. They get the job done.
Oh, one Shrimp has found the shock dart, kill onto Raga too. He's back yellow. Now Rickon about to come through as well. This will give so much information. The Hunter's Fury as well. He's reading some of these positions perfectly, and with the reveal, it does exactly what they need it to do. Delby, he's 10 and 2, a double in this round so far. Hunter's sticking on the defuse. No man, the operator shot. It rings wide. It doesn't ring true. The knife kill. Oh my God, Kira! He just about gets it. This is chaos. And all gamers, they just keep on rolling.
I mean, we questions coming into this map. I don't think any of them in our peripheral minds were, what is XLG doing? And I mean, also, can we talk about the boldness here to drop the pit for the Kira here so that they can, again, sync up these team fights? And there it is, the knife kill, just the cherry on top, the extra damage and the slow-mo team celebration. I mean, there Kira's like, what are y'all doing? And at this point, I mean, you should be contemplating a second timeout in the first half, no?
I mean,
is that 44 knife kills in VCT China? Is that what that stat is? Waiting for my confirmation. It is, so. There it is.
Yeah.
It is the knife counter.
44 knife kills. I mean, 44 is a pretty fun number, so at least no man can...
Oh, I mean death.
Hang on a minute. The two Sheriff kills and Rockets got in with the Stinger. How is this surrounded XLG are winning? They're barreling through, and previously AG were able to kind of stem the tide, right? As we're talking about, 44 is a fun number for no man to be the 44th knife death. And while XLG, they just go in, get all the frags, and they get the A site for free. What?
Hey, the craziest things happen on the craziest eco round, number one. Number two, like you said, we blinked, we missed it, but I also want to praise XLG because they, again, were looking stale. They were doing the same thing over towards B main to no avail. Again, the defaults were always ending towards that side of the map, and AG had it figured out, but Kira, don't think you can figure this one out. Crossfire, no time really to navigate either. You're even getting hunted down by Happyway with an upgraded weapon and spawn, and you know, with all the craziness that this map has entailed so far, the first round for Shilai Gaming being a thrifty in that fashion, honestly, least surprising thing.
It tracks. Yeah. I mean, we also get the Brazil as well, so that's always fun.
One enemy remaining.
These kills shouldn't happen.
It'd be really funny, and I'm not saying they are. If all gamers had taken a timeout there, it's just like no. But
yeah.
All in all, again, just dust it off. It's a fluke, you think, you hope.
It's water under the bridge for AG at this point, right?
Killjoy attack op on Icebox. When you finally get like a decent buy after a round one. That is bold. And now they're going back to the B side. You just found confidence, you just found coordination on the A side, and we're going back to B?
Yeah, it's questionable for sure. I'm surprised No Man's kind of pushing with them here on B main. I thought he would be, you know, watching mid with that operator, you know, locking down those long side angles, but instead he's here with the rest of the team on the B main push, and again, these Happyway's been putting the Sage Wall in, and it's been dealt with immediately by all gamers. It hasn't been able to even bloom properly, you know, in that sort of charge-up period when it's a bit weaker. They have been so good at just destroying one of those panels, and it's netted them quite a few kills. XLG, they're used to that now, not really committing themselves to that, but that utility is now just a bit of a hindrance for this attacking side instead. And now No Man's fallen with that operator. A hefty investment now gone to waste. And look at Spitfire's here on mid. He's got the op himself.
Yeah, I mean, because of Spitfire's positioning, right? That's why they kept these players and didn't rotate off the B side. They called the bluff correctly that this wasn't going to be the re-swing. It's going to be the B exec. And while, again, they win the mid-fight, that is about all they are going to win. They know where Coconut should be coming from now. It's not even planted for him as he's trying his best to make up lost ground and realizing, again, that it was unwinnable. Cover the op to relinquish back to No Man. Cut your losses and try to run it back on the next.
I don't think we saw a single operator kill like be hit there in that round, and I think that there were like 4 different instances where an op took a gunfight, and every time the sniper rifle ended up losing it.
They invested all of them into the one Spitfire's Bianca round.
Yep.
Look at this beautiful scaling, unexpected timing off of the lockdown, and that's the second time out. The camera is shaking. At what point do we cross into Alex levels of timeout territory?
Although obviously, if you're doing a sort of China comparison, you know, you look at Billy with Bale. Bale also does get pretty angry at the ends of rounds sometimes. Yeah, Foya, I think he's got reason to be annoyed. I mean, 8-1 is never a scoreline that you want, especially, you know, they get 1 round win by going A, and like you said, they just go straight back to B, and they go straight back to losing.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. They're not gonna have a chance in the second half unless all gamers dip into their timeout reserve here, and they'll cross that bridge when they get there, if we even do. I mean, what do you fix at this point? Again, we talked about it, it's so hard to fix issues that you don't know exist, and you don't have time to fix in the moment. And again, I mean, it feels like all gamers also just aren't giving them really any opportunities for 1v1s, right? Like, we talk about, okay, rare Spitfires holding mid, rotate like that for info. Like, that's a risk that has a reason, right? They'll get information alone from him dying. But other than that, again, it's duos playing deep in the B site, waiting for contact. And there are times where they are having, okay, players pushing and taking space like Kira did from the rip off this map. They're just winning that engagement anyways.
Yeah, Coconut, you can tell, just didn't really expect it. Anticipate that position. It's an early death again for XLG in a map where seemingly nothing can go right for them. Spitfires is now holding here with the operator as well on B main, and XLG, they're just going back into the meat grinder here on B.
Yep, up located. It looked like they wanted to, punish. I'm gonna say who they thought was a solo player off that wall, which is Kira. Get the resurrection safely. Now we're back in business. 40 seconds though to go, and trying to deathball your way into A. We've seen how this goes pretty poorly with the Killjoy utility. Silver lining here. Alarm bots mid over towards tube instead of, again, to soften the battlefield to make them vulnerable. But again, look at this. Talk to screen, a double molly combo. You force your way in and you are getting decayed and obliterated by either the molly or Shrimp backside.
Yeah, No Man's got a trade though. That's a hefty reveal. It's done so much, but Fever fighting back on it. He's the one with the operator. Just his third kill in the map, and he's up close in that very difficult position. Shrimp gets the triple. Happy Way though, healing up his IGL in the top of the site. 2 versus 2. And that Sage will just give Fever a little bit more security upstairs, and that's
nasty
where the spike is as well. That's a nasty angle, but Spitfires, he's trying to outstyle them. Shrimp has a 4 and has forced Viva away. Now into the 1 versus 1. Shrimp up top, can't quite find it. Viva with the classic. Goodness me, I thought he was good for the ace there.
Well, we're allergic to aces right now in the server, but that right click getting that headshot is absurd. And I want to see replay to see how much HP number 1 that he was at, because I thought Shrimp had a decent amount. 70 HP, no shield. See if the further fights deterred any more. No, yeah. That is absurd. How much did that right click do?
Well, about 70 HP.
That like, every bullet had to connect there. Every bullet for that to have happened.
Yeah.
Like, and you're going up a rope. I need that level of RNG and accuracy, but
yeah,
all this to say, all gamers making a change. They said, we're not letting them get A-side anymore. We are fighting forward. We are confident. We are hitting our shots. That is the last time they get a plant on this site.
Indeed. At least that's the idea. Obviously, you can cast your mind back to the first round that XLG win, the Thrifty. You had players on the site then for AG as well, and Sheriffs were too much to come back against, apparently.
I like the deep re-clear here with the drone. Catching off one player belt. Might have spotted the second here. And simultaneously you're droning out B, so again, going to keep these players divided here. Without much answers on the all gamers side. But again, because they are fighting a little bit more forward and aggressively on A, they've bolstered and gone back to the more traditional B hold, the Killjoy Viper combination. So we've seen Kira anchoring the site alone, and now he has the Killjoy utility to function off of as well. This should go well for him.
Yeah, but there is lockdown to come on through. Recon Bolt didn't spot him out. It was shot by his teammate on site. That's Huncher, but now he's got to get away, and I think he might get detained here. Happy Way now going in for this. Uses the wall as a passageway through. This time,
there's
though,
no way they expect it.
The panel doesn't get shot out. And Happy Way's just entrenched here on the site, inserted himself. Like you said, surely they don't expect this. Another ultimate being ripped as Hunter's Fury, but Kira clears that position. And now it's a 5 versus 4. AG in the advantage yet again. Hunter's Fury being ripped. Kira finds the second. Coconut answering back. Hunter on the site, finding the kills and finding a second. It's up to Viva, the IGL, the MVP from map number 1. And Delby has his number in that cooler matchup.
Wow. And honestly, that wasn't played terribly by XLG, right? I like the stage's forward positioning off of, again, that tendency for them to break the wall really early. And I like them even swinging off the Hunter's Fury, right? That was the intention, the idea. As soon as they start breaking wall, you don't expect them to get the transfer. But again, mechanics right now on peak. Hanchi getting both of those kills is insane. And again, comes off the distraction of their own Hunter's Fury. And you had a player scale up yellow simultaneously with the operator. So again, all these moving places just clicking into place for all gamers. They get their 9th, then are we gonna get 2 9-3 curses on opposing sides? Let's find out.
Well, I mean, the key thing was that it didn't end up being a curse on Ascent, as much as all gamers certainly found the fight back. Still wasn't quite enough. They couldn't even rely on, you know, the occult to get them a win there on Ascent. Here though, potential for even better. A 10-2 still available now for all gamers, and they certainly want to try and take it. Spitfires.
Kira.
It's aggressive, but look at this from Kira. He's reading the rotation over from the A site. XLG, they could just go straight into him. Raga with the wide swing clears that position, and he gets away. Snakebite through to try and delay a bit more time. Shoots out the recon bolt, but he's been spotted. Like you said, last round of the half, surely you pit, and he does, but from a safer position. The wall out again, happy way. He's going to be able to plant in safety.
Ooh, Venn diagram, the pit's up. No players really flanking either to disrupt these players. And again, it's just assume post-plant positions here for XLG. Add some verticality to the mix, add some creatability. And the players that are, you know, lower risk are going to get aggressive, be that first line of defense and fight forward. That's pit down. The Stinger's putting in some work here.
Yeah, No Man's still inside. He's the Guardian. He's making it work. It's just a shorty from Spitfires. And it's not going to find success. Another 9-3 half. But this time it goes the other way. All gamers looking on top here on Icebox.
Oof. Night and day compared to Ascent. Again, they took a risk. They had to pick their poison between Haven and Ascent, and they picked the latter. Made their bed. They laid in it, but they have risen bright and early to get the worm that is this Icebox victory. Whew. And again, that round finally felt like a good balance between, okay, like staying anchoring in the pit, hunkering down in the post plan, and getting aggressive, getting proactive, but give it a little bit too late. In the pit, obviously a big help there. So now, halftime, chance to talk with the coaching staff here yet again, because, yep, you're out of timeouts if you're XLG.
Yeah,
AG again.
Rough for them.
Oh, for sure. This pistol would definitely help. We look back to the last 9-3 and they lost the pistol and then had that respect to kind of wait for the true buy round to come through. We'll see if XLG opts for that same kind of comeback arc, but for the time being, some great fits, some great cosplays on the meme cam. Yep, yeah, adorable.
The ISO in Clove looking clean. But
I'm just thinking of the Jet voice line where it's like, come on, you know you want the shoes too. Where it's like, I want your jacket, you know?
Yeah. The other thing as well, I know you were saying
I
know you were saying about the sort of, you know, how AG had to sort of pick their poison for the first map. XLG kind of had to pick their poison for this one as well. You know, do you go to Corrode or Icebox, where, you know, you haven't seen play, presumably, because you're not that great at it. And let's look at Kira here.
Wow.
Ridiculous performances. I'm assuming we've got ACS, ADR. I know what cast is, then I'm guessing is that potentially kills to come through on the third one there. Either way.
I mean, they were 10 and 14 over on Ascent.
Yes, ACS,
and again,
ADR kills.
Not to point fingers as well, but it felt like, again, on that defensive half, it felt like a disconnect between him and Delby, like on how they wanted to anchor that site. And now they are in like really good coordination over towards like the B side of the map, and it's looked really, really good, just individually. And now, I mean, obviously, if we went over to the attack, can't really rely on that anymore. It's just, again, get through these last few rounds, keep it clean, and leverage that confidence. I mean, looks like it's just going to be a full 5-on-5 retake for XLG at this point. Dart's ready, everything's in place.
Top darts to come through to try and deny the plant, but well, it's in a different position. They're going for the default where the attackers were not positioned. So Bit of a getaway there from AG, but fight on in from XLG.
Ooh.
They win things out. Happyweight with the opening kill. Now focus turn towards screens and stairs. Viva with 1, Viva with 2. Shrimp and Hunter, the last ones left, and they will fall quickly. A flawless pistol round in the second half. And that's the second time I've been able to say that this series for XLG.
Oh, second half pistols. Those defensive retakes have just been clicking. Wow. And again, it felt like there was a really, really good setup there from all gamers, right? We have the off angle from Spitfires, we have a really good paranoia, but the lack of clearance on that killjoy alarm bot, that vulnerability on a pistol round, lethal. And also just the reposition there as well, right? There's a dark cover on Raptors, they swing out, get one, they swing right back in and reposition over towards screen, where they know, again, because the alarm bot, there aren't players. So, again, good fluidity, good concession and reclamation of space there. Again, that complexity level of pistol is why they got it flawlessly. And that's exactly what you need to recover on a 9-3.
Yeah, this is the key difference from what we saw in map number 1. AG, they lost the second half pistol. XLG, they stop it from getting to double digits so quickly. And that honestly could be massive in terms of swinging the momentum here. We saw, what was it, a 7-0 start from all gamers. If XLG can have a similar beginning to their defensive split, suddenly we've got a game on our hands.
Coconut. Bulldog in hand. Different approach than the yellow side anchor and flee towards orange. But again, smart approach, I will say, on the second round buy-up.
Yeah, Coconut has got that watch as well.
Yeah, like the plant angle denial, like you mentioned.
He's
Can you even get this kill?
I don't know. He's in a wider position now. It's potentially dangerous, but the wall goes up from Kira. That enables Coconut to stay alive, but it also enables the cross and the plant there from all gamers. So 4 versus 4 as no man falls. It's got to be this retake coming through now, and well, it starts out well for them. Jumping on in, Delby with a right click, Hunter as well. It's a 2 versus 2, and Spitfires, he's not been found. And then he is found by Happyweight, as Raga gets the last kill as well. Things got a little bit risky there. I started to get a little bit worried for XLG, but in the end, they come out clean. That deficit, it shrinks ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think the growing pains of, incorporating the Sage, playing these retake games. But if anything, all gamers had a pretty nice understanding of, okay, how do we play against this Sage retake style where they're saving the wall this late? And I'm hoping we get to see that in full swing later when they have rifles in hand. Again, really nice spacing, really nice proactivity. Again, maybe accredited this time to Kira getting the opening kill. They want the weapon. In secondary, okay, we need to take space because we are on Nico, but XLG. This would be a huge round to get. Obviously not much in terms of the bonus potential, just that Bulldog and that Outlaw. But, yep, Kira opening kill found. No more stage wall for the retake here. I want to see if the push-up actually threw Garage from the stage. That's kind of wild. And now, I mean, still not much deterrence here on the A side either. Killjoy utility about it, and all gamers playing things slow, showing respect towards XLG.
Yeah, they know what they're capable of, especially even with a low buy. But now there's the go signal, heading on in, Spitfires, updraft, dash through, no man. He's fallen on the CT stairs. Shrimp with the first tap. Try and bait out that utility. Another shock dart potentially to make its way through, but it's a bit too late. It's a spike already planted. XLG focuses towards screens. You've got Coconut there over on stairs, but now it's only Coconut towards stairs. Hunter, that's a nice double. Well, with the Bulldog in hand, you wouldn't really favour Coconut in that fight.
Yep.
And that's exactly why. A flawless round there from AG. They get to double digits, but it's an anti-eco, and one that it's clean, you know? That's exactly what the doctor ordered, but it's also exactly what you expect.
It's literally like nearly copy-paste positionally from the pistol round, right? But the difference is, again, that weapon differential. Also, I like Spitfires, like after they get the opening kill there on the elevated position, they scale forward on the rafters. So, again, really nice there as well. It's not stay predictable. So again, small, minute tweaks that, again, like you mentioned, keep things clean, keep the weapons in hand.
2 Guardians.
Now this is where XLG, you lose this, it's pretty much map point for all gamers.
Yeah, it's pretty much wraps at that point in time. Raga, it's risky, but he gets out. Tailwind dash to avoid. Hunter's Fury coming on through from defense now towards B main position. Viva, though, can't find anyone. It does stall the attack for now, and that enables Raga to find this position back yellow. Spitfires. Oh, a spotted Coconut there. And again, they've got 2 Guardians on hand, but maybe it doesn't matter when Raga is doing that. The paranoia, though, to try and avoid Spitfires, capitalizes, taking down the Jets. A 4 versus 4, but all gamers, they've given up this B position because look at how far Hunter is over towards A.
Ah, but look
He's
at
got
Viva.
so much space.
Viva has Dart, has Drone. My guess is that this reaches like the 30-second mark. We're using that util to reclear, right? We want that certainty. We want to inform these players that are stacked over towards B. And Spitfire is falling.
Yeah,
and it should be the calling card
XLG.
that this will be a commitment.
They've read that rotation. Viva is happy to sort of fall back for now because, well, his teammate's been revived. It's now a 5-on-3 yet again, and he knows that they can really deal some damage on this retake. No man, though, it's pretty risky back inside of the spawn. Meanwhile, Delby pushed the smoke and got taken down by Viva. Now it's the XLG IGL to try and find something. And Shrimp, well, he has been good in the clutch. No man's on 5 HP, but
the wall.
Even still, this one would be ridiculous. And with the Sage Wall in the way, this one's done. XLG, they get the round, and Shrimp, he's at least allowed to keep his life, keep his rifle into round 17.
Yeah, I was curious to see if they would try and finish the job on some of those players, the efforts that Hunter started, but all in all, a little bit flew too close to the sun, got a little aggro, which you have to do. No, granted, when you're down numbers in that fashion, but again, nice anchor on that site. Nice thoroughness to reclear the space as well. It just feels like right now XLG is super confident on their A retakes, so they can keep players pretty handily over towards B, and that's what I need to see all gamers conquer. Either face this A site, win it out. Again, off of Spitfires, taking that deep dive deeper in the A site, running interference on these retake attempts, or again, find a fix towards B, you know. And it feels like, again, I don't say we're falling back into old habits, but it's kind of reminding me of Ascent, where these adjustments came too late. We have 4 rounds left. You have 2 timeouts here. I would assume if all gamers loses this round, we get that first timeout out of 8101, and only time will tell, because we got to get through this round first, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the sensible sort of time to take the timeout, and even if they win the round, but it gets a bit too close, maybe a player has to clutch or something, then that's where you probably take the timeout as well. In the meantime, Shrimp, Aldrone in hand. He clears some space on A very quickly, though, dealt with by Raga. He knows there's at least some kind of heavy stack there.
Ooh, I said I wanted to fix on the B site. I love this scale up to the wall.
Yeah, it's really nice, and because they haven't run, they don't know that they're there, but Coconut still finds the opening kill. He's up close, he's getting the kills. It's No Man as well to get the double from Orange. Spitfires and Shrimp now left alone, and Shrimp is still trying to come through from mid. XLG going down, and No Man's popping off again. The energy, the fire is back in this XLG side.
Like the right formula, the right equation, and you input your numbers and your calculator spits out the wrong answer. Again, perfect strategically, the perfect adjustment that I was asking for them to address how those B site plants follow throughs were going, and then No Man just obliterates them. Coconut obliterates them. Just beautiful playing around that toxic screen, and as foretold, if the round wasn't going to go their way, it was going to be that timeout called.
Yeah.
Again, okay, they made the adjustment B. That was one thing I said they would talk about in the timeout. Maybe we figure out, okay, how do we solve the A retakes? Because XLG, again, is kind of gifting you that space. So how can we maybe take that gift and convert it into an advantage is another angle to take.
Yeah, for sure. I want to point out as well for XLG. I mean, No Man has the nickname as Mr. 3K. And every time he's found a 3K, he's stood up, he's done that 3. He is He's living life for it. And AG, again, this isn't just a timeout for the strategy. It's a timeout for the mental. As I can see XLG, they're starting to fire up. And they are going to be feeling lower and lower and lower. They need a pep talk as well. It's not just about the strategy. It's about getting some life back in the squad, because then suddenly, you know, you're hitting shots you weren't necessarily hitting before. Potentially, you're able to get yourself into a better position. And like we said, they had the right strategy in the previous round, but it just didn't work out for them. If the mental state's a little bit different, things potentially go a different way, and that also could be something that EG101 focuses on in that timeout.
Oh, 100%. Especially because look at these ults that are about to come online. You are one off from so many key ultimates. All it takes is an opening kill, and suddenly a late round exit comes into fruition. I was curious about this. No team had tested the waters mid, except for, I think, Coconut 1 round getting killed outside of Tube. And now they have left a gaping hole here that, you know, you'll have to fill or you have to take space elsewhere. And that's exactly what Raga tried to do and gets punished for it. So let's just circumvent a site take and a spike plant altogether. Let's just kill them all before we have to.
Yeah, spike's being planted. Happy way. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Wow!
What an attempt.
That, yeah, NT in the chat, but it still goes the way of all gamers. I mean, if anyone could do it, it would be Happy Way. It's not to be. This is, again, just some shots go the way of all gamers and potentially positions where they would have lost those fights before. That'll be one way you start to feel better about it. And Del B again is the one to shut it down in the end.
Raga up. Online. Mentioned those ultimates that would come online with some kills with some ult orbs. And I talked about that confidence in taking the A fight as well. Could be addressed during that timeout. I think the ultimates online are one way to do that. But I see no man coming up with some antics to disrupt this entire exec play. A lockdown would delay it for the time being, but you can still scale up, maybe even get on the border and get an angle here towards main. This is dangerous. There's no util there. This feels like a major missight from Hancha. They have to know, or be aware of the possibility.
Surely they know. He's looking for it. He's looking for something. But no man's still back there. Meanwhile, on the side itself, here's the kill.
Oh no!
From No Man, that opened things up, and now attention diverted. The tails are turned towards that main position, but Kira, he's locking things down from screen. So that's the first kill. Happy Way traded out. Spitfires is the most recent player to find a kill, but now he's cut down close range and angle. It's all down to Shrimp, long range, and that's when the Hunter's Fury can come on in. Second tap comes on through. This ultimate is massive, but now the player's sticking. He's not got any time. He's got shock darts, but there might not be time. The player's low. No. It's caught on 410, and XLG get away with robbery.
You wouldn't even call it robbery, right?
Well, they were in a good position.
That was such a good play from No Man, right? To disrupt that entire, like, constructed round, right? Because they knew that as soon as they got the side off the lockdown, they were going to play the Hunter's Fury from off-site, right? To be the counter to this retake approach, right? And as soon as they realized, okay, we might not have the Hunter's Fury to fall back on from Shrimp, that's when, okay, Kira, Spitfires got desperate, tried playing aggressive for those kills, and just ultimately weren't able to buy enough time. Shrimp was fortunate enough to shut down No Man, but again, shock darts on that planet location, just not able to finish the job. So XLG get another. At this point, the ball is starting to roll. We could get it to start careening down that hill, and what an opener from Raga.
He's hitting now. I mean, still 8 and 15, but if any kill can get you back in the running, it certainly would be that one. Another operator shot rings out. That's a lovely paranoia to try and combo up. And now here comes the wrap from Kira. Nicely worked combination there from all gamers. Now 4 versus 4. The Viper's Pit is available as well. And it forces the hand. No Man now putting in this ultimate, and Happy Way just straight through the smoke. He's able to find that kill. Shrimp now forced to get aggressive and taken out. Kira fighting through Snowman and finding a double. Sage Wall up Kira. He's still trying to fight this. Snowman takes him down. It's all down to Huncher. He's got a Bucky here up close, but there comes the wall. It's so messy. And XLG get the round. Now just 2 away. I have a question. Zobi, are you superstitious? Do you believe in a 9-3 curse?
Oh, I've always been a 9-3 believer, but I'm also, as an NA individual, gonna be really sad if it's a fake comeback and we still see a map 3 and all of this effort means nothing. The only thing it means is that they get more rounds, they get more reps on their first time playing Icebox this stage, right? For XLG. But right now, again, we talked about the stage. Oh, you're right. Thanks for that. Even less impact now. But even then, what we're seeing is honestly the impact of the stage. We talked about it. We highlighted how it would impact more, in my mind, the defense. Or sorry, the attack. But the defense is shining. Happy way just from battle stage to retake extraordinaire. And really haven't seen all gamers able to come up with a solution.
Raga's up here on the box. Potentially an off angle that AG don't expect with the operator here, but our drone spots him. Forces him to dip away. Jump spot located as well there from Huncher. He does stay alive, up close. Happy Way Spitfires. There's an engagement. Paranoia through to back sight. There, coming through from Delby. Happy Way on the site, but he's the only one finding kills. It's all AG. Kira up through mid, has a double. Now No Man trying to wrap, but he's been spotted as well. Coconut with him. These two players left to do it all. All gamers.
I love this.
Just a couple kills away from that map point. But like you said, this wrap from Kira, it's a very nice idea, and XLG, it's wasting so much of their time. That Kira hasn't been spotted. He's in such a tricky position now. They're expecting him to have fallen back towards the site, and he's just about missed them, but that means that they miss him as well. He can be the snake in the grass to come on through as the spike keeps ticking away further and further. This might not even be needed. There's a kill from No Man as Kira still coming through from screens as Coconut gets the kill as well. But even still, there's a rat in the corner, snake in the grass, dagger in the back. The timer expires. And even still, everyone falling to the spike in the end. It's map point. Just one round away now from seeing Lotus. AG, can they win it out here? As XLG, they need, what is it, 3? 4 in a row to get to overtime.
12-9. Again, the weakness that Huncha exploited previously, now capitalized upon by Kira. Just the major lapse because they don't use the Killjoy util on Boiler, because it is, again, playing that Sage wall as well for retake. Sage didn't even play the wall for retake that time. She's getting overwhelmed. You know, they put up the wall, particularly just to hold the site. Again, you bulldoze through it. That was something AG was good at over on XLG's attack. But for the time being, a very bold ult from Delby. Yeah, they should know. Raga.
Oh, it looked like they were expecting it, absolutely. But now Raga's fallen. And it means that Happy Way is feeling so scared on his own site. Now he dips away. The ultimate comes on through, or at least the recon bolt. Sorry, Happy Way there with the kill. And yeah, like you said, a wall would be perfect here. The barrier ult
as well.
Potentially to come on through. The Viper's Pit, there's nothing in the arsenal here for all gamers, but apart from the time and the weapons as well. Phantom from Spitfires doing work. And even though there's the wall, it might not matter because there's the elevated angle. No Man called upon to do everything, to do it all. There's the catch, Huncher. He's got the spot. Spitfire's falling. No Man, can he do it? Huncher, he's just toying with him, playing with his food, and No Man, he's waiting for the swing on out. He runs out of ammunition at just the wrong time. 13-8 map 1, 13-9 map 2. We're going the distance.
And we decided we had zero idea where this series was going to lead, whether one-sided or a all-out 3-map brawl, and we have gotten our answer. And honestly, I would have no other map to conclude this. Like we talked about, we thought it was going to be Bind, which favored all gamers, but XLG had a late-stage resurgence. But Lotus, both teams have made changes over this stage. Both teams have a win-loss record that are even. This is going to be a coin toss, a battle till the bloody end, and I'm hoping we don't get another 9-3 half, to put it lightly there, or it would just be not an absolute cinema way to end this series out, Charlotte.
Yeah. Again, the gunplay in that round. Nice try from No Man. But in the end, the attempt just is not quite enough. As we look through the entire map highlights here, one player that was one player that was really stepping up here for AG. And in fact, I'll just say both controllers, Kira and Delby, they're putting in work. They were putting up the numbers. And again, the IGLs for these teams doing so well. I think it was like 3 or 4 rounds in and Delby already was on 10 kills. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, literally look at the players that were, having a rough time over on Ascent, and those are the players that shined the brightest, right? Here over on Icebox, Kira too. I mean, just insane anchor, insane confidence even coming from that knife kill in the first half. And think about it, they were also the tipping point really to get them over that final hump in the second half too, with that mid follow through, that wraparound, right? There was an easy way that they won that 2vx clutch, but they robbed just enough time off, and like you mentioned, would have been that knife in the back regardless. So again, every player for all gamers stepped up, delivered when they needed to. XLG again were slow to adjust, had to use both timeouts, and honestly that just came in my mind out of an inexperience on the map. So mentioned is leaving the pool, they make that champs run, won't have to worry about it at least. Abyss will be there to haunt their dreams instead. But Lotus, you said the triple sentinel was for DRG.
That was my question.
We're gonna find out real quick if it is.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Do we see the triple sentinel composition again? I'm hoping not. And
hey, the stage causes difficulties on Icebox. We'll put it that way.
That is true. We got the team comms now, so we'll be quiet for a second. We'll see you afterwards.
变正常了，没有。下包，140阶梯啊！阶梯140，他应该奶了。我没有大招，可以踩包。我有黑，我有黑。nice， 我能吃到，兄弟们。可以。等一下，等我，我黑，我黑，黄香剑给黄香剑。我下大招行吗？好了吗？好了吗？好了。黑。包点，黄香。拆包，来个拆包的。我拆。快球。 咱中路，哎，B 打，中路小心，B 打，他狙杀呢，秒他！哇 ！Let's go！ 救！Shut up！
I mean, they're enjoying themselves. AG was certainly enjoying themselves. Kira, the MVP, and again, 332 ACS. Wild. I mean, 204 damage per round, 82 cast.
I think I will ever be impressed how, like your controller players, your Omens, when they flex over to the Viper, not only do you have to have more internal clock management and communication with your team about the wall timings, but then still being able to perform individually around that to shine as a solo player to that degree. And again, we can see it via the heat map. Most of this came out of, again, this B anchorage. And you also saw the difference between Kira's anchors and between Coconut's, really well, right? Coconut was playing offsite for Snowman, really reserve, versus Kira always inserted themselves in the fight, always started yellow, and then somehow was always able to get out unscathed, unpunished, back towards orange, back to wrap around, Nest. And I think that also kind of tracks what we saw on Ascent, if you remember, right? They would get aggressive tree, they would get aggressive wine, and then still be able to find their way out. So again, maybe a tendency that XLG should pick up on before we get ready to head over to Lotus, a map where they honestly, they're gonna be maybe pulling out the double duelist. If they're aiming like they were on Icebox, I think we're in for a ride with them on the Raze. We'll put it that way. But again, with so many different compositions and them saying that they were gonna, again, going back to the ED 101 talks, make possible changes. Who knows what's in store? But let's look at these team summaries. Yeah,
I'm looking at Raga 8 and 18, and things. It was this close without Raga. If he has even just an average performance, XLG possibly get this over the line. You look at No Man though, 19 and 14 previously, before that whole triple sentinel shenanigan that we saw yesterday. He was playing the Raze on this Lotus to double up with Raga's Yoru or Neon. Could be Cinema. There's a lot of questions surrounding XLG's Lotus, and there were a lot of questions surrounding this Icebox as well. Some of which have been answered, just probably not in the way they would have wanted. I think is the way to say it. Because we had some questions, like you said, the stage proved difficult for AG to deal with here on Icebox, but even that couldn't get XLG the win. And again, the triple Senti was looking pretty rough yesterday. Raga wasn't really having a great game on that Sage, and maybe you mess with the Roz a little bit so that he can be back on the duel list, back performing, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, I said it in the pre-show, right, when we were looking at players to highlight. It felt like Rarga's success was inherent with XLG's success. So, again, to see that kind of like night and day difference between map 1 and map 2 is scary, coming into, again, a map 3 that is, again, fighting to keep your champ spot in your control versus relying on other teams, relying on, again, what feels like a moonshot chance of avoiding a... what did we say it was? A DRG All Gamers Grand Finals, right?
Yeah, that's what would have to happen for
That's the only way for
XLG
not to qualify. Yeah, which, hey, I've now that DRG is the one that quote unquote knocked Wolves out of champs. They are they have my votes, my begrudging support, we'll say, but that would be a hard match against BLG. But again, we're counting our eggs, our chickens before they hatch, right? We still have a map 3. We still have to see if the reverse sweep can be pulled off. The upset by All Gamers over Shilai Gaming. And with that, Charlotte, I mean, we just got through 2 back-to-back banger 9-3 comeback attempts that fall short. So I think we might deserve a little break, don't you?
I agree. it's been a fairly long morning, but that doesn't mean that these games haven't been good. We're here for a map 3. All gamers XLG, and if XLG win, they qualify themselves to champs. If they lose, then suddenly qualification is no longer in their hands. And it all comes down to this. Lotus is our final map, the decider here between these two squads. I'm still Charlotte, still joined by Zobi, and well, what are we going to see here on Lotus? We had a lot of questions about the composition, Zobi.
Yeah, I was analyzing that one little sneak peek we got of a player's PC. I was like, is that Raze gloves? Is that Tejo gloves? And I was hoping to be the Tejo, but I think it is just the Raze. And oh my goodness, it's the triple sentinel! Oh. We have no time to elaborate. We're in the pistol round, and I think we're about to get a B main collapse. It's map 3. It is chaos. Champs on the line, Charlotte. Let's get into it.
No Man had some absolute stinkers on the deadlock yesterday. And, well, it's AG who find the kill so far. Defensive side evening things on Out and Raga back on this Sage. It's all very, very exciting. The B main pop there from XLG is traded out against them. Now they look to pivot, open up the door towards Mound, and Huncher is the only player here to try and face up against the C pressure. The Poison Cloud going up, and it stops this push for now.
I mean, starting on an attack with triple sentinel is not going to be any walk in the park by any means. And then with that aggressive play as well, clotheslining you and eminent trades. We'll finally kind of get us broken, equated at a 2-on-2, but with your players splitting up here, and if you have to hit the revolving door to regroup, yep, those players are going to take a quick 180 right back into Waterfall.
But maybe they don't expect them to be this close. No Man, he gets a couple shots up. The Gravnet doesn't catch, but barrier orb from Raga
can jump on it.
In the way. And like you said, he can jump onto this. Spitfires has got the melee, and Raga plays ahead of this. No Man from the long range angle as well. The spike going down. XLG, they get the pistol.
Ooh. Beautiful, beautiful recovery after, again, they collide head-on with those all-gamers players outside of B. Again, take a look back at that replay. Beautiful seasoning combo off the Paranoia. Wow. But ultimately, again, just very creative off the stage wall. Icebox, Lotus, you name it, whether it is going to be Happy Way or Raga. We talked about maybe them not having the most comfortability last time they played it, but again, you just changed comp. It's going to take some time to adjust, and these are the adjustments we're seeing. Whew. You know, with that, there we go. Happy Way, opening kill found. Space claimed. You denied an aggressive player. You denied the solo kind of pseudo-sentinel on the site, so all that pressure falls to Spitfires, and they're just going to fragment the site. Why not? We don't have to worry about Waterfall. We don't have to worry about Crossfires or tradability. With that, again, in this deadlock, this is their strength. If they can get an opening kill, if they can get a site, it is near... like impossible to play retake here. I mean, look at this. Sage wall, deadlock wall, you're gonna have Cypher trips. It is going to be so difficult, and that's why you gotta go on the only avenue possible, the flank, come from behind. And I mean, this sniper rifle, Happy Way is on line. And I am just yeah, Delby, little unlucky here. And here we go. Players getting off site, saving these weapons, trying to keep it flawless. Delby, I expect, yeah, just hit the revolving door, try to die to spike in the situation, and see if we can avoid any of these players like Raga, who is looking for that final, like, that death or that orb, because they're one off from the resurrection already. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, unfortunate mistiming on the revolving door play. But all in all, again, XLG, not at all what I was expecting for how Lotus was going to go with a triple sentinel starting on the attack. I mean, at this point, if I'm, you know, a double duelist composition for ALG, yeah, I'm asking, what are you doing? I know the tendencies are to fight forward. I know it's to take these risky plays, take these risky angles, but if you're fighting into the sentinels, you're giving them that opportunity. They're the ones that are going to have a difficult time getting onto these sites. So, again, Hard to pick up on this style of composition this late, but we got to see those adjustments come out here and now. Because right now, they're doing a great job just oppressing, right? Doesn't matter if they don't have damaging utility. They just tether you in, make it blind, and pounce on you as a team. That Raze taken fully out of the picture, out of the fray, and A main control is going to fall with it. That responsibility now going to fall to Delby and Shrimp from these deeper sight positions. Delby, maybe gonna try and punish off the weapon collection. We will have to see, but all in all, I like XLG slowing down. Again, metering things, maybe waiting for that toxic screen timing as well. But that does give time for, look at this Yoru pushing up into spawn. Again, can't really flank with double trips, but it's also giving the Viper time to get to blue room too. There's a really good crunch attempt. Oh, that Han outpaced ever so slightly, but again, the trades are immediate. The resurrection, again, that fought so heftily by Rarga and the multi-kills gets them right back into the fray, keeping things flawless, and it feels like right now they can do no wrong. XLG plant on the B site. Again, we're looking towards this Yoru, maybe a gate crash past the tripwire, weighing their options. No TPs left is brutal. Now you're stuck here. You have to wait for someone like Happy to make a mistake, and I don't think you are. I think this is a save angle.
You'd probably think so. Delby, maybe not quite knowing just how close he was to both Raga and Coconut. I don't think it matters. Hiding himself behind rubble. The XLG players all pathing towards the safe side. Obviously, they're going to want to try and save their weapons as well. Shrimp going down, but Delby, oh, he's missed the catch there. It's all about exits, it's all about damage, and in the end, he's only able to get the kill onto one. That is still, however, a Vandal upgraded into his hands. He's taken out Happy Way as well.
Okay. And mention the save, hold on to some rifles, but I mean, it's so hard right after you've played Lotus so consistently against standard comps to have this stark of a methodology reset this late in the game. And honestly, that's exactly what it feels like we need out of all gamers. Like a complete, like, factory reset, right? How you play Lotus is not how you think you have to play it against this composition, right? Then you're giving too many opportunities again to this triple sentinel to open up and get that advantage early, and then they can waltz onto a free site. I do think it's gonna be difficult to get because they have a lack of a sentinel as well, so it's easier just inherently for them to get onto these sites to make this space. But again, that responsibility is going to fall to Hansha here, especially on the C site. That's also why we see the mass rotations credited as well to the eco. But all in all, Spitfires, it's a dangerous game you're playing. That's one of the few rifles your team has. Let's see it deliver.
Yeah, we'll have to find out whether it does in fact work. Happy Weight certainly does get to work with that Outlaw. Kira is close by with the Sheriff, and he's trying to make it sing, and he does. Hunter as well, taking down No Man here on the C site. Don't think that should be working out, and now suddenly the advantage taken on its head. XLG in trouble, but Raga bailing them out of it, and Viva as well with that kill. So 3 versus 2 now coming on out here from XLG. The spike is going to be planted there by Viva as well. For all gamers, they are isolated, split up. You've got this one player Spitfires towards the B main angle, and the second one over towards Hobbit. And well, Viva spotted both of these players out now. Prowler coming through just to try and clear that space. He's up close and personal with that raise, and it works out. Spitfires again. All he has to do is just save the weapon here. There's really nothing else he can get up to, and again, potentially look for a couple exits. But in terms of the start here for this Yoru, it's pretty rough. 0-2. And you're playing the duelist role. Viva, well, he's going to give his life away. And so does Coconut. Okay, bit of confidence coming through now for him. But it still doesn't help the outcome of the round. It goes the way of XLG.
Yeah, I mean, by finding the kills, the util, the presence was enough to force those players into B. And I liked the idea, again, to get that pinch from behind while the distraction is on site. But again, when you cut off one of these avenues with a stage wall like that, and you know somebody's coming through evolving, the response from XLG was perfect. Take top mid control, take Hobbit control. Use those better weapons to overwhelm the inferior ones like that. Raise that kill right there onto Kira. And again, I was going to say, I was expecting the panic button now from AG. So the fact that they are again trusting their team to use the showstopper, to use this last kind of pull by before they're broke beyond repair. Shows the trust that they have in the team to make the right call. And I like this call. I'm seeing a cease trap setup here, if I'm not mistaken. But look at, oh, the immediate dismantling. Well, was that just free fire as soon as a rolling door opened?
I mean, I think it might have been. I mean, Hunter did some incredible work from this position before. He has been caught there by the ultimate Nightfall rolling on through from Viva, and a Neil theft to reveal his position. He's in a lot of trouble. Revealed again, the smoke goes down, but Dalby refreshes. It doesn't stop his teammate from dying though, and Shrimp on the site also dealt with. Okay, XLG, they're able to brute force their way in. And a bit of ult-maxing here as well. Gets it closer towards No Man's Annihilation. He gets that one down. And a 5 versus 2 retake for All Gamers. Again, they're going for the save here, Zobi.
I mean, you really don't have another choice. Like I mentioned, once they're on this site, I mean, it is so difficult. Like how do you retake against this? This looks like a nightmare. Like, it's like the opposite of like ult overkill. It's just util, like sentinel overkill. And whew, this is where All Gamers coaching staff, I think, has to get involved, has to step in.
Yeah.
But again, that's my concern is that All Gamers were making really decent adjustments, right? I think the only thing they didn't do really was like try to fight out C-Mound like from the rip, like as a team, right? We didn't see like a Raze, Yoru combo off Paranoia, etc. As we watch the rest of these save attempts follow through. They even tried to set up again that C-trap, which really, really nice. It's just XLG dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure no stone is left unturned before going to these execs, because again, they realize that they don't have as thorough of utility again to get out of tricky situations. It's again very procedural. And oh, you saw the ATP attempt. Oh, that is a brutal kill as well. And I like how they're using as well the Cypher kind of as that secondary initiator. Like so much information coming out of that kit too. So just wow, wow, wow. I'm getting convinced with each passing round about this triple sentinel, and I don't think I like it, Charlotte. like that I'm being convinced. I like the cop.
Yeah, you don't like that you like it.
Exactly.
I understand. Well, now, All Gamers, it's a rough situation for them yet again here. No timeout coming on through. 3 sheriffs, a stinger, Kira with that rifle, but No Man and Raga finding the opening picks there. The player in C Long who was tucked behind the box, routed out of there, and again Raga, you're not used to being the player on the flank watch. He does do a diligent job with it. 9-0 right now, and this is the contrast to that DRG game. XLG success is very much equated with how well Raga is doing in terms of kills, and right now, he is doing stunning work.
Battle Sage does whatever a Battle Sage does. They're just entering. It's very reminiscent of, okay, like the Icebox in duelist compositions, where again, they are your entry. They are again making that space for your team. And it's really, really effective here. Again, they entry, they get that verticality. It's kind of like an updraft or what a Satchel would achieve. Just again, quick scaling, on a site, quick access, and All Gamers, I haven't even gotten to see them address any. Like, they have not played C retake once. And do I think they'd be able to achieve it? No, but I want to see it at least.
Yeah, something really interesting there as well is in the previous round we saw XLG, they gave the spike over to No Man so he could plant and get closer to his annihilation. This round they've given the spike over to Raga to get him closer to his resurrection. Both times Coconut has been 1 orb away from his ultimate, from the shadows there on the Omen, and even like both times he's like given the spike away to his teammate. So clearly the Omen ult is not a priority for XLG, and I feel like in these moments it could be very, very helpful for them, where they can just completely bamboozle this All Gamers squad. And the coaches, they're definitely not happy about the 6-0 start. They are calling their timeout now. And they should have a bye for the next. So this timing, it does make sense. Maybe they just like to call before their gun rounds. But even still, XLG, this is an excellent start and very much a contrast to Icebox.
Yeah, and I do, like, to a certain degree, respect, again, the all-gamer staff for giving, like, the players and giving W that opportunity, again, to go through the strat book to come up with these adjustments, because they did try a bunch of them. It's just none were sticking. So hopefully, you know, you've gotten a decent download, again, beyond what you could have done with overnight VOD review, because, again, this composition change was debuted literally in their last matchup against DRG and then uppers, so it's difficult, again. We talk about all of that time they had with the venue change to prepare them, and this is the one thing that they would have had a hard time preparing for. And again, we go back to they got the pick. Lotus over Bind, Charlotte. And we wanted them to pick the Bind. I'm crashing out. I apologize, but let's see the timeout, and then I can crash out. If they don't convert out of this round, I can crash out. Right?
AG
That's warranted. It's valid.
Haven't lost on Bind this stage. They're 2-0 compared to their 2. Am I trolling?
On Bind. You're right. On Bind. Sorry, I think you said Lotus.
No. They're 2-2 on their Lotus.
This is
my question mark. Kira at least gets that kill with the showstopper, but then goes the annihilation over the top. It doesn't matter in resurrection as well. The player basically popped back up again, and that defensive ultimate cancelled out immediately. 5 versus 3 yet again. And this clash between the two top teams from that group Omega, well, XLG proving yet again why they came out as that #1 seed.
Charlotte, Rarga still hasn't died, even with them staring down a bazooka outside of a main. That is absurd. Like, there's like the joke is like, you can't res yourself. They don't have to. And oh my goodness, and just solo players, solo fights across the map. And look at this again. The use of the Sage Wall. It's again unorthodox, but it gets the job done. Right now, here it's one less thing to worry about. Unless you're a revolving door, you really don't have to worry about anybody coming from A. So again, cuts off angles allows them to again get on the same page and take proactive team fights if they want to. It's just again your back is completely covered by No Man. Sorry, I mean covered by Happy Way and the double trips, and then you have literally walls for each avenue, and then sensors for the other. Like this is a nightmare. Is this how it looked during the DRG game? I know you got to watch parts of that.
I was mostly in despair when I was watching that DRG game. They did not get off to a great start. His first death. There we go. Raid boss down. Raid boss down.
I think it's I'm gonna call it a translator curse. We said it in the cast, right, that Rugger hadn't died, but then BDOS typed it in chat, and then he died.
So it's BDOS's fault.
Yeah, it's a BDOS curse, but
yeah. I mean, XLG, it was a 6-6 defensive half from them. You think triple Sentinel, you should probably do better on the defense. And then it was kind of close in the attacking half. It's nothing like this where XLG are running away with things on the attack. Their attack, it was close with DRG and
14-12,
yeah,
loss
6-6, 6-6, and they're literally 50-50 in terms of the attacking and defense round win percentage. Fun little statistic for that one, but I mean, at the end of things, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. This is a much better attacking side from XLG. But even still, there are so many question marks on their defense that if AG can get something going, then perhaps there's a chance for them. And, well, they've got something going in this round. Spitfires with that kill, saving the operator through. But Raga, he's certainly not content with having that one death. And he's completely domed Huncher through the smoke and pushing for more. Shrimp also dealt with a triple in this round and potentially a pentakill waiting for him.
I was already impressed by their full paranoia tracking onto the Omen over towards the A site, but now this is just absurd. Owen reveals to the flank. Here will show that they were both there.
No! Yes! Viva takes it away from him. Cruelty at the highest of levels. But I mean, I don't necessarily think XLG are going to be too miffed about it.
Enemy down.
I mean, you still get the round, you're still 8-0 up.
Okay, despite, again, the fragmented buy, I really liked the adjustment and the attempt that all gamers did there. Again, right? They kind of weaken who's fighting over towards A main. And I asked for a C-Mount fight, right? I really did. But it's difficult that the person that had the worst weaponry, Delby, was at the forefront of that fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I need to see them repeat that. Okay, not this round, because obviously there's an immediate counter. But I need to see them fight that again, right? One way, maybe. Again, I want to see the Raze and the Yoru fight out there together. No, because your satchels, you have Gatecrash to get away.
Yeah, that's what I was
Even
going
an
to
Omen
say.
would help.
I think you need to have your dual assess. They have that escape option. Obviously, like you say, Shrouded Step from the Omen, but Delby, I mean, in the previous, wasn't really able to use that, and it's just a little bit more finicky to try and escape using that utility. You've got to completely turn away from the enemies as they're coming at you. Generally, it's best in a gunfight to be looking at the people that you're fighting. That's a
Raga.
That's a fun little fact. Yeah, I mean, Raga, he's 15-1 right now, which is ridiculous. A Nightfall coming through from the defense, though, as the Sage Wall comes up. That's to push them away from C, and Kira, through the smoke, he's found one, but immediately, there's the revive, and he's trying to fight on through, trading things back out, and now through the smoke, it's Shrimp, Coconut, left alone, 1 versus 3. He's found the first there. 1 versus 2 now, and spots Delby as well, trying to double swing, and I, for a second, thought it was possible. All gamers, they get their first round on the board, but mighty, mighty fine margins.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth. Holy, I saw the vision there, Coconut, I really did. Even the transfer onto the final person was in the right place, right time. It just... Let's watch it back to see how close it was. Oof. Really great attempt there, and you can see all gamers finally. A little bit of a celebration, a brevity. Eye of the storm here, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. They have the ults to kind of keep this streak up, right? We saw the resilience they had on the 9-3, a comeback attempt. Let's see it. Look at the double net. They don't even fight for any main space anymore.
Yeah, completely ripped out of their hands. Happy Way looking towards C. There's a bit of mountain pressure there from all gamers, but No Man has found the opening kill there onto Delby. Now this is where we see Happy Way called into action. He's found the first. Neural Theft now online and uses it immediately to just get all of that information. XLG, they now know the C site is clear, and Happy Way, he's still inserted here on the C main position as the spike plant comes through.
Hey, silver lining here. I was gonna say we might get to see like actual coordinated retake attempt, but this feels like all gamers. I'm gonna say yeah, it's running out of steam, running out of confidence, and it's just save after save. Don't even want to try. They just see triple sentinel, they see an established post plant, and they don't think it's possible to win that retake. And I honestly just want to see them go for it, right? Like I'm looking at this composition, right? And I mean, it's difficult because only your Raze really can, and your Raze is the one fighting for a main. But that is the only way I think to win this is Kira needs to stay alive and you need to play for their like his paint shell. Like that is the solution to a retake here, and I mean at this point, get out of the way. I want to see it. Like I don't think you can play like a perfect game of Valorant against this composition. I think you have to take risks. You have to just simplify things and see if you can just try something off the wall, because that's what they've thrown at you and are succeeding at.
Brilliant point has been raised by Volt as well in our sort of class communications. Where was this Raga on Icebox?
Enemy remaining.
We're on Jet.
Yeah,
we hadn't played Jet in a while.
Yeah, where was this Raga? He was practically missing, and now he's 17-2 in these first 10 rounds. I mean, what is there even to say? I mean, for the all gamers coaches, there's plenty to say, and that's why they've called this timeout. A last opportunity, unless XLG call a pause, to really try and affect things in this game.
Do we get another 9-3? There's no way, right?
That would be funny. That would be funny. The 9-3 curse, AG make it to champs. I'm sat. I'm seated.
I mean, we had each team attempting their own, and it didn't work. Oh my goodness. You know, again, I would love to see it out of all gamers. But weathering another 9-3 comeback attempt would be rough if it does fail. I would only want to see it if they actually make it happen. I don't want to see another fake one. I can't do it. Not in the series. Not today. But want to see this. Okay, actually, I don't want to say take it back, but if I had seen the money during the timeout, I might not have predicted towards the 9-3. Okay. They don't have a buy. They don't have a buy. It's a stinger and 4 shares. Like, yeah, they have 4 holds. Don't get me wrong.
And that could be
is
massive.
that enough? How are they going to use them, you know? I'm still, again, not seeing really changes per se, other than maybe a fast B re-clear from the fade. I mean, and a fast rotation from the raise over towards C.
There's not really many positives here for all gamers. It's not like they still have... It's not like they still have one player that's been having a good game. All of them are struggling here on Lotus. He's hopping away. Little bunny rabbit perhaps here on the C site, but he escapes. He gets the Gravnet tag out of his ankle. But the showstopper whiffs, and Raga, he's still finding the kills. A 20 bomb, just 1 kill away already. And we're still in the first half. Not quite this time. Shrimp, close range with the stinger, deals with him. There's Happyway with an Outlaw who's already found one, and he's watching for this. Okay, a little bit risky as the ball now drops as well. It's Coconut to deal that blow instead, and Kira, all he's got is a stinger. No point in saving this one. And while he's not going to get the opportunity, no 9-3 this time around, XLG get double digits.
Wow, and I mean, 2 things here that are sad is, number 1, you mentioned, yeah, we're probably going to get 20 kills first half for Rarga, but we're not going to get more than that because there aren't going to be enough rounds. And second, it's just the fact that, again, coming into this last round, it's going to be a buy, obviously, for all gamers, but they utilize some really promising ults, right? They use a showstopper. They'll be as well from the shadows to try and get back over after they, again, were one of those players deposited deep A main. And again, all that was... We finally got to see the retake, right? That I wanted on C to see what it looks like fighting into it, but like they weren't on the same page, and obviously they didn't have the weapons to win it out. So now, you can't win it. Put a band-aid over it. Viper's Pit dropped. Forced the hand over towards the A side of the map, but it's very all bark, no bite. There's only one player here. It's the Omen. And they don't really have a way to get all the way out, except for Paranoia and Shrouded Step, maybe, but... Are they staying?
Just gotta try and use his little legs, but straight through the smoke. Happyway has his number. Kira there with an answer back, and he's been able to escape here. Raga falling. But this is the final round in the half. That resurrection that he's built up is no longer able to be used. So kept at 19 kills for now. The 20 bomb is avoided just yet. It's going to have to be in the second half where we see it. But XLG, they've just been kind of forced here to take a step back, They've seen that pressure for the first time, and No Man's Lurk through B has been caught by Spitfires. XLG, they're aware that the net on them is closing. Spitfires mistimes that dimensional drift, though, still caught by the trap wire. Even still, Kira's on the site, and he's got to try and do work, do bits. Spitfires is in tree. Happyway backside, finding the kills, and finding a second. The Guardian, it's working! Magic! A Magician's Wand in his hand. Cage goes out, Plant comes in. Viva also on the site to back him up. Huncher, the last one here. You can't save the Vandal this time around, buddy. These XLG players, they rotate their way into tree, expecting this push on through. Huncher, he's creeping forwards. He doesn't quite know where it is. And Happyway has the ace! Finally, a pentakill in this series. And that's just indicative. XLG, all of the energy, all of the momentum. 11-1 scoreline. I mean, there's just no chance for all gamers in this one, surely.
I mean... everyone's firing on all cylinders. We've been saying it's the Rarga show, but a Happyway from the back lines, quite literally, right, holding down the flank round after round, has crept up on Rarga's KDA. Like, look at this at the half. Let's see if we can, when we come back, we'll see it. Like, they literally within a round could be tied for Rarga's KD at least. Assists, that's another story. When you're a Sage, you're just gonna, you have heals, right? You have slows, you have wall. You're gonna be over in assists compared to a Cypher. But all in all, if anybody's glowing like clove, it is definitely the players on She Like Gaming right now. We said it was in their hands, right? Their spot at champs, and this was the matchup to get finally over that hump that DRG kind of put them in. Now, let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good meme cam. from the producers. Crowd enjoying themselves, the XLG fans especially so. More gamers, enjoyers in the audience. Well, at the very least, Icebox was pretty good for them.
This is so difficult.
Is a bit sad now, a little bit. It's like watching someone attack a puppy or something. It's just
look. There's still smiles on the All Gamers players, at least.
Yeah.
The coaching staff gets to chat with them again. New pistol, new them, new half. So when it was the 9-3 on Ascent, they lost the pistol, right? We talked about XLG. They won their pistol in the 9-3 comeback.
Yeah, it's been
maybe
a
they just don't need the 9-3.
second half pistol.
Yeah, exactly.
Both times as well for XLG. Well, but we've got what's this damage per round? I think we're seeing there. Raga, he's been doing a lot of it. Now XLG on the defense, yes again and again. Defensive round pistols. It's been flawless for XLG 2 maps in a row. I mean, it would be an impressive feat to make it a third. That's certainly for sure.
And of all the compositions, I am in awe that XLG, the triple sentinel, is ready off of like jiggle contact to probably prowler, net, trap, paranoia, B main. But now that no noise has been made, no player has been spotted, you just put a wall up again. Now that's one less angle to worry about, and you set your sights simply on C.
Happyway knows that Kira is up close. He has the spy cam inside of main as well to give him the information on those other two. Meanwhile, Spitfires and Huncher over on A have gotten so much space inside a tree, and now main as well. Raga, he's all by himself. There's the rest of all gamers now rotating towards this. Sage wall comes up. He actually does just about block off these players, and it's only pistol rounds right now. They don't have that much to actually deal with the wall. Viva jumping down drop. He deals that blow to Spitfires, and oh, it's just falling apart for AG yet again. Right clicks, it's Whitby, but oh, surely not again. It's flawless for the third map in a row. The second half on the defense. Whiffs coming through from all gamers, and some streaks are just made to be unbreakable. And no man, he's got so excited, he's pulled his headphones out of the computer.
RNG right-click gods are favoring you, right? Like, that engagement right here. Like, they both are right-clicking, jumping at each other, and somehow Coconuts lands. Like, that is... Wow. 12-1, like I mentioned, they get too excited, pull their headphones out, so we will have a quick tech pause, I assume, before what feels like inevitably the end of the map, right? Like, you have weapons. Yeah. I mean, we talk about how they're expected to play the 11-3. Yeah, but you don't get a choice this time, all gamers. You are forcing.
Hey, listen, Raze, Bucky, all I'm saying is we saw what YZ could do at Champs 23 with that sort of combination, right? But his XLG players, they are quite far back. Raga has this outlaw. He's holding for it. He's still not found the 20 kills mark, by the way. Despite us trying to set him up for it like 3 or 4 rounds ago. And well, there's the shotgun. Raga now finally 2-0 on the kill feed, and now make it 21. He's decayed down the right click, still finds that kill. Spitfires. He's got the stinger, and he's got to make it a 4K. He doesn't have the spike in his grasp. It's instead Raga. Another quad kill, and 22-4 XLG. I mean, their main man was frying, and they get a 13-1 here on the final map. Qualified to champions. Dragon Ranger Gaming qualified to champions. That's the full complement from China now decided.
Wow, I mean, our full completed region here on the stage. Just, again, they avoid the embarrassment of a 13-0. But not the way I'm sure they wanted to go out. They talked about wanting to leave with no regrets, and for a map like that, it is hard to look at that. But look at them, smiles, heads held high, going to take their final bow as their last match of the season. It was a good run. Again, this is a team that I want to see together because I see super, super strong potential coming into the next season. I can't wait to see what they do in the off season. And the fan engagement. You mentioned seeing a lot of fans during the audience segments. We know they had a lot of supporters. Again, I think they gained a lot of fans really, really quickly here just this stage of VCT China. Oh, and the sports stat coming out.
Yeah. And I still think, even after that performance, I don't think they will have any regrets. They certainly left everything on the stage, but for XLG, it's elation yet again, and they do get to Champions. This is their chance to, again, prove what they have on an international stage with, I mean, you'd like to hope, a full roster.
Yeah.
I'm touching wood right now because, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but, you know, XLG, they've made it to Champions, they've qualified, Dragon Ranger also at Champions, and then they join Billy Gaming and Edward Gaming in Paris in September. But we are going to throw it down to an interview very, very shortly. They're just getting their picture taken first.
As they should, right?
Aura.
Look at that. The aura, yeah, thumbs up, the peace signs, the one, because they know they're going to be #1 in Paris as they try to uphold again their last stage victory. But you mentioned we expect player to get pulled aside. Who would you want to see interviewed?
Probably, I mean,
series?
probably No Man, but I don't think he speaks Mandarin, so they probably won't.
I wouldn't want to see Rarga, bro. Did you see that? I mean, that last map. I want to see what they thought about their jet and if we'll see it again.
Yeah, so let's throw it down to the stage. I'm pretty sure the interview will be coming through shortly.
恭喜 XLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利，哇，大家都非常热情，我们的许多星也很可爱。但是 Viva 先留步一下，我们要先做一下赛后采访。来，恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。现在来到重庆也打了2场比赛了，感觉这边怎么样
？How's the arena?
打2场比赛什么？
打了这2场比赛之后，感觉这边
You can't really hear.
整体感觉怎么样？
确实感觉场馆很热情吧，然后能感觉到所有人都在为我们欢呼，然后场馆也很大，我们感觉很爽嘛。
对，场馆很热情。
Yeah, he's like everyone's so passionate. Everyone's just cheering for us all the time.
大家也完全都能感受得到。那其实今天在比赛里，我们看到森寒东港，其实你们是有一个阵容调整的，双少贤者嘛？你会觉得这套
They're talking about comp change the icebox.
也不能说契合吧，就是可能也是硬版本的一些变动吧，然后找一些属于我们自己。
Yeah, they said that they made it because of the meta version.
我们还需要调整。
And he said we still have like some problems with it, like a pace and attack that we have to fix.
到今天，我可以说这套3少确实让我们所有人印象深刻，而且
And they're talking about the triple sentinel.
为什么会做出这样的一个设计？
其实我们也尝试过很多阵容吧，然后。我偶然的发现这个阵容好像有点适合我们，然后再加上进攻防守好像也不是说有多不平衡，所以说最后我们就决定了这个阵容。
He's like we've tried many comps and we just like stumbled upon and then we kind of figured out this comp really suits us, and it didn't seem too bad in attack either.
昨天是不是也进行了一些复盘和改变呢？
对的，因为
And what kind of adjustments did you make after yesterday?
包括一些运营上可能有一些瑕疵吧，然后我们回去复盘了之后也去解决了一些。
是，而且 Viva 自己
And he's like they kind of like misplayed a few like man advantage rounds and like the coordination is a bit off.
但是在这场关键的比赛里，你也打出了很出色的表现。那这段时间是如何调整自己的个人状态的呢？
And how do you like maintain your own form?
然后勤换脚垫。
哦，这么简单就可以了，是吧？
He's like I sleep very well.
那现在成功进入到了冠军赛，其实对于你们来说也一定是一次意义非凡的机会，可以弥补之前所有的遗憾。那最后还有什么想和观众们说的话吗？
And what do you want to say, audience?
支持 XLG， 然后也希望大家在冠军赛能为我们加油，然后我们也会继续努力的，谢谢大家。
是的，希望大家。
And thank you everyone for supporting us. We'll do well in the champs. I hope you guys support us there.
全部结束。
Yeah.
再一次感谢 Viva 参与我们的赛后采访。接下来让我们收看一段高光。
And that's it for the interview.
Well, they certainly seemed in high spirits at XLG. They think this comp suits them, and, well, after today, I'm inclined to agree, maybe? Zobi, what's your take?
I mean, we've seen what happens when, again, Rarga's not playing the stage to the best ability. Now we've seen when he is. So, again, I mean, to be able to maintain that level of performance to this degree, I don't think is going to be sustainable. But I want to see what it's like when they're like, okay, like all of them are mediocre doing their jobs, right? And then I'll be convinced, right? Because now we've seen like both ends of that kind of spectrum, right? So not convinced yet because it was just kind of Rarga go kill. I want to see the strength of the composition side, and I want to see a team that actually has a way to challenge it head on. Because I don't think we saw enough out of all gamers, if that makes sense. I want to see basically a better team challenge this Lotus comp and see if they can conquer it first, right? You know, I'm gonna jump in the Valor plan, try to come up with counter strats essentially, and see what we can think of. But all in all, I mean, they should, like you mentioned, they should be proud of that. And I'm glad you'll be sleeping at night and getting some rest, because I don't know if I'll be able to after that map. I'm gonna be having nightmares, but all gamers will be too. And honestly, again, Raga and Happyway, forces in the server side by side. They're the ones that really got that done for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the good thing is for that, well, we'll talk after this team comms.
One play, go away, guys. One in here. Main camera. Power backside. Blank one. He's 趴了。我看左边。backside。把他打了。发后。去。对。去的。我Heaven dead。喂，apply。等。给我跳，Go 别，我看看。跟我一起，到了吗？发后了，跟我架去嘛，架。不在这架了，往回走。是一条线吗？可以。左边。Happyway! Yeah, that's the king, baby.
Well, Happyway might be the king, but Raga is the MVP from that map. 452.
8.8 KDA. I mean, that's funnier to me than the AC.
Yeah, just what a performance. I think that's 6 multi-kill rounds there as well. An incredible performance. It felt like it was more. I can't lie, it definitely felt like it was more, but he was doing everything.
Yeah, again, you took a Sage and made them a dive duelist using the wall. That's the best way to phrase what we saw happen again. The way they were able to scale up again consistently on the C site. Again, I like some of the creative uses of the walls we're seeing again to also have their back like this use over towards A so that they can prime themselves for a B split or a B exec. But also those are the kind of things that I mentioned that all gamers weren't picking up on that another team can watch the VOD and punish off of, right? You see the wall come up A main like that, you know immediately they're headed towards the B side and you can plan around that. So again, quick communication and an IGL that knows how to play around this. I think, again, right now it's sort of the novelty factor carrying them a little bit, and I need to see this tested to be fully convinced, but I'm glad that they're confident playing an off-meta pick when they talked about, again, meta erosion being a reason why they shifted away from their previous Toronto Icebox composition. So I'm curious to see, again, will it stand the test of time? Will it stand this team in particular when they get to a deeper opponent in this lower bracket run, or even on the international stage, since they've now punched their ticket to champs?
Yeah, absolutely. The good thing is, as well, is they've still got, between the end of stage 2 and champs, a good, 2 or 3 weeks to completely change things up again. All they needed this composition to do was qualify them to champions. And that's exactly what we saw. This sells a bit of a picture, doesn't it? 11 post plants from XLG, 11 post plants won by XLG. I mean, all gamers, positive. They got 9 first picks. That's kind of close, but I mean, if you ignore the scoreline at the end.
It's 5.
5, that's what I meant. Either way, it doesn't matter. They only won 1 round. Like, the point is,
round 1 obviously didn't even come from the split land because that was the second half. But yeah, again, it's just, and there's just so many rounds all gamers didn't feel like tried to retake either, and they gave up saved. I mean, I'm gonna obviously that would be such a hard post conference to sit in on to talk to all gamers what they think went wrong. But I definitely would love to pick the brand support staff to see like what they wanted to try, what it felt like to be playing against a comp like that, how difficult it is, especially when again it is your season life on the line. But ultimately, again, all gamers, they should not let that be a stain on their record of a really good stage overall. Again, got a lot farther than I'm pretty sure most people thought they would. Yeah, they have some really fresh talent that's just on the up and up again right now.
Yeah, I'm really, really enjoying this roster. I hope that they sort of stay together for next year, 2026. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a sort of soft refresh, I think is kind of the wording really back in 2027, but still all gamers, if they can sort of keep this squad, give them an off season as well to really start to gel and get everything sorted, then come next year, this could be a very, very scary team, considering at the start of this year, they were looking like possibly the worst team globally. And now, the improvement has been massive. This squad really, really excites me. I'm a little bit sad that they couldn't make it to an international, but, you know, just a bit too little too late. And like I say, if you can keep this core of the squad together for 2026, I think you have a real contender here for perhaps maybe not winning China, but that's sort of, you know, third, fourth option for getting to champs, getting to Masters 2, just sort of sneaking in at the bottom and, you know, potentially, like Wolves did last stage, make a run at an international event.
Well, they got the personality from the team for it, but like mentioned, unfortunately, their run does end here. And again, back at predictions, my underdog bets never seem to pan out. You know what's funny is I almost put DRG. I should have trusted my heart on that call, but it is what it is on that one for the game yesterday. But with that, though, I mean, the fact that we were able to, again, be a part of such an important match that helps lock in our final to VCT China representatives at Champs Paris. It has been a pleasure, right? Obviously, BLG, EDG did their own work in their own matches to get there. XLG now has as well. DRG, I think they would have still put in the work, even if they, you know, lose to BLG. I'm hoping they make that lower run. But now, like you mentioned, yeah, you're correct there, right? So that now locks them in because of XLG's win, so they'll be thanking them, you know, minutely in the background. They're like, we would have done it ourselves if we had to, kind of vibe. But I'm excited to see DRG. DRG have that Wolves like vibe to them as well. You mentioned okay, all gamers can have that performance at international. I see that in DRG, honestly, I really do.
I hope it's a better showing than Madrid as well.
We don't talk about that. It's fine. And also, I mean, we haven't even gotten to talk about EDG, right? They're going for back-to-back champs. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but the idea of if they do win champs in Paris, then getting to defend their title, hopefully in their like home country, because champs is going to China like the following year, right? Will be so cool. Like I'm like, right, you're writing the script, listen in, just let them win it all again, please.
Yeah. So we have the games for tomorrow as well. Billy DRG in the upper bracket, then XLG EDG in the lower bracket, which I get to cover that one. How exciting for us!
Putting us up, Charlotte.
I know. What time is that first game for you over in the States? How early?
5 a.m. It's the first one, right?
Yeah.
5 a.m.
Yay! That's gonna be enjoy that one. You definitely will need your coffee for that one, probably.
That one I will 100% have my coffee, and I only have more VCT action to follow today, right? EMEA, literally, I saw the notification going live right now. We have VCT Americas later today that we're making content for, and then it's rinse and repeat. Prepare for the next cast. Wake up, cast. Yeah,
the cycle continues.
I'm excited.
The cycle continues, and also I would like to apologize for an early comment. DRG didn't make it to Madrid; they made it to Shanghai. Just to sort of correct myself, make sure that all of my ducks are in a row there. But I think that's going to be everything from us today. Obviously, thank you everyone at home for supporting Project Horizon. You can see the subscribers and people donating at the bottom there as well. I know there have been a few super chats throughout the stream as well on YouTube, which don't get shown up on the overlay. We really, really do appreciate the support, because even though we are you know, we are doing this to bring a professional level broadcast to you. We are all volunteers. We are all doing this out of our love for VCT China. So all of the support you give us is greatly, greatly appreciated. And we also have to thank Magnum, who has been producing behind the streams, obviously BDOS on the translation as well. It was Echo and Affinity casting with you earlier. I've been Charlotte, joined by Zobi, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day. But don't miss our China games tomorrow, because it's still more bangers and still more action. Goodbye.